This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Translator Lonely Tree. Synopsis. The hearse with the weird odor slowed to a stop before the entrance. The sound of pebbles could be heard bouncing on the ceiling. There were footsteps coming from the corridor, and there seemed to be someone sawing next door. The door knob to the room rattled slightly, and the faucet in the bathroom kept dripping even though it had been screwed shut. There was a rubber ball that rolled on its own underneath the bed. Wet footsteps started to surface one after another on the floor. At 3 a.m., Chen-ji held a cleaver in his hand as he hid beside the room heater. The call he was trying to make was finally answered. "Landlord, is this what you meant by, 'The house can be a little crowded at night'?" Chapter 51, The Choice. With dark circles under his eyes, Chen-ji stood before the mirror hugging the dolls. 1 more minute until midnight. The lights in the bathroom were off, and Chen-ji stared at his reflection in the mirror. Afraid that he might miss out on some details, Chen-ji did not dare to blink with his palms on the sink and his face close to the mirror. He focused all of his attention on the mirror. When there were only several seconds away to midnight, the phone in Chen-ji's pocket vibrated. A call. Who would call at such a time? The sudden phone call startled Chen-ji. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, and the caller ID was Inspector Lee. "Has there been some kind of accident?" Chen-ji answered the call and put the phone beside his ear. "Uncle Sanbao, have you got an update?" On the other end of the phone, Inspector Lee sounded serious and hurried. "Zhang Peng is still on the loose, but we've come to the conclusion that he's still around western Jiujiang. You have to be careful. The man is incredibly dangerous and cunning. His actions and thinking are different from normal, and we cannot rule out the possibility that he will return for you." "But didn't the police set up a perimeter around New Century Park yesterday? With injuries on both of his arms, he shouldn't have been able to get far." From Chen-ji's perspective, he had been sure Zhang Peng was going to be captured. There was an unexpected development. "For now, I cannot give you the details, but what I can say is, last night, one of the officers who managed to intercept the suspect experienced some kind of trauma. He's currently in a deep coma and being looked after at the hospital." What? Chen-ji's expression shifted, and he was about to say something when he glanced at the mirror on the wall out of the corner of his eye. A bloody Arabic number of 1 had surfaced on the mirror when he was not paying attention. "But don't worry, the police are closing in on him. Justice always prevails." Inspector Lee continued to talk on the phone, but Chen-ji's mind was already elsewhere. He placed the phone down and looked at the mirror dumbly. When did this appear? The mirror monster has already left, so why would the number still appear on the mirror? Chen-ji was reminded of what he had seen in the bathroom the day before, where half of the mirror monster's body was outside the mirror, and Zhang Peng had voluntarily walked forward to merge himself with the creature. What does this number really mean? Yesterday it was 2, and today it is 1. Does this mean it'll become 0 tomorrow? The dropping number caused Chen-ji's eyes to dim with concern. After Zhang Peng was possessed by the mirror monster, the number started to drop. When Inspector Lee mentioned the coma of the officer, the number dropped again. Does the number represent the number of victims? The mirror monster needs 3 living victims. Regardless of the real meaning of the number, Chen-ji could not wait anymore because it was now related to innocent lives. A great sense of urgency appeared in his heart. The mirror monster is growing stronger and stronger. Tomorrow night might be my last chance already. Chen-ji picked up a dirty cloth to wipe the number on the mirror away. He could not play it safe anymore. After a few more words with Inspector Lee, he ended the call and then entered the props room with the black phone. It is now a new day. The daily missions will have refreshed already. Now, the only thing that might help me are the Red Spectre's Bloody Heart mission or the new Nightmare mission. Chen-ji tapped into the daily mission interface of the app. Easy mission. A normal haunted house experience should not create permanent trauma to its visitors. I hope you understand this simple theory. Please improve the haunted house's security by inspecting the security threats hidden around the haunted house. Normal mission. You've achieved the criteria to enable the first expansion of the haunted house. Do search for a suitable location soon. Due to space limitations, you are unable to perform any trial mission to unlock scenarios. Nightmare mission. There has always been a second occupant inside your room. Wouldn't you like to meet said person? Beware, the more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be, so please choose carefully. After reading all 3 missions, Chen-ji's eyes fell on the Nightmare mission. The other person inside my room? Just the description of it makes me uncomfortable. Chen-ji knew the possible danger of the Nightmare mission perfectly well. After a long hesitation, he chose to open the Red Spectre's page instead. Are you sure you want to accept Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission? Warning: this mission contains a certain level of danger. The app kindly provided Chen Ji with a warning. He rubbed his temples, unable to come to a decision. Both of these missions have a certain degree of risk and danger. However, the rewards of the Nightmare mission are random. There's a high chance it might just give me another supportive skill. In comparison, the Bloody Heart mission, Zhang Ye has been given the special title of Red Spectre and even her own personal page on the app. This means that she is probably a powerful spectre, at least several levels higher than the mirror monster. With her help, I should be able to survive this crisis. After thorough analysis, with a grit of his teeth, Chen Ji clicked on Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission. Are you sure you want to accept Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission? Yes. The red interface started to change and peel off like wilting roses, and soon, a new message appeared on screen. Andersen's Fairy Tales Volume 1, Book 3, Red Dancing Shoes. Once upon a time, there was a pair of ruby-red dancing shoes that could make the dancer who wore them light on her feet and perfect at her dance. However, none of the dancers dared put them on because they were a pair of magical shoes, one that would make its dancer keep on dancing until they perished from exhaustion. Please arrive at Western Jiujiang's private academy within 1 hour from accepting the mission, and locate Zhang Ye's red dancing shoes before dawn. Warning: don't be late on your first date, or she'll be very unhappy. Chen Ji did not know what to feel after reading the mission details. The private academy had been abandoned several years earlier due to unknown reasons. However, Chen Ji had heard plenty of scary rumors about it. My first date with a girl is at an abandoned school after midnight. Am I that unlucky at love? The mission required him to be at the private academy within 1 hour. Chen Ji calculated the distance in his mind and realized he still have some time left. The private academy is at this part of town, so not that far away from me. The biggest issue is going there after midnight. Sai, I'd better go take a bath first, no matter what, this is my first time. After a quick shower, Chen Ji changed into a clean outfit. He stood before the mirror to inspect his image. There are 50 minutes left. Why am I feeling so nervous all of a sudden? Chapter 52, First Date. After taking a few deep breaths and splashing cold water on his face, Chen Ji finally calmed down. It's time to go. Chen Ji retrieved the backpack that he had used last time and placed Zhang Ye's love letter, a power bank, and tool mallet into it. After the lesson from last time, he put the penknife directly in his pocket and the doll left behind by his parents inside his shirt pocket. He was bulging all over the place, but at least he felt safer. After packing everything he needed, Chen Ji locked the haunted house and rushed out of New Century Park. It was 12:15 a.m., so there was little traffic on the road. He waited for another 10 minutes before he managed to hail a cab. Sir, please get me to Western Jiujiang's private academy. I'm in a hurry, so please drive faster. No problem, get in. The driver was an easygoing, middle-aged uncle, and the radio in the car was playing hit songs from the 90s. Chen Ji sat in the backseat and used this downtime to search for online information related to his current mission. The first thing mentioned by the phone when he accepted the Bloody Heart mission was Andersen's red dancing shoes, so that was the first thing Chen Ji looked for on the internet. He managed to find the original source, and after skimming through it, Chen Ji felt rather petrified. The original plot was not much different from the Black Phone's version. It described the story of a young girl who was gifted a pair of beautiful red dancing shoes. She loved them so much that she wore them everywhere, including to church, where she was cursed to dance forever. She was afraid, helpless, and exhausted. In the end, she begged the woodman to chop her legs off, and then came the most curious part of the fairy tale. After the legs were chopped off, they danced away into the forest still wearing the red dancing shoes. Is this even a fairy tale? It added to his nervousness, since his mission was searching for Zhang Ye's red dancing shoes. When I won the cursed love letter, the Black Phone did provide a brief description of Zhang Ye. She was wearing a bloodied school uniform and red dancing shoes at the time of her death, so could the fairy tale be real? The red dancing shoes couldn't be taken off after they were put on. Chen Ji's skin crawled. Different from his previous missions, this time he was going face to face with a red spectre, one that had a bloody heart mission, something that could only be given by specters with heavy resentment. Looks like the key to tonight's mission is the red dancing shoes. Chen Ji read the fairy tale again for a few times. The main lesson to be learned here was to not be vain, but be humble at all time. Was there even a reason for the black phone to refer to this fairy tale at the start of the mission? He could not figure out an answer, so he decided to focus his energy on searches related to Western Jiujiang's private academy. The school was closed after just 2 years of operation and had been abandoned since then. With regards to the reason for its closure, there were plenty of rumors online. Some said it had to do with lack of budget, whereas others complained about the high semester fees. Chenji scrolled through all the information patiently, and Zhang Ya's name did not even appear once, like she had nothing to do with the school at all. There has to be something more sinister about the closure than what's been speculated online. Chenji looked at the streetlights out the window that seemed to be running backwards, and he squinted his eyes in thought. Just what kind of ending could a girl experience to turn her into a red specter? Why would she harbor such deep resentment? What does all of that have to do with red dancing shoes? While Chenji was deep in his thought, the volume of the radio picked up. He turned toward the source with shock and realized the driver uncle had been looking at him via the rear-view mirror. "What's on your mind, young man? You have such a sad face." The driver was a quintessential chatterbox. He had attempted to start a conversation with Chenji when Chenji entered the car, but Chenji had ignored the man mostly because he was busy looking up information. "So much has changed in my life recently that I'm struggling to get my head around it, feeling rather swamped at the moment." Chenji smiled politely as he put his phone away. "Slow and steady wins the race. I'm sure everything will work out in the end. If you're that stressed, do what I do, play some disco music, and after a few shakes you'll feel much better." The driver grooved along to the music. At least the man is optimistic, thought Chenji. "By the way, why are you going to the private academy so late at night? That place is mostly abandoned, and it's not close to any residential area." Chenji's lips fell open, and eventually he answered, "Going on a date." "A date at this kind of ungodly hour?" The driver glanced back at Chenji. "It's true, I don't know how to explain it. The girl is a bit hard to please and has some weird quirks." Chenji tried to normalize it as best as he could. After all, he had not been asked out on a date before, and being invited to one did make him feel quite good about himself. "That's a good thing. What are you worried about, worried that she won't like you? Then again, what kind of person goes to a date dressed like you? Listen to me, even guys need to know how to dress these days. Look at that backpack, it goes against the rest of your outfit." The floodgate of the driver's mouth had been opened, and Chenji did not even know how to respond. A normal person going on a date would have been happy and overjoyed, but his date was more like a coercion and a desperate move to save himself than an actual date. A gentleman mustn't be too forward, don't start the conversation with random topics like the weather, compliment her, and be a good listener. After all, the first impression is very important. Listening to the driver's advice, Chenji had half a mind to play wedding dress on his phone so that everyone could have a little peace and quiet. The taxi zoomed through the night. The cars on the road and the buildings beside it had gotten increasingly sparse. Even the streetlights had started to disappear. The signs of civilization outside the window started to disappear, and the road was slowly swallowed up by the forest. The driver glanced at the GPS and asked Chenji, "Are you sure you got the right address? Other than an abandoned school, there's nothing down the road." "Yes, I'm sure, just drop me off near the school. How much?" 19, do you mind paying me via WeChat? I just started my shift and I don't have spare change on me." "No problem." As Chenji grabbed his phone out of his pocket, the penknife bounced out of it as well. The knife sat quietly on the cushion, causing the driver who spotted it to lean surreptitiously forward. The driver moved his hand to lower the volume of the radio. As he did so, he stealthily used his pinky finger to press a button on the machine. None of this escaped Chenji's eyes. However, there was nothing he could do but continue to smile. He believed the uncle had mistaken him for some kind of late-night burglar. "Transaction successful." Chenji put away his phone and glanced at the driver's seat. "Uncle, you're recording this to report to the police." The driver, who was in the middle of drinking from a bottle of water, coughed violently as he waved his hands about vehemently. "I can understand why you're doing that, but—" Chenji turned to look at the eerie outline of the school in the dark. "I'm really here for a date." Chapter 53, The Chair is Moving. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. The driver's face was pale and he laughed awkwardly. "Then, good luck to you." "Thank you, so do you mind stopping the recording now?" Chenji flashed a smile that he thought was friendly. "This is just a misunderstanding." "Of course," the driver answered readily. He pressed some random button on the machine. After driving for another 2 or 3 meters, the red light on the driver's walkie-talkie lit up. He pressed it lightly, and before he could say anything, a rough, gravelly voice appeared. Lao Liu, you're also near Western Jiujiang's private academy. What is wrong with people tonight? I also have a passenger with me who wants to go there. Actually, we're quite close. By the way, what is this message that you sent to the group? I am Meld Postage. It's nothing, just focus on your passenger. The driver swiped the sweat on his forehead away and quickly hung up on the walkie-talkie. That should be I am held hostage, right? Uncle, didn't you say you trust me? Chenji asked with his eyebrow raised. Afraid that the driver uncle might just call the cops on him, he said, You can drop me right here. Yes, the driver was quick to follow his instruction. Chenji even managed to see that the man's legs were shaking. Chenji looked around to make sure he did not leave behind anything. After he got out and closed the door, he looked up and saw the running sign on top of the taxi say, I am being held hostage. Please call the police. Uncle, you sure are creative. The taxi left Chenji like it had grown wings. Several seconds later, the several hundred meters around Chenji fell silent. It was a starless night like it was going to rain soon. The rain clouds were hanging low in the sky, blocking out all light. Chenji pulled out his phone to look at the time. There were still 8 minutes left until the designated time. Just now, inside the car, the person on the walkie-talkie said he's also bringing a passenger to the private academy. That person is coming here at 1 a.m. Could it have something to do with me? Chenji reminded himself to be careful. If not for the time limitation, he probably would have hidden himself in the brush by the side of the road to see who was following him. Only 8 minutes left. I'd better go familiarize myself with the layout of the school first. I'll need all the advantages I can get. The area surrounding Western Jiujiang's private academy was a piece of deserted land. There were no streetlights, only a single road cutting through heavy forest and shrubbery. Flipping on the flashlight on his phone, Chenji followed the road for another 100 meters before reaching the abandoned school's front gate. The chains and the iron bars had already rusted together. The gate was too heavy to even budge. Looking through the bars, all Chenji could see was darkness. How do I get in? Chenji paced around the gate. He tossed his backpack over the gate first before taking several steps back. With a running start, he grabbed hold of the bricks on the wall as he jumped over the outside wall. The school compound was not big. The whole area could be seen with one glance. There were several tall silhouettes standing in the dark like solitary watchmen. The school's sign had long since been removed. Chenji himself did not know what the real name of the school was. Like everyone else in the city, he only knew it as Western Jiujiang's private academy. The overgrown shrubbery had swallowed up most of the path. It scratched Chenji's legs at every step, making him feel both ticklish and painful. I've managed to arrive within the designated time limit. Now my mission is to find Zhang Ye's red dancing shoes. Chenji pulled out the mallet from his backpack. Feeling the icy metallic touch on his skin, Chenji felt much safer. Using his phone as guidance, Chenji walked deeper into the school. He only took several steps before he felt something was wrong. He stopped moving and took several steps back. Is it my imagination? How come it feels like there is something pushing me into the school? And when I tried to walk backwards, there was a mysterious force blocking me from behind. Chenji turned to look over his shoulder, but there was nothing there. He used the phone to shower some light behind him, and there was nothing like ghost or spirit as he has imagined. Could it be that she's already here, standing behind me? Only I can't see her. Chenji shivered. The thought of swinging the mallet at the space behind him cropped up in his mind, but he thought, what if Zhang Ye is really behind me and this swing angers her? He was a mere haunted house owner. He was practically defenseless, stranded in this deserted school. He shuddered, thinking about the ending should he manage to anger a baleful specter. In any case, I should go in first. Chenji pulled his backpack higher as he walked into the school holding up his phone and the mallet. The night darkened, and a draft picked up. It even carried a light dusting of rain with it. The most probable locations where I will find the red dancing shoes are either the female changing room at the dance studio or Zhang Ye's former bedroom. I'll have to focus on these two locations. Chenji headed toward the building that was closest to him. The trees inside the school had grown into twisted shapes, and the wild grass had grown up to Chenji's waist. There were statues that littered the school compound, and most of them were human figures. All in all, the place radiated an air of eeriness in the dark. The girls' dormitory. The dormitory building was not tall, only 4 stories high. However, it did look creepy, probably due to an extended period of abandonment. The glass door of the building was locked up tight using a metal chain. Chenji leaned against the glass to take a closer look. The doors on both sides of the dark corridor were tightly closed, but curious enough, a solitary chair sat in the middle of the corridor facing away from the bedroom door. A single chair is left right in the middle of the corridor. Is there some special meaning to this? Chenji leaned back from the glass door. Both the main gate and the hostel entrance have been locked, and the corridor doesn't seem to have any trash in it. This goes to show that when they were closing the school, they cleaned the place up first, so why did they leave a chair right in the middle of the corridor? Just a mere coincidence. If the chair was purposely left behind by the school management, then what is the meaning of it? If it was not left behind by the school, then who moved the chair to the middle of the corridor after the place was locked up? Chenji aimed his phone at the glass door. The chair was placed around 5 meters away from the entrance, and there was a broken hall light right above it. The light is already broken, and the electrical wiring is even exposed. Chair and wiring, is it me or that looks like a hanging scene? Honestly, after seeing this curious scene, Chenji's heart had started to palpitate. I'm probably just overthinking. He looked left and right. The breeze caused the leaves to rustle. The school after dark was hauntingly creepy. I can't scare myself for no reason. After all, Zhangya, the Red Spectre, is the scariest presence at this school. I have her love letter, so who dares to challenge me? Considering the situation, this was the only way Chenji could console himself. Furthermore, this is just an affection mission. To put it simply, it's a special kind of date. There's nothing to be worried about. He gave himself a pep talk, and when he was done, he walked back toward the glass door with the mallet. He was about to smash the door when his eyes caught a shocking detail. The chair that should have been right under the hall light had moved 1 meter away from the light fixture. It seemed to have moved forward. F***CK, this was the first time Chenji experienced something like this. What just happened? Chapter 54, Arts Activities Center. Staring right at the wooden chair in the middle of the corridor, Chenji stood at the ready, gripping the mallet tightly. He waited for 10 seconds, and the chair remained unmoved. Is it because I'm watching it? Chenji walked forward and turned on his phone's recording function before cradling it within the chains on the door. Then, he walked back to the abandoned garden outside the building and waited patiently. The school at midnight was unsettlingly quiet. There was not even the sound of a bird or insect chirping. About 3 minutes later, Chenji returned to the dormitory. He had prepared himself for the worst. However, when he stood at the glass door, he saw that the chair was still where it was, just 1 meter away from the broken hall light. Didn't move, what's going on? Chenji walked to the door and picked up the phone from the chain. He looked through the video and saw nothing out of the ordinary. The chair sat in the middle of the corridor just as it should. It'll only move when it's around a living human. When the thought appeared in his mind, Chenji instantly felt something was wrong. He turned to look down the corridor, and the chair had moved 2 meters ahead again. It was now incredibly close to the glass door. It moved forward again. What does that mean? It only moves when I am close. Does this mean it wants something from me? It would have been a lie to say he was not afraid, but Chenji's tolerance for fear was much higher than most, so he managed to maintain a clear mind under such situation. The school is clearly haunted, but before I understand why, I should try my best to avoid these things. Chenji actually wanted to smash the glass door and rushed in to bash the chair into pieces. However, considering the blind spots inside the building, he was afraid there were threats hidden in corners that he could not see. He was afraid that after entering the building, it was not the chair that would snap but himself. The night's main mission is to locate that pair of red dancing shoes. As long as this weird stuff doesn't interrupt with my progress, there's no reason for me to interact with it. Chenji grabbed his phone and retreated from the door. I better go investigate other places first. I can always return if I can't find the dancing shoes. After all, the mission is considered successful as long as I locate them before sunrise. There is still plenty of time. Chenji committed the location of the girls' dormitory to memory before retracing his step back to the school gate. He switched his phone off and squatted near the main gate, holding the mallet in his hand. Based on the time, the taxi behind me should have arrived already, so why is the road still so dark? A car's headlights would be extremely eye-catching against the total darkness, but Chenji waited for a long time without seeing any source of light heading toward the school. Could there have been an accident? This detail had not left his mind. Chenji knew there was no such thing as coincidence in this world. The person who followed him to Western Jiujiang's private academy had some motive of their own. The opponent probably knew that I would wait for them, so they came out from the car earlier and walked the rest of the way on foot. If that's the case, then this is troublesome. Chenji wished that he was wrong. He already had more than enough on his plate as it was. In any case, I'll need to pick up pace. I have two advantages on my side. I've familiarized myself with the surroundings since I got here first, and I have Zhang Ye on my side. She won't watch me get bullied on her home turf, right? Perhaps Chenji's eyes had gotten used to the darkness, or maybe it was the effect of the yin-yang vision, but things were no longer that blurry in the dark. Those in the light opened themselves to being hunted by those in the dark. Chenji did not turn on his phone, but headed toward another building in the dark. The tallest building in the school was the education building. It was 5 stories tall, and behind it was a field that was unkempt and overgrown. On the other end of the field was a building that sat itself apart from other buildings. The building stood out because it had faded red paint. The education building is for classes, so the dancing shoes won't be there. The possibility is even lower for the boys' dormitory. I'd better go take a look at the red building then. Chenji walked along the outer perimeter of the field before he reached the front door of the curious building. The building was as tall as the girls' dormitory, but it was only 2/3 the size. Once he got close, Chenji noticed how truly unusual this building was. There was a wooden sign that was placed before the front door, and 2 conspicuous words were painted on it with red ink: "No entry." What is the purpose of this building? Curiosity is part of human nature. Chenji's desire to enter the building only rose after reading the warning sign. Something must have happened here several years ago. Maybe the red dancing shoes I'm looking for are inside. Chenji walked around the wooden sign and saw the front door was sealed up with 2 locks. I could break the door down with the mallet, but it'll create too much commotion. That might attract the attention of the person who is following me. Chenji thus shied away from the door and walked around the edge of the building. There, he saw a window that was seriously worn. Even a large piece of the glass was missing. This can be my point of entry. Chenji extended his hand through the window to open the lock from within. To play it safe, he waited for several minutes to ensure that no one was inside before he jumped in. He closed the window and moved everything to how it was before. Chenji did not dare lower his guard as he surveyed his surroundings. He had landed himself in an artist's studio. The walls were pasted with the students' handiwork, and marble models sat on the shelves. This place does look creepy, but it is no competition for my haunted house. Chenji walked through the rows of marble models as he headed for the room's back door. He looked through the door's window and saw a banner with the words Arts Activities Center hanging on the corridor. Looks like I'm at the right place. Chenji pulled the door open slowly. Perhaps because it had not been used for a long time, the sound of the door sliding on its hinges was grating on Chenji's ears. Calm down, just leave immediately after you find the shoes. Since he was inside an enclosed building, Chenji switched on his phone again. The dim light did not bring him any comfort. If anything, it only heightened the fear in Chenji's heart. Chenji looked through the first-floor rooms one by one. All of them were artist studios. In fact, some of them still had easels and paintings that had been left behind. This building has 4 stories. The dance studio I'm looking for is probably on another floor. Armed with his phone and the mallet, Chenji headed up the stairs. When he reached the 2nd floor, his heart started to race, and his back was covered with chills. Because as he turned to look down the corridor of the 2nd floor, there sat a wooden chair. This thing again. The muscles in Chenji's hand grew taut as he gripped the mallet even tighter. Chapter 55, 5 Girls. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. The chair was placed right in the middle of the corridor, so if Chenji wanted to enter the 2nd floor, he had to walk past it. The memory of what he had seen at the girls' dormitory was still fresh in Chenji's mind. These chairs seemed to have the tendency to get close to living humans. Hiding at the staircase, he started to hesitate. It has a back for people to lean on, and it looks different from all the other chairs I've seen in this building. It seems to have been moved here from someplace else, but why would someone do that? Upon closer inspection, the chair looked similar to the one Chenji had seen inside the girls' dormitory. It was likely one of the chairs the school management assigned to the dormitory rooms. Chenji used the camera on his phone to zoom in on the sign on one of the doors. It said something related to vocal training. The dance studio is not on the 2nd floor, it seems. Should I just head to the 3rd floor? But what if there's another wooden chair on the 3rd floor's corridor? If it starts to chase after me, won't I be blocked from both sides? As the creepy image flashed across his mind, Chenji decided to enter the 2nd floor corridor. The corridor was so shadowy that Chenji could not see the end. The doors on both sides were closed, and the windows were crusted with a thick layer of dust, blocking Chen-ji of the view inside. Chen-ji took deliberate steps. He did not think to hurry simply because of the possible threat from the wooden chair. In fact, for Chen-ji, the abandoned classrooms on both sides seemed scarier than the chair. I wonder how long it has been since a living soul stepped into this place. The dust on the floor is so thick, and I have no way of dealing with the footprints that I've left. If the person following me has also entered this building, I'll definitely be discovered. Even in this situation, Chen-ji did not forget about the hidden threat of the third party. I have get this over with as soon as possible. The light on Chen-ji's phone wavered as his arms moved. He inched closer to the wooden chair. In reality, there's nothing really scary about this, right? What can a wooden chair really do? Chen-ji walked around the chair, and it gave him the feeling that it was just a wooden chair and nothing more. Maybe I should take a closer look at it. As the thought cropped up in Chen-ji's mind, he had already put it into motion. He knocked the chair to its side, and it was then that he noticed the handwriting underneath the chair. Kaien Yujio, that sounds like the name of a girl. In any case, the appearance of the name confirmed Chen-ji's earlier suspicion. The chair wasn't native to the activities center, but belonged to a specific individual. When the school hosted large events, the management would have the students bring their own chairs. To prevent confusion, many would jot down their name underneath their chair. Does this mean there's also a name underneath the chair in the girls' dormitory? Chen-ji memorized the name. After some hesitation, he decided not to break the chair but placed it inside one of the empty classrooms. The longer I stay here, the more uncomfortable I feel. I'd better head up to the third floor soon. He returned via the route that he had come from and climbed up the stairs to the third floor. The corridor was empty this time. Chen-ji pushed open the door for some of the classrooms. The tables and chairs were all pushed to the back of the room, and parts of the wall had been repainted. It was rather obvious because the wall had two different hues. The school was already closing, so why did they waste money to repaint the wall? For whom is this for? Chen-ji's experience at Ping and apartments provided him with a possibility. It's probably to hide something. He used the mallet to peel at the paint, but weirdly enough, the wall behind the new paint was completely normal. There were no blood stains or weird marks. No, there has to be something more than this. Chen-ji continued his tour of the classrooms. He realized that not all the classrooms had been coated with new paint. There were spots that had been repainted, and some of them were curiously close to the indoor piping. This building's water drainage system was probably updated before its closure. Chen-ji looked up at the piping and concluded the classrooms on the first and second floor showed obvious signs of usage, but the classrooms on the third floor seemed to have been abandoned even before the closure. The tables and chairs were piled on top of each other, and there was not one piece of chalk left on the lectern. Some of the classrooms even had locks on them. Ghost haunting, murder, hidden security concern. There could be many different reasons for the sealing of the place, and Chen-ji could not pinpoint which one it was. He exited the classroom and headed up the fourth floor. When he took the first step, Chen-ji turned back to see whether the wooden chair was following him or not. It was. When he reached the landing between the third and fourth floor, there was a rope tied across the two banisters of the stair that blocked his way. There was a wooden board hanging on it. Similar to the one at the front door, it said, "No entry." Naturally, Chen-ji was not deterred by the wooden sign. He picked it up and put it to the side before bending down to scurry under the rope. As he reached the fourth floor, Chen-ji noticed with his first glance that a faded room sign was hanging on the door of the room right opposite from him. The dance studio. After such a long search at the activities center, he had finally located the venue where the red dancing shoes had the highest chance of appearing. The layout of the fourth floor was different from the other floors in the sense that instead of individual classroom, the walls had been knocked out to form a large studio. After tearing down the seals and prying open the lock, Chen-ji pushed open the door to the dance studio that had been left unused for many years. The place appeared to have been forgotten by time. Things seemed to be how they were several years ago. The slick floor was filled with a thin coat of dust, and the room was suffused with a weird smell. The closest description Chen-ji had for the smell was heavy deodorant that had gone off after being trapped in an enclosed room for years. Chen-ji walked into the studio, sticking close to the wall. The studio was at a professional level. The wooden floor was waxed to accommodate the dance practice, and the walls were equipped with acoustic boards and panels to prevent the noise from disturbing the other classrooms. This is the first time I've seen such a large dance studio. Chenji used his camera to zoom in on the various angles of the room. The walls were mounted with bars that one usually saw in ballet classes. The bars' height was adjustable, and underneath them were a row of low seats that students could use for rest. On the other end of the room were 6 floor-length mirrors that were perfectly joined together. Each mirror was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. I'd almost forgotten that mirrors are a necessary fixture inside a dance studio. Looking at the row of mirrors, Chenji sucked in a cold breath. He then noticed, situated right at the middle of the mirrors, 3 wooden chairs. 3 at once. Chenji bit on his lips before walking over to the chairs, his every action reflected in the mirror. Facing his own reflection in the mirror amid an empty dance studio at midnight, Chenji felt increasingly unsettled. Resisting the urge to break the mirrors, he toppled the 3 chairs to their sides, and like the chair he had found earlier, all of them had a girl's name written underneath them. Including the chair at the girls' dormitory, I've stumbled across 5 chairs already. If every single one of them represents a girl, then this means I'm dealing with the spirits of 5 girls. So the question is, what has really happened to them? Chapter 56, She Who Cannot Be Named. Chenji could not deduce the truth since there were plenty of clues still to be found. He returned the 3 chairs to how they had been before turning his head to look around the room. Due to the wall of mirrors, the dance studio felt larger and emptier than it was. The place is so clean. It has been probably cleaned more than once recently. There was no visible trash on the floor, and this was not good news for Chenji. Someone has messed with the place already. Hopefully, the red dancing shoes haven't been tossed out. Chenji moved away from the wall of mirrors to the corner of the dance studio. The wall was covered with various certificates and accolade. There was also something that looked like a results list. After taking a closer look, Chenji found an anomaly. The first place of the list had been crossed off with a marker pen. A list without the winner. Chenji found all of the girls' names, including Kaian Yujio, on the list, but he could not find Zhang Ye. He moved his gaze away, and one of the pictures on the wall grabbed his attention. It was a group photo of 6 individuals. 5 of them were smiling brightly at the camera in a group hug, while the 6th stood alone in the corner, quite a distance away from the rest. The photo had been manipulated to cut her out. If not for the snow-white dance shoes that peeked out from the corner, Chenji would have thought this was a group photo of 5 girls. These are all individual photos or group photos. Why isn't there a photo of the whole class? Chenji aimed his phone at the wall and snapped a photo. Then, moving forward along the wall, he soon stopped before a room without a sign. Compelled by curiosity, he pushed the door open and walked into it. The small room was equipped with a desk, a dresser, and a single bed. This appears to be the office of the teacher, but why is there a bed? The teacher needed to work the night shift. Chenji ransacked the room in the hope of locating the red dancing shoes. Unfortunately, the dresser was empty, and the drawers of the desk were filled with nothing but photocopies of winning certificates. Looks like the dance students here were all very talented, since they won so many prizes. Chenji picked up a few random pieces to look at, and one of them had the name of Kaian Yujio's group printed on it. Swan Lake Citywide Ballet Group Competition Champion. This means that they were qualified to join the statewide competition. This certificate was not pasted on the wall outside, and most curiously, the winning group was supposed to have 6 names, but the last name had once again been crossed off. It's the same as the result list. Chenji wandered around the room for a little while longer before leaving it empty-handed. Chenji's heart skipped a beat when he pulled the door open. The 3 chairs had moved from their original position to a spot closer to the door that he had just exited. It has started again. Chenji told himself to just ignore those chairs. He rushed to look for other clues. If he could not come up with any clues for the next 3 minutes, he had decided to leave the activities center. Using his phone as a light source, Chenji walked to the deepest edge of the dance studio before he found the door that said the girls' dressing room. According to rumors, the girls' bathroom and dressing room are where the yin energy is the most concentrated at any school. I'll need to be extra careful. He pushed the door slowly open. The dressing room was lined on both sides by steel lockers, and a long wooden chair sat in the middle. So this is what a girl's dressing room looks like. This was the first time Chenji had entered such a place. He left the door half-closed and walked into the room to pull open one of the lockers. A girl's school uniform was placed on the top level of the iron shelf. The design was different from other public school. It was more exquisite and prettier. The skirt barely reaches my knees. Isn't that a bit too short? Chenji searched through the uniform's pockets and found nothing. He looked down the shelf and spotted a pair of white dancing shoes. The color is not right, not the ones I'm looking for. After closing the locker room, Chenji realized there was a small card pasted above the lock. It had the girl's name written on it. Now, this should make my life easier. Using his phone, he examined the names on the lockers, but after one round, he still had not found Zhang Ye's name. However, he did find a solitary locker at the corner, isolated from the rest without a marking or a name. The owner of this locker seems to have been ostracized by the rest. Chenji opened the door, and other than a dirtied ballet dress that sat on the top level of the shelf, there was nothing else. No name and ostracized. Who could this locker belong to? Chenji already had the answer inside his heart. He took out the dress and realized there were 5 candy boxes that had gone sour hidden underneath the dress. What are these for? Presents? Chenji placed the ballet dress on the wooden chair and picked up the candy boxes. Every box had been hand-wrapped, and each one of them had a girl's name written on top. Every name was different, but the handwriting was similar, so they probably came from the same person. These candy boxes were most likely the presents that she prepared. When Chenji picked up the last box, he noticed a picture that was placed at the bottom. The picture was the complete version of the picture that was stuck on the wall outside. On the back of it was written, "Congratulations to room 414 for winning the qualifications to enter the statewide competition." The front showed 6 girls. 5 of them were happily celebrating on the right side on the picture, while the 6th girl was standing about half a palm away from the rest. The girl had a tall figure, about 1.7 meters, and she looked like the main character of Swan Lake, graceful, pure, gentle, and beautiful. Even in the same picture, her supernatural grace put her apart from the rest. "Could this be Zhang Ye?" muttered Chenji. He really could not reconcile the girl in the picture with the cruel and vicious red specter. It was a pure accident that Chenji mentioned Zhang Ye's name, but when he did so, the lockers in the girls' dressing room started to creak and rattle. It sounded like they were overloaded and were about to burst. On top of that, Chenji could hear an insistent banging noise coming from outside the door, like someone was trying to get in. "Who is it?" After shoving the picture inside his pocket, Chenji turned towards the half-closed door as his grip on the mallet tightened. He looked through the opening and saw that the 3 wooden chairs had formed a barricade at the entrance. "You really think I don't have the guts to smash you all into pieces?" Chenji's back was drenched in cold sweat, but he did keep his word as he walked toward the chairs with the mallet in hand. There was no other exit from the girls' dressing room. If he didn't clear a way out for himself, things would only get worse for him. Chenji's eyes wandered outwards as he tried to plan his escape route. However, his legs froze when his eyes landed on the wall of mirrors in the dance studio. The mirrors were reflecting the situation in the dance studio. The only difference was, there were 3 girls sitting on the 3 chairs. Chapter 57, She Has Arrived. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. Teetering bodies, dirtied school uniforms, pale faces, and moving mouths like they were trying to say something. The 3 girls' faces were frozen in fear and terror, and their bodies seemed to have grown out of the wooden chairs. As his gaze alternated between the mirrors and the entrance of the girls' dressing room, a chill crept over Chenji's heart. Just not too long ago, he had tipped the chair over and observed them closely. Could that be considered my first intimate contact with a female? He shivered involuntarily, and his footsteps that headed toward the door hastened. As he wandered closer to the exit, the 3 chairs shuffled incrementally forward, and the lockers in the dressing room rattled slightly. After he mentioned Zhang Ye's name, things seemed to have changed inside the dance studio. The name appeared to be a taboo here. The mirrors can only reflect what is in the dance studio. Perhaps there's something even worse in the dressing room. I need to leave pronto. As if confirming his thought, the steel doors of the lockers started to creak like something was trying to escape from them. Holding the mallet in his hand, Chenji raced toward the door. With a running start, Chenji used his legs to kick the chairs that blocked his way. As he tried to rush out, he felt something pull on his shoulders. He turned to look at the mirror, and in the reflection, 2 slender and pale arms could be seen hanging off his shoulders. Without a second thought, Chenji turned and started his assault. Bang! The mallet landed on the back of the chair, causing a crack to appear on the chair. The scream of a woman reverberated in his ears. In the mirror, he could see the female student on the chair glare fiendishly at his back, while her arms encircled themselves tightly around his shoulders, like she was trying to press him onto the seat of the chair. What is the purpose of her doing this? Could this be some kind of evil musical chairs game where my soul will be eternally trapped inside the chair if I sit on it? The force on his shoulders gradually increased as pairs of pale arms latched themselves onto him, trying to pull him back into the girls' dressing room. To make matters worse, Chenji could hear shuffling from the outside corridor, and several seconds later, another wooden chair appeared at the entrance of the dance studio. My luck is always used at the worst possible moment. It chooses a time like this to make me popular with the girls. Chenji was at his limit. Instead of running away, he shifted to attack mode. With one hand on the chair's back, he used his other hand to swing the mallet around, laying waste to the chairs that surrounded him. When his mallet formed the first crack on the chair, Chenji had noticed that the expression of the female student shifted from pleading to venomous resentment. Through the shift in expression, Chenji came up with the conclusion that the chairs should be their items of possession, similar to how Xiaoxiao's family attached themselves to the ragdolls. Demolishing the items of attachment won't destroy them, but at least it'll be able to injure them. Force on him intensified. A newbie who had not experienced this before would probably have ended up as a willing lamb for this group of girls by now. Unfortunately, their opponent was Chenji. This proprietor of a haunted house had just spent a night at a haunted apartment with a serial killer. Chenji still knew fear, but after multiple incidents, his resistance to fear had been trained. Even when he was in fear or shock, he could still manage to make the correct decision, and his grip on the mallet didn't waver. Bang! Chenji smashed the chair and gripped the ends of the chair to swing at another chair. The image reflected in the mirror was a bit hard to describe in words, but Chenji did not have time to deal with that anymore. He used about 10 seconds to destroy one of the chairs. Just as he turned to aim his wrath at the second chair, he felt something grip his neck. Turning his head to the mirror, he saw a pale hand choking his throat. His opponent seemed to have given up the thought of pressing him onto the chair and decided to kill him instead. This shift in situation did not slow Chenji down. Instead, it only made him more vicious as he gripped the chairs and smashed them at the wall. As the chairs cracked, the force around his neck lightened. When all 3 chairs were nothing but splinters, the chokehold around his neck finally disappeared. Leaving these things behind benefits no one. Later, I'll burn all of you to help you seek closure. Chenji leaned against the mirror and tried to catch his breath. There were visible strangle marks around his neck. The fighting must have created tons of commotion. This will definitely attract the attention of the person who is following me. I'll need to leave as soon as possible. Anyway, the red dancing shoes don't seem to be here. This place was definitely haunted, so Chenji didn't want to stay at the dance studio anymore. The sound of the rattling of the lockers inside the girls' dressing room intensified, and that was not something that could be caused by a draft. Other than that, there were many other curious happenings like the sudden deepening in the colors of the walls and floor as well as the weird ping, ping noises from the corridor that had gotten far more frequent. Just as Chenji prepared to leave, he almost tripped from someone pulling on his lower calf. Chenji turned to look at the mirror and saw the 3 female students were pulling on his leg, their fingernails almost pushing into Chenji's skin. Seeing this, Chenji also grew desperate. He smacked his mallet down on the wooden splinters, but no matter how hard he smashed, the girls did not release their grips on his calf. The weird noise in the corridor was getting closer, and the vengeful faces that were pulling on Chenji started to laugh maniacally. A heavy cloth seemed to fall over the dance studio, because the light from his phone started to twist as the heavy stench that Chenji had caught a hint of earlier started to suffuse the air. There's a scarier presence hiding at this school. Chenji was spooked by the thought in his mind. He dared to come to this school so late at night mainly because he assumed Zhang Ye was the scariest presence this school had to offer. He was there to do a favor for Zhang Ye, so she had no reason to harm him. This is bad. Something seemed to have reached the door of the dance studio, and the stink in the air intensified. The 3 girls on the floor were glaring at Chenji with fierce and sinister expressions. Chenji's back was leaning against the mirror. He reached into his pocket, and his fingertip had just touched the doll when the weird noise at the door retreated with a speed that was faster than it was when it arrived. Then, the stink in the air slowly vanished. What happened? It feels like the thing outside the door was scared. All the weird noises disappeared instantly, and Chenji could only hear his heartbeat then. The light twisted at a greater degree than before, and the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped further. What is happening? The pulling on his calf had also disappeared. Chenji lowered his head and saw the 3 female students were hiding as far away as they could and looking at the space behind him with desperation in their eyes. Behind me. Chenji turned his head awkwardly around to face the tall mirror. The image reflected back at him was not his own, but a woman in a blood-red school uniform looking down at him. Chapter 58, Red Dancing Shoes. Chenji was only half a finger away from the mirror, so he got a much better view than he would have liked. The elegant school uniform was dripping with fresh blood that caused it to stick to her body. Her face was hidden behind her hair, and the overly pale skin that was exposed looked scary. The cold light from the phone screen twisted, and Chenji could feel his limbs becoming frozen. He used every ounce of energy in his body to stabilize his lips before he could utter the girl's name. Zhang Ye. As if hearing Chenji's voice, the girl slowly raised her head. The curtain of black hair parted to the side, and an unblemished face appeared in his view. However, the mirror started to mist when her head was only raised halfway. She took a step forward, and she disappeared from the mirror. Where did she go? Chenji stared at the mirror, and something even more curious happened. Cast from the phone's light, his shadow slowly stood up to stand behind him. Chenji could see that the shadow was about 1.7 meters tall. As the dripping sound of something like blood entered his ears, the shadow started to gain color. The bloodied uniform stuck to its body, and it was all red. Chenji stood where he was and did not dare move. The chilliness from his back had climbed up his spine to his brain. Right then, the red shadow took another step back to lean against his back. Standing back to back, Chenji's body froze. Even as he gasped for air, the sensation that he was running out of air would not go away. The specter has stuck to my back. Standing back to back was sometimes quite scary, because you could not know who was standing behind you. Something cold seemed to reach for his fingers. Chenji did not dare turn to take a look. His frozen fingers slowly opened to allow the phone to slide to the floor. The light flickered twice before it switched off suddenly. Surrounded by darkness, the coldness behind his back continued to spread. Chenji couldn't even imagine the things that were happening to him. 2 a.m., inside an abandoned school's dance studio, facing a tall mirror, standing back to back with a red specter. In a way, I guess one could call this romance. Various thoughts crossed Chenji's mind. Something was holding his hand, and it made him feel increasingly cold. The hair of the girl behind him was moving as it entwined itself with Chenji's hair. What is she planning to do? My mission here is to find the red dancing shoes. I'll fail the mission if I am unable to do that before dawn. However, Chenji's body was frozen in place, and the only thing he could do was stare at the mirror before him. He did not notice it initially, but several seconds later, he realized with a start that fuzzy shadows were forming inside the mirror. He widened his eyes as the shadows started to become clearer. Wait, aren't these the girls who are trapped inside the chairs? Inside the mirror, 5 girls in clean uniforms entered the dance studio. Their outfits were completely different from what Chenji had seen earlier, so he suspected that the images he saw now were reflecting scenes that happened years ago. The 5 girls walked toward the mirror, laughing among themselves. Soon after they entered the studio, Zhang Ye showed up. Even though they were wearing the same uniform, Zhang Ye carried herself in a different way than the rest of the girls. She was carrying a bag in her hands. Chenji had seen this bag before inside the girls' dressing room. It was holding the 5 candy boxes. Zhang Ye seemed to be in quite a good mood. She walked into the dressing room with hurried steps, and several minutes later, all 6 girls came out wearing their ballet dresses. The situation had not changed much. The 5 girls were in their little group, while Zhang Ye tailed behind alone. Not long after they started their training, the dance studio's door was pushed open. A female teacher walked in holding the Swan Lake winning certificate in her hand. She was talking animatedly with the girls, probably encouraging and congratulating them. That day was probably not a normal school day, because Chenji didn't see any other students. The 6 of them were likely there to do intensive training to prepare for the statewide competition. The female teacher left after half an hour. After making sure the teacher had left, the 5 girls stopped practicing and started playing on their phones and chatting while lying on the floor. The only one practicing was Zhang Ye. Then one of the girls said something while pointing at Zhang Ye. The rest of the girls laughed with the exception of Zhang Ye. However, she did not seem to mind it too much. After practicing for a little while longer, she stopped to rest. Then she turned to walk into the dressing room and came out with a bag of candy boxes. Zhang Ye passed them to the girls, but as one of them reached for it, she was stopped by one of the other girls who was as tall as Zhang Ye. She said many things while pointing her finger assertively at Zhang Ye. She then ran into the dressing room and came out with a school bag. She pulled out several love letters from it. From the name, Chenji knew they were all addressed to Zhang Ye. This could not really be considered an argument because it was totally one-sided, dominated by the other girl who was weirdly agitated. Zhang Ye's candy boxes were thus rejected. She placed them back into the bag and left. Chenji thought that was the end, but not long after that, the door to the dance studio was pushed open again. The few girls were startled. Thinking it was the teacher, they quickly climbed up from the floor and started to practice. A fuzzy shadow of a male walked in. He was about 1.8 meters tall, slouching, and very large in size. The man said something to the girls, and only two said something in return to him. Chenji was confused by his identity. The girls soon returned to their practice, and the man entered the office. Later, he opened the office door and waved for Zhang Ye to come to him. Zhang Ye appeared like she did not know or even trust the man. She walked toward the office with hesitation and stood at the door but did not go in. The mirror could not reflect what was inside the office. However, about 8 seconds later, the scene on the mirror darkened as Zhang Ye ran out of the office. Holding his arm, the man chased after her while cursing all the way. All 5 girls in the dance studio saw this, but all of them sat where they were. None of them were willing to go to Zhang Ye's aid. Soon, Zhang Ye was cornered at a space that was nowhere close to the door. She screamed loudly for help, but it was not answered. The girls acted like they did not even hear her. The man said many unsavory things as he closed in on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's hands had reached the edge of the window behind her. There was only one exit left. Looking at the scene that played itself on the mirror, Chenji was suddenly reminded of the lines that appeared on the black phone when he won the love letter. Her eyes exposed, cheeks white as ash. The moment she fell off the building, she became the taboo of the school. Red dancing shoes and blood-dyed uniform, even her name became something that was only uttered in frantic whispers. The man studied the empty window closely but did not rush down to save Zhang Ye. Instead, he took several steps back to stop beside the 5 girls who were in complete shock. Chapter 59, Together Forever. The dance studio was extremely quiet. In the mirror, the man was the first to recover. He stood before the 5 girls and started to glare threateningly at them. One of the girls started to weep, so the man yanked her up from the floor and pointed his finger at her face while his lips moved. The girls shook her head vehemently. Then the girl who was as tall as Zhang Ye stood up. She walked over to the man and started to help him persuade the other girls. From how she carried herself, she seemed to know the man and shared a more than friendly relationship. Perhaps it was even she who planned for the man to appear just after the female teacher left. With the girl's persuasion and the man's threat, the other girls finally nodded. After a few more minutes of discussion, the man was the first to leave. The 5 girls then entered the dressing room to change, and they all left soon after. The mirror returned to normal, but the atmosphere in the dance studio grew tense. Chenji could feel the chill coming from his back. It felt like he was carrying a frozen dead body. That's all. The mirror only recorded what had happened in the dance studio, but did not go into what happened next. Chenji believed there had to be more than that. After falling from the 4th floor, as long as it wasn't head first, Zhang Ye still had a chance of being rescued. Red Spectre harbors deep resentment. Maybe the fatty snuffed out Zhang Ye's last breath because he was afraid of being exposed. The water system of the activities center has been renewed, so perhaps the fatty used the system to deal with the body. As the thought cropped up in his mind, Chenji rejected it. Zhang Ye was lost inside the school, so the police had to have been involved. Furthermore, cleaning up a body was not as simple as depicted on those crime dramas. Sometimes, the more one tried to hide, the more obvious it became. Chenji was curious what happened next, but the mirror had stopped moving. Perhaps I should give Inspector Li a call. This is a murder, and Western Jiujiang's private academy is within their jurisdiction, so he must have some kind of record. Chenji's idea was not bad, but when he planned to pick up his phone, a scream came from behind him. Zhang Ye's hair started to twine up his shoulders like snakes curling themselves around his neck and chest, tying them close together. I'm not leaving, I just want to help you, Chenji argued before his breath was choked out of him. However, the black hair continued to constrict like a boa constrictor suffocating its prey. Perhaps from Zhang Ye's perspective, this was the only way the two of them could be together. This was true love. Chenji had escaped from the wolf's den to enter the tiger's cave. Now he understood why Zhang Ye's love letter was a curse. This lady did not like living man, and the more she loved a man, the greater her desire to kill him. Standing back to back, his limbs too weak to even resist, all Chenji could do was to argue his case. I will help you call the police and have law enforcement provide justice by bringing all who have harmed you to the judgment of law. The words felt ineffective even to Chenji's ears. Zhang Ye's situation was unique. Unlike the family of 4 at Ping An Apartments, she did not need him for revenge. Those who had harmed her were trapped inside chairs already, and Chen Ji believed she had plenty to do with that. The kind and graceful Zhang Ye had been completely corrupted into a mad specter. Chen Ji did not even dare to imagine the type of disaster that had befallen the 5 girls before they were trapped inside the chairs. Chen Ji had given up. This was how he was going to go. But as he prepared for death, the black hair stopped attacking. "What's wrong? There are still people who haven't received their just punishment," he uttered quickly, to stress that he would help Zhang Ye capture all those who had harmed her. The black hair started to release as if Zhang Ye was also considering the options. All Chen Ji could do then was wait. The dark dance studio returned to silence. 10 seconds later, an unexpected thing happened. While he was dancing on the line of life and death, the door to the dance studio was suddenly pushed open, and a lanky guy poked his head in to look around. When he saw Chen Ji, a cruel, excited grin lit up his face, and the hand with the peony tattoo pulled out a fruit knife from his back pocket. However, coincidentally, when Chen Ji saw the man, he also smiled, his expression saying, "You're finally here." "Surprised to see me? You've left too many clues. The bricks on the outer walls had your footsteps, and the window on the first floor of this building had fresh dirt and grass stuck to it. After entering the building, your footprints are practically everywhere. You're too careless, and now you shall pay." The man standing at the door was naturally Zhang Peng. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mental state was unusually animated. He held the fruit knife in his usable arm. However, to Chen Ji's surprise, after Zhang Peng said that long speech as he took the first step into the dance studio, the expression on his face shifted drastically. Earlier he had been vicious, but now he retreated worriedly, his eyes glowing with caution and resentment. The mirror monster has taken control of his body. Before Chen Ji could react, Zhang Peng started to race down the stairs. He seemed to have spotted something scary. His limbs were twisted in unnatural angles as he ran, which gave him the impression of a puppet being pulled along by his master. The black hair around Chen Ji disappeared, along with the girl behind him. All he could see was a red flash across the mirror. A chase seemed to have begun. The chilliness from his back gradually dissipated, and life returned to Chen Ji's frozen limbs. He picked up his phone and backpack before racing toward the stairs, his speed no less than Zhang Peng's. "This bloody heart mission will have to be put on the back burner for now. If I truly earn Zhang Ye's affection, my life in the future will be a little too exciting for me to handle." Chen Ji dashed out of the activities center. He took a glance at the surrounding dark forest and used his phone to call Inspector Li. The phone rang once before it was picked up, and Inspector Li's voice came through. "Zio Chen, did you run into Zhang Peng?" "Western Jiujiang's private academy. Zhang Peng is here. Other than that, I have something important to tell you," Chen Ji said through heavy breaths as he raced toward the school gate. "Fujun De Yang, contact the investigation team immediately." Inspector Li didn't hang up. After he gave his orders, he returned his attention to Chen Ji. "What is this other thing you want to talk about?" "I discovered another murder case at Western Jiujiang's private academy." Chapter 60, You Found Another Murder Case. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. "You found yet another murder case." Inspector Li's tone on the other end of the phone was puzzled to say the least. 4 years ago, a female student by the name of Zhang Ye jumped out of the building, but there is more to her death than suicide, Chen Ji said firmly. "Wait a minute, let me go look at the files first. If the victim's family had asked for an autopsy, we should have the record of it somewhere." Inspector Li didn't hang up as he turned on the lights of the records room to search for the files. He finally found something 5 minutes later. "Wait, why does Western Jiujiang's private academy sound so familiar? Zio Chen, get out of that school now." "I'm already heading for the gate, what's wrong?" "That school is just weird. I can't explain it to you in just a few sentences, but I can give you a number. 6 people committed suicide within the span of 2 weeks at that school, and their deaths were all very weird." The sound of paper flipping could be heard through the phone as Inspector Li looked through the files. "That sounds about right. That number fits what I'm thinking." The school gate was within Chen Ji's view. He could exit the place soon. "Fits what you're thinking. What exactly is happening over there?" "Don't mind that. Check whether the name of the first suicide victim is Zhang Ye or not." Chen Ji was in a hurry to confirm his suspicion. Inspector Li double-checked the records before replying. "Indeed, the name is Zhang Ye, but she did die from a fall. It is a suicide because the mortician did not find any other wounds on her body. On the day of the discovery, the police did visit the crime scene for investigation. The girl fell from the 4th floor's dance studio. The window she fell from was undamaged, and the soundproof foam around it showed no signs of cleaning. So from this, we confirmed Zhang Ye jumped out of the building without outside influence. Without outside influence? Inspector Li, have you considered that she was forced to do so? If she didn't jump, she would have been raped. Chen Ji relayed the scenes he had seen in the mirror. We considered that as well, and there are testimonies from Zhang Ye's roommates in the records. All 5 girls said that they didn't know anything. Zhang Ye jumped off the building after their class was over, so Zhang Ye was inside the studio alone. According to their testimonies, Zhang Ye had always suffered from high stress, was prone to solitude, and was perhaps even mentally unstable. To confirm their testimonies, the police at the time even verified their accounts with the girls from the class, and everyone agreed. Zhang Ye is definitely not the person they described. They all banded together to frame her. Zhang Ye was feeling indignant on Zhang Ye's behalf. He did not expect that the whole class would gang up on Zhang Ye. The girl didn't even do anything wrong. What kind of person Zhang Ye was, you and I will never know, but the evidence doesn't lie. Inspector Li didn't understand why Chen Ji was so agitated. In any case, get out of that school as soon as you can. We're sending our men to come fetch you. They were all lying. Take a closer look at Zhang Ye's time of death. It should be before the class was over. They lied on the time of death, so those 5 girls were accomplices. The volume of Chen Ji's voice inadvertently increased. That's where you're wrong. Zhang Ye's time of death was between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Those 5 girls left school at around 5:3 p.m., their usual time of departure. Inspector Li didn't know how happened to Chen Ji at the school, so he stood from an outsider's perspective to analyze the situation. Impossible. It is indeed possible. The mortician conducted a detailed analysis based on livor mortis and rigor mortis. Zhang Ye's time of death is indeed between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. The cause of death was a broken spine. Other than that, there were wounds to her skull, calcaneus, and hip bone, all common injuries suffered by suicide victims that died from falling. Chen Ji had no way to retort. He stopped where he was. If Zhang Ye did jump off the building before the 5 girls left, this means that she didn't die instantly after the fall. However, due to the broken bones that incapacitated her body, she could only lie in a pool of her own blood as she waited for death to come, tortured by pain and heartache until she truly died around 6 to 8 p.m. Your hypothetical scenario is possible, but you have forgotten one thing. If the girl still had a breath in her after she fell off the building, why wouldn't the 5 girls who were there save her? Even if they had their own reasons not to save her, other people at the school would have discovered her. It was a holiday, and the school was deserted other than the 6 of them who were at school to practice for the upcoming statewide competition. Their teacher had already left beforehand, and even if there were guards or someone of the sort, isn't it possible that they were sent away by people with ill intentions? Chen Ji posed a differing opinion. I'm not going to argue that with you. After all, it is a moot point arguing whether Zhang Ye died from suicide or murder. You believe those 5 girls were the real murderers in Zhang Ye's death and collaborated with each other to provide false testimony, but 2 weeks after that, these 5 girls died one after another. The real murderers you assumed are now dead, so how are we supposed to investigate this case? Inspector Li was more worried about Chen Ji's safety. Inspector Li, I never said that these 5 girls are the murderers. They are merely accomplices. The real murderer who caused Zhang Ye's death is a fatty that is 1.8 meters tall with a slouched back. That's quite a detailed description. Mind telling me how you came to that conclusion? 4 years ago, the security at Western Jiujiang's private academy hadn't been completed yet, and all the witnesses are now dead. But you're telling me there's a real murderer on the run. How do you expect me to believe you? Inspector Li had worked overtime for the past few days already thanks to the Ping and Apartments case. It was why he was still at the station even at 2 a.m. Lethargy could be heard laced in his words. Chen Ji could discern the suspicion in Inspector Li's voice. We can start by investigating the people who are related to Western Jiujiang's private academy from 4 years ago. We have to find this person. He was at the crime scene. Chen Ji, starting a police investigation is not a game. Do you know how difficult it is to reopen a case that was closed 4 years ago? Even if you can convince me, it'll be pointless if you cannot convince my superiors. What we need is actual proof, not suspicion, not speculation. Everything that I've said is the truth. That is according to you. Inspector Li had started rearranging the files to put them back where they were. Do you mind telling me why you are suddenly so interested in this case? You don't give me the impression of a young man who is filled with a sense of justice. Why am I so insistent? Chen Ji was startled by this sudden question from Inspector Li. He was reminded of the aid that Zhang Yu had lent him when he was trapped inside the wooden hut, as well as the chilling loneliness coming from his back, when Zhang Yu was standing behind him inside the dance studio. It's nothing. In the current circumstances, the only person who can help her and come to her aid is me. Chen Ji looked at the black phone. I still don't understand what you're saying. Inspector Li continued after a long pause. But holding up justice is the job of law enforcement. Since you've brought up the suspicion after the case on Ping and Apartments is wrapped up, I'll personally help you look into this. Thank you, Uncle Sanbao, Chen Ji sighed in relief. Capturing the real murderer, I suppose, is giving Zhang Yu some kind of release. With regards to this godforsaken place, I really don't want to return again. He hung up the phone and turned to look at Western Jiujiang's private academy one last time. To his shock, Red Spectre, Zhang Yu was just standing behind him. There were about 3 meters between them. Fresh blood dripping on her school uniform, Zhang Yu looked at Chen Ji with her head tilted. This time, she didn't move closer, and her expression was a bit weird. Chapter 61, Affection Level Increase. Chen Ji was thankful that he didn't say anything bad about Zhang Yu earlier. He laughed awkwardly and said, I came out for fresh air because the dance studio was a bit too stuffy. The red blood trailed down her uniform as Zhang Yu stared at Chen Ji. Then she raised her slender, pale arm to point at the building that Chen Ji knew as the teacher's lounge. You want me to go there? Before Chen Ji could get an answer, Zhang Yu disappeared. Chen Ji was several meters away from the gate, so he was caught in a conundrum. If he returned to the school to investigate, he might run into more danger, but if he just left like that, he would feel so unsatisfied. Zhang Yu's attitude toward me seems to have softened. Her hint should be related to the case 4 years ago. However, this school seems to have another presence similar to Zhang Yu, and there is more than one. I should probably wait for the police to arrive first before I go back in. After jumping out of the school, Chen Ji stood on guard outside the gate. He wasn't sure whether Zhang Peng was still alive or not, so he did not dare let his guard down. 15 minutes later, the blinding headlights of a car cut through the darkness. 2 police cars were heading his way. Chen Ji jumped out into the road and waved the flashlight on his phone. I'm here. The cars stopped at the gate to Western Jiujiang's private academy. An Inspector Li, as well as an officer Chen Ji hadn't seen before, stepped out from the car. Uncle Li, you're so fast. According to Chen Ji's calculations, the police should have required another half an hour before to get there. We received a distress call from a taxi driver earlier, saying he was getting robbed, so we were already on the way to this place. Inspector Li had heavy circles under his eyes, signs that he had overworked himself for the past few days. Is that so? In any case, come in quick. Zhang Peng should be still inside the school. Chen Ji pointed at the abandoned school's gate. One might have thought he was the host inviting the guests into his house. De Yang, Inspector Li said, and a muscular police officer who was about 1.9 meters tall pulled out a clipper from the car's trunk. After entering the school compound, we'll need to be very careful. The suspect is very cunning, so stick together in pairs. He turned to look at Chen Ji. Where is the last place you saw the suspect? At the dance studio, but he has run away already. In any case, I have something else to report to you. Chen Ji walked to Inspector Li's side and pointed at the teacher's lounge. Inspector Li, do you mind following me? De Yang, you stay behind to watch over the road. Others move out according to plan. Inspector Li issued his orders, and then he followed Chen Ji into the teacher's lounge. This building only had 3 floors, but the interior decor was much more high class than the other buildings Chen Ji had been in. Inspector Li held the flashlight in his hand and asked, Why are we here? Did you see the suspect run this way? His gaze was sharp, and the tiredness fell from the man. Once he entered the crime scene, Inspector Li seemed to morph into another person. Zhang Peng won't have come here. Chen Ji walked ahead, trying to pinpoint the exact room Zhang Yu's finger had pointed at. I'm bringing you to the place that's related to the death of the girl 4 years ago. Haven't I said I will help you investigate that after we capture Zhang Peng? The 2 cases cannot be mixed together, and the most important thing now is to capture Zhang Peng. We're here, this is the room. Chen Ji didn't answer Inspector Li. He had waited for the police to come because he wanted to lower the risk to its bare minimum. The sign on the door said that this was the storeroom for gym equipment. After pulling off the seals and kicking the door open, Chen Ji and Inspector Li walked into the room. Numerous balls littered the room, and exercise equipment like tennis rackets and ping-pong paddles hung from the walls. You brought me here to see this? Inspector Li used his flashlight to scan the corners of the room. What can it prove? Gym equipment? Chenji walked to the center of the room and started ransacking the place. He stopped when he reached a single bed that was placed next to the innermost cupboard. There was also such a bed inside the dance studio. It looked specially made because the bed frame was slender than most normal bed frames. Why is there a need for a bed inside the storeroom? Chenji frowned with confusion before lifting up the bed's wooden boards. A harrowing scene revealed itself before their eyes. Underneath the worn and dusty bed frame hid 10 female ballet shoes of differing sizes, and a pair of them had been dyed black by blood. That many of them? Looking at the shoes that appeared to have been purposely hidden underneath the bed, Chenji did not feel anger but shock that the incident at Western Jiujiang's private academy might be more distressing than he had assumed. There's more than one victim, Chenji asked Inspector Lee. Why would the ballet shoes of the suicide girl be hidden here? Was there any mention of the girl's shoes in the case report? There's no record on the shoes, Inspector Lee frowned. The shoes are all covered with dust even though they are hidden under the bed. This means that they have probably been left here for a long time already. However, they were placed neatly in a row, like someone took special care to look after them. Perhaps this is the murderer's fetish. Uncle Lee, you're the police officer here, so you have to help return justice to the victims. Chenji dropped the boards to the side. The murderer had free access to the dance studio as well as this equipment storeroom, so he was probably a manager or guard. If what you're saying is true, then that does narrow down the investigation scope quite a bit. Inspector Lee seemed to have been moved by the pair of darkened dancing shoes. Don't worry, I will not rest until I get to the bottom of this case. No matter who the murderer is, I'll have him punished to the full extent of the law. When Inspector Lee said that, Chenji's black phone vibrated. He pulled it out to glance at it. There was a new message on the phone. Managed to locate Zhang Ye's red dancing shoes before dawn. Completed Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission. Mission completion rate, 50%. Zhang Ye's affection level toward you has increased. You can write something you want her to do in Zhang Ye's personal profile page. Note, it mustn't be against Zhang Ye's will. Chenji silently retreated to the door. Tonight's experience might have been harrowing, but at least the result is good. He opened up Zhang Ye's personal page, and the display turned red immediately. My demand mustn't be against Zhang Ye's will. That's the only requirement. After some thought, Chenji wrote, I hope Zhang Ye will listen to me forever. I'm sorry, but your demand is against Zhang Ye's will. Please change it. I hope Zhang Ye will protect me from being harmed. I'm sorry, but your demand is against Zhang Ye's will. Please change it. I hope Zhang Ye will not harm me or harbor any intention to kill me. That's doable, right? I'm sorry, but your demand is against Zhang Ye's will. Please change it. Chapter 62, 4-star scenario. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. After trying it 3 more times and failing 3 more times, Chenji decided to give up. He would continue the research when he was back at his haunted house. To his surprise, when he exited Zhang Ye's personal page, there was another unread alert on the black phone. Haven't I finished the Bloody Heart mission already? Chenji opened the second message without much thought. The Spectres favored, congratulations for completing Rare Level Ghost, Red Spectre's Bloody Heart mission. This mission is part of a side mission for a 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife. Note, when the Bloody Heart mission's completion rate reaches 100%, it'll unlock the trial mission for School of the Afterlife. Mission effective time is 3 months. Completing all the trial missions will unlock said scenario. School of the Afterlife, Scream Factor 4 stars. Side Mission 1, Red Dancing Shoes. The school after midnight is the Red Swan stage. She is a wicked specter as well as a red ballet dancer. Mission Venue, Western Jiujiang's private academy. Side Mission 2, The Hanging Man. I never kid, not in life nor in death. Mission Venue, Western Jiujiang's private academy. Side Mission 3, The Stink. He collects all the trash in his bedroom just to hide an unspeakable secret. Mission Venue, Western Jiujiang's private academy. Side Mission 4, The Pen Spirit Who Refused to Leave. Pen Spirit, can you tell me who will die next? Mission Venue, Muyang High School. Side Mission 5, The Fifth Cubicle in the Toilet. Every day at midnight, people swore they could see a red shadow appear inside the toilet. To catch her, I hid inside the 5th cubicle of the toilet. Mission Venue, Muyang High School. Side Mission 6, Deep Well. One brother and one sister went to school, but how come no one returned? Mission Venue, Muyang High School. Side Mission 7, The Sealed Classroom. There's a classroom at the end of the corridor that's always sealed. No one ever enters it, but every night the classroom comes alive with activity. Mission Venue, Muyang High School. Side Mission 8, Eternal Life. In an undisclosed underground morgue, there's a group who seek eternal life. Mission Venue, Western Jiujiang's Medical University. Last mission currently locked. Reading the series of message on the black phone, Chen Ji was baffled. 4-star scenario, even a 1-star scenario manages to cause forensic science students to faint, so just how scary will a 4-star scenario be? Everyone has a threshold with regards to horror. Once that threshold is overshot, it might be harmful to the person's health. Chen Ji read the various side missions again, and just the mission description alone made his skin crawl. Most importantly, these were just side missions. The finale was still locked. Logically speaking, Chen Ji had to finish the 8 side missions first before he could unlock the final mission. A 4-star scenario is probably too hard for the current me. Perhaps I'll be able to challenge later, but definitely not now. Chen Ji closed the message and clicked into the unlockable scenario tab. Other than the 3rd sick hall and the haunted hearse, there was now an additional school of the afterlife. But different from the previous 2, this scenario's name was written in blood-red ink. So this one scenario practically collects all the haunted school stories into one. In that case, even after this scenario is unlocked, it probably can't be released to every member of the public. Looking at the scream factor delineation of the various scenarios, a thought bubbled up in Chen Ji's mind. 1-star scenario should be open to anyone, but entrance to scenarios that were 3 stars or above should be limited to those who had survived 1- and 2-star scenarios. In other words, this could be considered a type of visitor protection. The playability of the haunted house will be increased in this manner as well. Those who have visited once may return to challenge a scarier scenario until they perfect every scenario. This means that they will have a different experience every time they visit, and this will definitely boost the popularity of my haunted house. Suddenly, He-san's image appeared in Chen Ji's mind. He was technically the only visitor who had challenged more than one of the haunted house's scenarios. That kid is somewhat of a good luck charm of the haunted house. Perhaps I should invite him again when the new scenario is unlocked. There were many fresh ideas in his mind, like giving additional rewards and certificates after the visitors survived certain levels. This way it would encourage the visitors to break through to challenge scarier scenarios. This makes me feel like some kind of dungeon master. Chen Ji couldn't help but smile. In the future, there would probably be professional teams who came to his haunted house to understand the true meaning of fear. Why are you smiling dumbly to yourself? Looks like you're up to some kind of no good. Inspector Li came out from the room. He had completed the initial survey. I've communicated with Team 1 and Team 2. They couldn't find any trace of Zhang Peng. The atmosphere of this school weirds me out, and the environment is too complicated to navigate at night. We'll retreat for now and set up a plan when the investigation team gets here. Okay, Chen Ji had prepared to leave for a long time already. All his reasons for being there had been accomplished. Everyone thus retreated from the school grounds. The police sealed the gate, waiting for aid to arrive. The investigation team finally arrived when dawn came, and they looked as exhausted as Inspector Li's group. After a simple greeting, Inspector Li drove Chen Ji home in his car. Yet another sleepless night. Chen Ji finally relaxed when he was sitting in the backseat of the police car. He stretched lazily before lying down on the cushion. You're the first person that I've come across who can be so comfortable inside a police car, Inspector Li commented with a degree of dissatisfaction. By the way, I have a few questions that I haven't had the chance to ask you until now. Then don't ask. Chen Ji could already guess the questions. He used his backpack to smother his face and pretend to fall asleep. Why would you go to Western Jiujiang's private academy at midnight? And how did you know the exact time of death of the girl? This was 4 years ago, and even the forensic doctor wouldn't be able to tell me the time of death without referring to the case file, but you managed to do that. That's just too abnormal. Inspector Li crawled into the driver's seat and started the engine. Lucky guesses. Chen Ji turned his body about. Uncle Sanbao, can you turn the air conditioning on? You've dropped all formalities around me, haven't you? Inspector Li grumbled as he turned on the air conditioning. It was then that his phone suddenly rang. Uncle, it's your phone. Talk some more and see if I'll toss you out of the car or not. Inspector Li looked at the ID before answering it. He did not say a word, and there was no sound coming from the other end either. The call was ended 3 seconds later. Who is so brave to make prank calls to the police? Chen Ji turned to look, but was surprised to find Inspector Li's facial expression had softened. That's my wife. Every time I'm on a special mission, she'll give me a call to check on my safety. Due to the sensitive nature of certain missions, we've come up with our own style of communication. Instead of verbal communication, as long as I pick up the phone, that means that I'm still okay. Chapter 63, Someone's in the House. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. Auntie sure cares about you. Of course. Inspector Lee put his phone away and his face twisted with confusion. Wait, just who do you think you are? You call me uncle and my wife Auntie. He waited for an answer, but it never came. He turned and realized Chenji had already fallen asleep. When the police car arrived at New Century Park, Chenji was shaken awake by Inspector Lee. The former left the car in a sort of daze, carrying his backpack. Be careful at all times. Zhang Peng is still out there. Based on the current situation and his twisted mentality, he might give up everything just to take revenge on you, Inspector Lee reminded Chenji. I know. The mention of Zhang Peng did wake Chenji up slightly. He waved at Inspector Lee before turning to enter New Century Park. The elderly guard was already asleep. Even as Chenji walked through the front door, he did not wake up. Tonight's reward is quite valuable. I can ask for a favor from Zhang Ya since I've completed her Bloody Heart mission, but would it be too much of a waste to have her eliminate the mirror monster for me? Chenji pulled out the black phone and clicked into Zhang Ya's page. The affection level had been raised from crazy about you to yours forever. I'll need to study this closer so that I maximize the usability of this chance. As he entered the haunted house, Chenji did not exit the page but continued reading through the details on Zhang Ya. When I have enough money, perhaps I should rent myself a room outside. Sleeping in the staff break room feels weird after a while, Chenji thought to himself as he walked down the dark corridor. He was familiar with every corner of this haunted house. Even without light, he wouldn't knock into anything. When he passed the first-floor toilet, the wooden door creaked as if blown by the wind. The wooden door was not sturdy to begin with, and after being assaulted by Chenji using the mallet, the door itself had become misshapen. He tried to close the door as best as he could, but when he walked toward it, he noticed that the window in the toilet was half open. Did I forget to close the window when I left? The sky outside the window was brightening. Chenji stood at the window to inspect it. He didn't see anything like a footprint near or on it. It's probably due to the recent high amount of stress. Even so, Chenji grabbed the mop that was leaning against the wall as he headed toward the control room. The haunted house was fitted with cameras that covered every corner. A simple look at them would confirm for Chenji whether someone had snuck in or not. Pushing open the control room door, Chenji sat before the computer and booted up the computer. All the surveillance footage was stored inside this computer. Chenji looked for the ID of the camera at the entrance of the toilet and pulled up the video. He thought he was being overly cautious, but several minutes later, Chenji did discover a strange man on screen. The man had his head lowered and quickly rushed down the corridor once he exited the toilet. Someone did come in. There's another person hiding in this haunted house other than myself. That woke Chenji up completely. The man seems to know there's a camera at the entrance of the toilet and knows where he's going. This means that he has probably been inside the building before. There were several cameras installed on the corridor. After the mysterious man disappeared from the camera, Chenji searched for the ID of the next camera, which was placed at the corner of the corridor that led to the toilet. On the second video feed, it was shown that the strange man turned into the control room once he raced down the corridor. He headed for the control room directly, probably to destroy the evidence. This man knows the layout of my haunted house very well. There was only one name in Chenji's mind, and just as he was about to continue his investigation, he saw himself on screen. The video has rolled onto the present. That's me holding the black phone and the mop as I entered the control room. Wait, this means that the man hasn't left. Just as Chenji saw himself on screen, he grabbed the mop next to him and turned around. The locker that was about 2 meters behind him was shoved open, and a man with bloodshot eyes, holding a sharp knife in his hand, jumped out from it. Zhang Peng, Chenji screamed when he saw the man's twisted features. Probably agitated by Chenji's voice, Zhang Peng charged at him with the knife. Chenji calmed down quickly from the initial shock. He opened the room door that was behind him and retreated as he deflected Zhang Peng's assault. Even though Zhang Peng was handicapped, he fought with the passion of one who did not want his life anymore. The man knew this was the end of the line, and what he wanted now was someone to join him in death. Chenji evaded left and right as he moved toward the maintenance room. He looked like he was cornered, but that was part of his plan. Zhang Peng had put his life on the line, so escape was out of question. He needed to fight back, but the wooden mop in his hand wouldn't harm Zhang Peng, so Chen Ji was reminded of Dr. Skullcracker's iron hammer. Earlier, to avoid an unnecessary misunderstanding with the police, Chen Ji had hidden the hammer inside the maintenance room. The assault intensified. Zhang Peng seemed to have seen through Chen Ji's plan. He did not even attempt to avoid Chen Ji's hit as he allowed the wooden mop to smack on his body. His aim was to get close to Chen Ji. Very soon, Chen Ji retreated to the door of the maintenance room. He was biding the time to jump into the room, but before that could happen, he felt an extra weight on his body like he was carrying a boulder. "You're going to die today?" Zhang Peng, who had been silent, suddenly cried out. Spirit had returned to the man's eyes, and his knife skill became much more agile. "What's going on? The mirror monster has been controlling Zhang Peng until now, so where is the monster now?" Chen Ji could feel his movement slowing down. He used his hand to feel behind him, but he couldn't feel anything. Something pressed hard on his shoulder, causing him to bend over slightly. He turned his head around to look, and a black shadow about the size of an adult man was riding on his back. The mirror monster. Panic flashed across his eyes. Chen Ji dipped to avoid a knife aiming at his neck, and he turned to blast through the door into the maintenance room. He ran toward the cupboards that held all the random junk. It's still not time to give up. Zhang Peng and the Black Shadow share one entity. If I use the hammer to incapacitate Zhang Peng, then I'll be able to stop the Black Shadow as well. Chen Ji felt like he was dragging a small mountain on his back. He had underestimated the Black Shadow's growth. Compared to the first time they met, this creature had become much harder to deal with. Something was choking the breath from his throat as the weight on his back continued to increase. The laughter of various individuals appeared in his ears, and when Chen Ji reached the cupboard, he was drained from exhaustion. Chen Ji's consciousness wavered, and a humming sound sung in his ears. Without turning to look, Chen Ji knew Zhang Peng was walking toward him with the knife. The monster on his back continued to press down on him. Chen Ji used every ounce of his energy to open the cupboard door. As he tried to search for the hammer through the junk, the black phone fell from his pocket, the screen still on Zhang Ye's personal page. Chapter 64, Aided. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. The mirror monster had Chen Ji in a chokehold, and the murderer was inching toward him with a sharp knife. Chen Ji had no time to hesitate. When he saw Zhang Ye's page, he reached out to type 2 words, "Help me." The weird laugh in his mind grew louder. Zhang Peng's knife came at him before Chen Ji had the time to key in anything else. He turned around and grabbed anything from the cupboard that he could get his hands on to throw at Zhang Peng. His limbs were failing him, and the veins in Chen Ji's neck were protruding. Even without the stab from Zhang Peng, he would be strangled by the mirror monster. Chen Ji clawed violently at his neck, but he caught no purchase. It was as if there was nothing there. Chen Ji placed his last hope on the black phone. He turned his head to look at the phone on the ground and saw that there was a line of blood-red letters on screen. "She has understood your demand, so please accept the content of the first agreement." It appeared like the demand went both ways. While Chen Ji asked something of Zhang Ye, she would also ask something of Chen Ji, and Chen Ji's order would only be carried out once the agreement had been reached. At a time like this, no matter how ridiculous the content of Zhang Ye's agreement was, Chen Ji would agree unhesitatingly. Inching his finger forward, Chen Ji pressed the yes button on screen. The moment his finger touched the screen, the temperature of the small room dropped tremendously as cold drafts blew into the room from all corners. The weird laugh in Chen Ji's head stopped immediately. He could feel the monster on his back shiver. It could also feel fear. The sound of dripping suddenly appeared in the room like something was leaking. The mirror monster on Chen Ji's back released its hold on Chen Ji and escaped back into Zhang Peng's body. The maintenance room became eerily quiet. Even Zhang Peng knew something was wrong. This gambler who had nothing to lose did not choose to retreat at the last moment but raised the knife to charge at Chen Ji. However, he only took the first step when the expression on his face changed. The mirror monster had forcibly taken over his body, making him leave. The man and the ghost were quarreling, forcing them into inaction. While that was happening, Chen Ji's shadow slowly stood up, and a bloody dress appeared behind Chen Ji. Zhang Yu had probably left quite a heavy trauma on both the man and the ghost at Western Jiujiang's private academy, because when they saw the red specter behind Chen Ji, a consensus was made, and the man turned to run. Without the constriction from the mirror monster, Chen Ji was released from the lock. He had almost been killed by Zhang Peng, and he was still reeling with anger, so naturally, he wouldn't let them escape so easily. He just stood up with the iron hammer when the Red Spectre made her move. Zhang Ye seemed to have a fetish for cruel kills because even without the order from Chen Ji, needle-like black hairs shot into Zhang Peng's body. The murderer's footsteps slowed. Naturally, Chen Ji would not give up on this perfect opportunity. He swung the iron hammer on Zhang Ji's shoulder. The impact caused the man to fall forward. Making use of this opportunity, Chen Ji aimed yet another strike at Zhang Peng's upper calf. An ear-splitting shriek escaped from the maintenance room. The mirror monster inside Zhang Peng knew that the man was cornered, so it decided to abandon Zhang Peng and flew toward the toilet. Not good, there's a mirror inside the first-floor toilet. Before Chen Ji realized what had happened, Zhang Ye started to chase after the mirror monster. This shadow creature seemed to be highly interesting to her. I have to figure out a way to block the mirror. Chen Ji looked around him and spotted the half-full vat of fake blood left in the maintenance room. The toilet's door creaked in the wind. When Chen Ji arrived, he saw that half of the mirror body had already been punctured by Zhang Ye's hair, but it was just inches away from the mirror. You're not getting away that easily this time. Unsure whether it would be of use or not, Chen Ji splashed the fake blood all over the mirror. The black shadow hesitated before the mirror. Before it could react, tendrils of black hair curled around its body like snakes. Chen Ji could barely make out its humanoid shape anymore as it was caught in the hair. The bloody dress fluttered in the wind. After Zhang Ye got bored, she tore the black shadow that was compressed into a ball into two. She swallowed half of it before tearing up the other half into pieces and gently blowing it into Chen Ji's face. Chen Ji felt like something had entered his eyes, and his body shivered involuntarily from the sudden cold. What was that? Chen Ji wanted to get an answer from Zhang Ye, but after fulfilling her part of the agreement, this cruel red specter disappeared into his shadow. The toilet door was still squeaking on its hinges, but there was nothing left inside the toilet to suggest that the crazy things that Chen Ji had just witnessed had truly happened. Just like that, Zhang Ye ate half of the mirror monster and blew the other half into my eyes. Chen Ji looked at the mirror, and a sensation that felt like he was dreaming overwhelmed him. The mirror monster has been taken care of, so there shouldn't be a new number that surfaces on the mirror tomorrow night, right? Until now, he could not understand what the numbers meant, but he had a feeling they pointed to a huge secret. After closing the door, Chen Ji used his phone to contact the police. He did not trouble Inspector Li this time. After all, the man wasn't a machine. He had been required to deal with more than enough over the past few days already. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ji glanced at Zhang Peng, who lay as if dead on the floor. When the mirror monster left his body, it seemed to have taken something from the man. The man's eyes looked blankly forward, and his gaze was soulless. I suppose this is a kind of karma. At 6 a.m., the investigation team from the main city, officers from Western Jiujiang Police Station, and members of the park's management all gathered at the entrance of the haunted house. The last suspect from the Ping, an apartment case, had finally been caught. After watching Zhang Peng being hauled into the police car, Chen Ji's taut nerves finally relaxed. He did not stay to chat but returned to the haunted house and locked himself in the break room. The case at the Ping apartment is finally wrapped up. The mirror monster has been eaten by Zhang Ye, so there are no more hidden threats lingering in my haunted house, meaning I can finally open all of the scenarios up for business in the morning. Chen Ji lay in bed, thinking about his future. What I should focus on next is the expansion of the haunted house, because the new scenarios won't be unlocked without the expansion. After I wake up, I should go talk to Uncle Sue. In any case, I have to convince him to let me rent the underground parking lot. As he tried to fall asleep, Chen Ji felt a cold breeze caress his body. The chill did not leave even when he wrapped himself up in the covers. The chill seemed to come from his eyes. Zhang Ye did blow part of the mirror monster into my face. Could this be caused by that? Chen Ji grabbed a small piece of mirror to look at his face. Everything looked normal except perhaps his pupils turned darker like the surface of a bottomless lake. Eventually, fatigue caught up to him. Chen Ji placed the mirror underneath his pillow and soon drifted off to sleep. At 10:03 a.m., before he managed to catch several hours of sleep, Chen Ji was woken up by the call on his phone. He looked at the ID and answered it. "Zairo Wan, you can have the morning off. Come back in the afternoon." "Boss, there are so many people down here. There are even police and reporters. What have you done?" Chapter 65, Captain Yan. "But I've not done anything. Wait for me, I'm going down now." Chen Ji leaned closer to the window to glance down. There was indeed a great crowd outside the haunted house, and the number was still growing. "Boss, listen to me. Surrender while you still can before this gets worse." Surrender my foot, just wait for me. After hanging up, Chenji quickly put on his clothes, washed his face, and ran to the door. He pulled back the heavy curtains and dashed out the gates. When Chenji made his appearance, the rowdy crowd started to quiet down. The surrounding visitors looked at Chenji with curiosity and more than a bit of disappointment in their eyes. Obviously, they had expected the person who was surrounded by the police to look less normal. This was the first time that Chenji had felt so many eyes on him. He seemed to shrivel up in shyness, but he felt like he should say something. "Do any of you mind telling me what this is for?" "You are Chenji?" The leading officer carried a box in his arms. He was slightly rotund, but his eyes were sharp and penetrating, which created a rather humorous contrast to his babyish face. "Yes. Can I see your identification?" Chenji searched for a long time before producing his identification card. All this while, he was silently studying the officer before him. The officer was wearing a uniform different from Inspector Lee and his men. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." The officer smiled. He waved at the reporters beside him, opened the box in his hand, and announced in an official tone, "For providing the murder case at Ping and Apartments with crucial evidence, Jiujiang Municipal Bureau for Public Security is awarding this Level 3 Public Security Medal of Honor to Chenji. Hopefully, Chenji will appreciate this honor and continue to contribute to the maintenance and improvement of the public security of our society." This series of announcements confused Chenji. Things were happening too quickly for him to handle. As the box was pushed into his hands, he looked at the shiny metal, and there was only one thought on his mind, which was only half awake. Where's the reward money? The slightly rotund officer stood beside Chenji and paraded him to the wall of reporters. The whole process lasted for 15 minutes. After the crowd dispersed and the reporters left, Chenji quietly sought out the rotund officer. "Sir, how may I refer to you?" "The name's Yan. You can call me Captain Yan. I was classmates with Western Jiujiang's All Lee. In fact, he has told me many things about you." Captain Yan seemed to be a friendly character. His eyes that looked upon Chenji were glowing the praise. "The way you handled the case at Ping and Apartments is impressive. When you were being chased by the killer, your reaction and observation skills surprised both me and All Lee." After being fed the series of praises, Chenji felt too embarrassed to jump to the topic of the reward money. "All I did was run crazily around the woods. The case wouldn't have been solved without the police. In fact, I would have been the killer's latest victim if not for all of you." After the trading of compliments, Captain Yan realized that Chenji was still lingering shamelessly around the police car. He smiled to himself because it finally dawned on him why Chenji was there. "Zio Chen, you'll need to go to the main city's bureau personally to get the reward money. Due to the large scale of the case, it took a while for the reward to be approved, but you can go get it now. I hope you understand." Of course, of course." After knowing where to get the reward money, Chenji's heart that hung in the air finally settled. "I came here today to thank you in person. Every unsolved case is like a boulder pressing on every police officer's heart, and it's something passed on from the senior to the junior. 4 years ago, I was also involved in this case, so thank you for solving this trouble in my heart." Captain Yan smiled sincerely. "By the way, the elder from Ping and Apartment also wished to speak to you. The elder is incapacitated, can no longer move his lower body, and has lost much of his capacity to talk, but his mind is still sharp. He knows it is you who saved him and solved the death of his family. He also wants to thank you in person." "I understand." For Chenji, the case was merely a mission dispensed by the black phone, but for the victims and their family, it was a meaningful closure. "You'd better visit him soon. The elder is currently in hospital. Perhaps it was the emotions that ran high, or perhaps the question that has been keeping him alive has been answered. In any case, he's not doing so well." After that, Captain Yan got into the car. "Okay, I'll visit him later in the afternoon." Looking at the special uniform that he wore, Chenji felt this Captain Yan carried a greater responsibility than he let on. After the police car left, the park's workers surrounded Chenji. "Boss, are you going to be on television again?" "Not bad, there's even a medal." After sending them off, Chenji found Uncle Sue in the crowd, and he dragged him to a corner to speak. "Uncle Sue, what's the update regarding the rental of the underground parking lot? The money will be coming soon." The mention of underground parking lot made Uncle Sue frown. "This is not the issue of budget. Zio Chen, I cannot sit idle and watch you jump into your own grave. The visitor number of the park has been steadily dropping, and everyone is trying to flee. Don't you understand that?" "I do understand that, and I know what I'm doing," Chenji replied confidently. The haunted house might carry the key to the disappearance of his parents. Only by continuing to expand it would Chen Ji have the chance and the ability to interact with the other world. Still so stubborn, Uncle Su tried to persuade Chen Ji for a long time, but it was to no avail. In the end, he could only sigh. "Come with me then. Due to the appearance of the police, Mr. Luo is also with us. You might as well talk to him in person." Director Luo is here. Chen Ji had heard his parents mention this actual owner of New Century Park many times already. "What do you think? The police set up a security perimeter around the park. Did you think they would not inform the management? To provide full cooperation, Director Luo has been staying at the park for the past few days." Uncle Su led Chen Ji to a building on the northern side of the park. This was the second tallest structure in the park, behind the Ferris wheel. "When you meet Director Luo later, remember to watch what you say. The less you say, the less likely you'll make a mistake, you understand?" What? Chen Ji followed Uncle Su into the elevator that led them up to the top floor. They stopped before the door of an office. The door wasn't locked. Uncle Su knocked on it, and very soon a man in his 50s came out from it. The man was of average height, and his hair was half white. His features were gentle, and the suit he wore was not branded, but it was clean and didn't have the slightest crease on it. "This is Mr. Luo." He looked so different from the picture. From how Chen Ji saw it, the man standing before him looked more like a retired teacher. Chapter 66, Build Her a Park. "How can I help?" the man inquired in a soft-spoken tone, surprisingly unbusinesslike. "Director Luo, this is the brave Xiao Chen who helped the police capture the fugitive." Uncle Su pulled Chen Ji to his side. "He's here to get an update about the thing I reported to you earlier. He wishes to rent the unused underground parking lot." "I understand. Leave us be. You can go busy yourself with your work." Director Luo signaled for Uncle Su to leave. Director Luo had Chen Ji sit on the sofa while he poured 2 cups of tea. "I've been informed you wish to rent the underground parking lot. Do you mind telling me why you plan to do that?" "I wish to expand the haunted house. I want to build an underground maze inside the parking lot." "An underground maze? That's not a bad idea, but do you have the budget and ability to handle something of that scale? The rental for the space will be small in comparison to the finances you need to set up the place." Director Luo leaned against the couch, his eyes colored with lethargy and tiredness. "I am not against your idea, and I can rent you the place, but before that, I need to ask you a few questions." Even though he had gotten a verbal agreement from Director Luo, the man had not yet mentioned the rental amount, so Chen Ji was still nervous. "Ask away." "You're the owner of a haunted house, so you know better than I do how high the early investment in a haunted house is. Also, different from hotels or motels, where you can still sell or reuse the tables, chairs, and utensils. If your haunted house fails, what are you going to do with the spooky props and items?" Director Luo did raise a valid concern, something that Chen Ji had not even considered before. "Even if you manage to do a good job reviving the haunted house, how are you going to solve the issue of returning customers? A haunted house is a one-time exhaustion product. There might be some initial hype, but it'll eventually run out because the number of your potential customers is only so big. You're going to invest greatly into this. Are you confident you'll even earn back your capital? One final question. By building your haunted house underground, how are you going to promote it? Your customers' number is highly dependent on the park's visitor number. How is your haunted house going to survive when the day comes for the park to close?" Chen Ji knew that Director Luo was stopping him out of kindness. In fact, he knew that those who advised him against investing in the haunted house were only looking out for him. They had his best interests at heart. Director Luo's 3 questions revolved around Chen Ji's mind. The first 2 questions were easily solved with the presence of the black phone, so Chen Ji's real conundrum was the last question. If New Century Park closed, naturally, his haunted house would close too. Moving to another place would be difficult. Just the number of documents would cause Chen Ji enormous headaches. Furthermore, his budget was limited. To find another location to fit the black phone scenarios would be impossible. "Have you seriously considered these 3 questions?" Director Luo seemed to anticipate Chen Ji's answer. "Why don't you go back for now? We mustn't jump into important decision without detailed research and thorough contemplation." Chen Ji sat unmoved on the couch. He turned to look at Director Luo and asked directly, "Is the park really going to close soon?" Director Luo did not confirm or deny, but the tiredness in his eyes deepened. "If I say the park is really closing soon, will you insist on renting the underground parking lot?" "I will." Chen Ji's answer surprised Director Luo. "Director Luo, I already have the solution for your first and second questions, and your third question is not valid." There was fire dancing in Chen Ji's eyes. The young man powered on fearlessly. My haunted house has never relied on anyone else before, and my visitor number will not be entirely dependent on the park. Give me time, and I will not only attract countless visitors to the haunted house, I will also use it to revive the entire park. Renting the underground parking lot is just the first plan. My plan is to build the world's first unique theme park that is based on horror and terror. After he finished what he had to say, Chenji finally remembered Uncle Su's advice. The less you say, the less likely you'll make a mistake. He looked at Director Luo with uncertainty. He regretted telling him everything that was inside his heart. After listening to Chenji, Director Luo put down his cup, and the tiredness in his eyes had disappeared. After a moment's silence, he suddenly laughed and said, "You remind me too much of myself when I was young." He stood up and walked to open the curtain. The whole park was within view from the office. I'm the most devastated and most unwilling for the closing of New Century Park. He opened the window and allowed the wind to ruffle his peppered hair. This park means the world to me. If possible, I wish for it to stay open forever. Director Luo turned to smile at Chenji. His smile was complicated. It was a calm smile of a man who had seen the world rise and fall, one who had surrendered to the vagaries of fate. I've heard about your story. After your parents' disappearance, you quit your day job to take over their haunted house. In a way, our stories are very similar, but you are luckier than I am. He picked up a picture frame from the table. It was the only picture frame in the room. It had the picture of a pair of father and daughter. The father was of average height and had a gentle demeanor. The girl in his arms was cute, but her hands were twisted at a painful angle, and there seemed to be no life in her eyes. This is my daughter. She suffered from serious aphasia and required a special device to even stand upright. God was harsh on her, but she was a strong little girl who loved to smile, not only to me but to the world. Director Luo turned to look at the sky outside the window. But the world didn't smile back at her. I used to take my daughter to the garden for walks, but none of the kids wanted to play with her. When she turned to look at me helplessly, I knew that she was afraid that she had done something wrong, and that was why she was being isolated. I didn't know how to console her, so we only took her out during the rainy days so that she wouldn't have to face the unfeeling crowd. Perhaps it was then that the thought to build my daughter her very own theme park appeared in my mind. Unfortunately, she didn't live to see the day the park was open. Putting down the frame, Director Luo's eyes were still surprisingly calm. Many people don't understand why I would risk bankruptcy to keep an outdated theme park alive, but I believe perhaps you do. I do. Chenji had already stood up earlier. He had not expected that Director Luo would reveal such intimate information to him. Everyone is trying to find a way out, but you're different. You've surprised me. After closing the window, Director Luo pulled out a document from his drawer. Actually, when Uncle Su came to me with your request, I had already approved it. Take it. Come to me if you need any help, but remember, you only have 2 to 3 months left. Chapter 67, You Can See Her. Chenji accepted the document, and the first line read, New Century Park's Underground Parking Lot Usage Agreement. After flipping through it, Chenji did not find any clauses related to rental. Director Luo, is the document missing something? Have you not seen a free rental agreement before? I've stamped the document, so it'll be effective after you sign it. The document is effective until the park closes, so make good use of it and don't let me down. Director Luo's mood seemed to have improved greatly. He poured himself another cup of tea and said, You should be quite busy from now on, so I won't hold you any longer. When Chenji exited the office holding the contract, he still could not believe that he had managed to get the park's underground parking lot without paying a single dime. According to the contract, he was allowed free use of the parking lot as long as the park did not go under. Chenji assumed that Director Luo was being so generous because the park would close in another 2 or 3 months, time when the new park at Eastern Jiujiang opened. The underground parking lot is a third of the size of the park. Even though it has been abandoned, to be able to rent it for free is still a wonderful surprise. Chenji felt his luck had gotten much better after taking care of the mirror monster. He had received a Medal of Honor, the reward money was coming soon, and he had solved the issue of expansion. Everything was looking up. Could it be that removing dirty things can improve my luck? Chenji did not think that things would be so coincidental. The thought was merely to humor himself. After returning to the haunted house, Chenji started his work for the day. He had Zio Wan put on the park uniform and stand outside the haunted house to sell tickets while he roamed through the murder by midnight scenario, chasing the visitors about in his Dr. Skullcracker uniform. Chenji exited the haunted house at 5 p.m. He let Zio Wan leave early before going to get his money. This will be the first time in my life there have been 4 digits in my bank account. I deserve some celebration tonight. Chenji changed into a clean outfit in the staff break room and was about to leave when he saw a small ragdoll lying beside his bed. The small fella had most of her body hidden underneath the bed like she was playing hide-and-seek. The day is still bright, but you're out here already. Chenji was suddenly reminded of the thing Captain Yan had told him that morning. The grandpa's situation seems to be deteriorating, and he has no family around him. I should go pay him a visit. Chenji poked Xiaoxiao on her stomach before putting her in his pocket and leaving the haunted house. At 6:15 p.m., Chenji exited the bureau with a reward money of 36,000, which was less than he had expected. After purchasing a fruit basket and some milk, Chenji departed for Jiujiang People's Hospital. With the nurse leading the way, he entered a sickbay on the 3rd floor. He was there only to visit the elderly grandfather, but to his surprise, he ran into a familiar face there. "Inspector Lee, why are you here?" Sitting beside the bed, Inspector Lee was feeding the elder some porridge. He was as careful as a little girl when he took care of the old man. "This is weird. How come I keep on running into you everywhere I go?" Inspector Lee placed a towel on the elder's chest. "After a good night's sleep, the station manager saw how tired I was, so he assigned me a lighter job for the day. Law enforcement even cares about things like this. The elder came into the mishap under our watch, so before we can find him a personal caretaker, it's only fair that we look after him." Inspector Lee tried feeding him twice, but the elder man seemed to have no appetite. He did not force it but put the spoon down to point at Chenji, who stood at the door. "Sir, this is the young man who provided us with the crucial evidence to solve the case and the young man who called us that night to save you." When he saw Chenji, the old man's arm that was still movable twitched, but it was unclear what he was trying to communicate. "Thinking back, I should be thanking the old sir. If not for the fact you broke the bowl at Ping apartment to warn me, I wouldn't have realized how weird things were." Chenji placed the fruit basket and milk on the counter. Looking at the old man who looked like he could depart at any moment, Chenji's heart shook. "Inspector Lee, do you mind leaving the room for a minute? I have something personal to talk to the old sir." Inspector Lee did not know what Chenji was up to, but due to trust, he walked out without asking any questions. After closing the door, Chenji pulled the doll out from his pocket. "Old sir, I brought Xiaoxiao to come see you." When Chenji took out Xiaoxiao, the old man in the bed did not show any response, but when his murky eyes fell on the ragdoll, the man's pupils shook greatly, and a voice that sounded like it came from a broken bellow escaped from the old man's lips. The arm that could still move reached out as if to grab something. "You can see her." Chenji did not expect this. He had brought Xiaoxiao there to see her family, but he did not expect that the senior would be able to see Xiaoxiao, who possessed the ragdoll. He hurried to the bedside and placed the doll lightly in the old man's arm. The senior's arm hugged the doll tightly before he settled down again. According to legends, people are able to see to the other world at the end of their life. The black phone in Chenji's pocket vibrated. He exited the room to give the grandfather and the granddaughter their privacy. "I heard some noises coming from inside the room earlier. What did you tell him? Listen to me, the senior's situation is very fragile, and he won't be able to survive too much of a shock." Inspector Lee stood outside the door. Should things turn awry, he would rush in immediately. "I only brought the old sir, the person he wished to see the most." Chenji sat on the bench provided in the corridor and pulled out the black phone. He realized the reason of the vibration was because on the affection page, Yin Xiaoxiao's affection level had increased from slightly favorable opinion to can be trusted. "The little fella is the most unique, baleful specter I've ever met. I wonder what will happen when I raise her affection level to the maximum." Chenji returned the phone to his pocket and leaned against the wall. "Uncle Sanbao, don't worry, the old sir will recover." "You sure are optimistic." Chenji and Inspector Lee chatted for a long time. When they entered the room, the senior's condition had stabilized. He waved at Chenji, but nobody understood what he meant. After nodding at the nurse, Chenji left with Xiaoxiao. The little fella hid inside the doll, apparently asleep. After getting a quick dinner at the roadside stall, Chenji rushed back to the haunted house. "I still haven't accepted today's daily mission yet. I wonder if there's still time." Among the 3 daily missions, the most suitable was definitely the expansion. All he needed to do was choose the direction of expansion and a general location. Chapter 68, Midnight Ticket Counter. Last night, before leaving for Western Jiujiang's private academy, Chenji had glossed through the 3 daily missions. The simple mission was to check for hidden security threats. The normal mission was to find a suitable location to expand the haunted house. The nightmare mission was to identify the other individual that shared his room. If he wanted the biggest reward, naturally, the nightmare mission was the best choice. However, according to his previous 2 experience, nightmare missions had a time requirement, and they were mostly around midnight. Once he missed that period, there was high chance the mission would fail automatically. There's no need to risk it. Chenji selected to accept the normal mission. Normal mission. You've achieved the criteria to enable the first expansion of the haunted house. Do search for a suitable location soon. This was the first time that Chenji had expanded the haunted house. He did not know how to go about it, and the black phone did not give him any instructions. I can't find a guide, so it looks like I'll have to slowly research it on my own. Chenji looked at the interface of the app, and 2 places captured his attention. My team of ghosts and ghouls was still empty, which meant that neither Zhang Ye nor Yin Xiaoxiao had become part of the haunted house. Yin Xiaoxiao was probably because he had not earned enough affection points, while Zhang Ye, Chenji would be thankful if she just stopped trying to kill him, much less asking her to join the haunted house. The second thing that attracted Chenji's attention was the tab for haunted house expansion. The original gray font had turned red. After clicking on it, a sentence appeared on screen. Please select the location of the entrance. If the words become red, it means that they're clickable. The location of the entrance, you say. The underground parking lot Chenji rented was huge, but the only downside was that the entrance to the parking lot was outside of the park. The path was not streamlined, so he planned to open a new path underneath the haunted house, one that directly led to the underground parking lot. Normally, large attractions like roller coasters or Ferris wheels were not allowed to have any space underneath them. But since the haunted house was located at the isolated corner, it was the sole exception at New Century Park. In fact, the space right underneath Chenji's building was the parking lot. Holding the black phone, Chenji walked to the entrance to the Night of the Living Dead scenario that was on the first floor. After gaining the 2 one-star scenarios, Minghun and Murder by midnight, this scenario had pretty much been abandoned. I'll set the door beside the entrance to this scenario. If it is necessary in the future, I can just remove and replace the Night of the Living Dead scenario. That was Chenji's plan. He used a piece of chalk to mark out an area on the floor, but he realized after drawing it that he had no way of communicating his plan to the black phone. Since he received the mysterious phone, it had been a one-way communication. Have I missed something? Chenji clicked through the app. When he tried tapping the home page twice, the haunted house that was used as the background suddenly zoomed out until Chenji could see its layout, which was similar to his actual haunted house, including the locations and setup of the many scenarios. So I do it here. Chenji found the scenario for Night of the Living Dead on screen. He clicked on an empty space beside the entrance, and a question instantly popped up on screen. Are you sure you want to place the entrance here? Yes. Please select the expansion direction. Downward. After making his choice, the screen returned to normal, and several other messages popped up. Only through continuous expansion will your haunted house be able to play host to more homeless spirits and thus collect more screams. Congratulations for completing the normal mission. Obtained reward, a free spin at the Wheel of Misfortune. Congratulations for completing your first ever expansion. Special reward, a unique construct obtained, Midnight Ticket Counter broken. Midnight Ticket Counter broken. There's a 1 in 1,000 chance for you to attract special visitors. They are different from others and might lend you a helping hand. Chenji read the messages carefully. The mission had rewarded him with a free spin at the Wheel of Misfortune, but there was too much of uncertainty to this reward. Only by trading 100 screams would he get the chance to spin it once. According to the description on the phone, there were definitely some useful things that could be won from the lucky draw. However, even Chenji had scared himself with how lucky he was. What if he won another cursed love letter? The 2 baleful specters might just split himself perfectly in half so that each of them could have their way with him equally. An image of the 2 spirits holding bloodied knives in their hands, arguing over who would lay claim to his skull, and body appeared in his mind. Too soon, too soon. The Wheel of Misfortune was thus put on the back burner, so Chenji turned to look at the other reward, the broken Midnight Ticket Counter. His haunted house had been missing a specialized ticket counter. After all, before obtaining the black phone, he had at most 10 visitors in a week, hence there was no reason to build a ticket counter. The black phone has helped me solve a problem, but what is the meaning of this one in 1,000 chance of attracting special visitors? Does it mean ghosts? Chenji purposely walked to the front door, but the gate had remained the same. Nothing had changed. Perhaps the change will happen after midnight like how it did with the murder by midnight scenario. Since he had received the rewards, Chenji stopped worrying about them. He cleaned the place while waiting for midnight to arrive. Even though the mirror monster had been vanquished, it did not mean that the number on the mirror would disappear. Chenji rolled up his sleeves as he cleaned the fake blood off the toilet's mirror. He was acting in such a hurry because there had been a little incident that afternoon. A visitor had asked to use the toilet when he was inside the haunted house. Chenji had led him to the toilet, but when the man had seen the fake blood that pooled around the floor, he had refused to enter the toilet. He had held his pee in until his face was green as Chenji led him out of the haunted house. The scary places should be scary, but other places should be as comfortable as possible. After all, we're in the service business. That was some advice that Chenji's father had once given him, and he remembered it to this day. Chenji finished cleaning the fake blood at around 11 p.m. He also fixed the broken toilet door. Then he stood before the mirror with his phone. He checked his profile on the video-sharing app. His number of followers was slowly increasingly, and his videos were heavily shared. In fact, some advertisers had come to him with offers already. I need to pay attention to the videos and live streams as well. After all, they're my main source of promotion. When it was 11:59 p.m., Chenji put away his phone and stood before the mirror. Similar to his first nightmare mission, he locked the toilet from within and turned off all the lights. Chapter 69, Door in the Mirror. The toilet was dark and the world was so silent that Chenji could hear his own heartbeat. He stared unblinkingly at the mirror before him. When the clock struck 12, the mirror turned blurry like it was starting to mist. Then, a number appeared in the middle of the mirror, 0. The changing number surprised Chenji. He had thought this number was something left behind by the mirror monster. Since the monster had been consumed by Zhang Yo already, the number should have disappeared along with it. The number has nothing to do with the mirror monster. He took out his phone to snap a picture of the number, but as he raised his arms, his whole body froze. The reflection in the mirror shifted from reality, and the door to one of the cubicles turned red. It was a red that was unmistakable. It was as if the cubicle was filled with blood, and fresh blood was still leaking out from the services. Why would this change happen to the cubicle with the squatting toilet? Using his phone to record this curious phenomenon, he slowly turned around to slowly push open the cubicle's door. As the door in reality was pushed open, so was the door in the mirror. There was nothing inside the cubicle in reality, but in the mirror, everything inside the cubicle was dyed red, including the toilet paper holder, the toilet paper, the flush, and even the small advertisements pasted on the wall. In the darkened room, the blood-red cubicle was exceptionally eye-grabbing. Chenji did not understand what was happening. He took a cautious step forward, and when half of his upper body reached into the cubicle, a strange sensation overwhelmed him. Something sticky covered his skin like he was being swallowed and compressed. He immediately retreated, and 1 minute later, the cubicle in the mirror returned to normal. When Chenji walked into the cubicle again, the strange sensation was no longer there. The red door in the mirror only appeared for 1 minute after midnight, and everything returned to normal after that. Why would the cubicle door in the mirror turn red? And beyond that, even the walls and paraphernalia behind it were all blood red. Chenji switched on the light. He leaned against the window and started to think. Could that be the mirror world? The mirror monster escaped from this blood-red world. To confirm his suspicion, he searched for the details of his first nightmare mission on the black phone. It requires plenty of courage, incredible luck, and a bit of luck to see the hidden world. Then there's a high chance that the hidden world mentioned in the phone refers to the blood-red world inside the cubicle. Chenji tried to think back to the situation that night. Even though he did not open his eyes, he did pay plenty of attention to his surroundings with his ears. Thinking back, I do remember hearing the cubicle door creak. It was also after that noise that weird things started to happen. At the time, Chenji had assumed it was the wind, but now he revised his theory. Perhaps the cause of the creaking was the mirror monster escaping the blood-red world. The mirror is most likely the buffer space between the two worlds. The cubicle in the mirror was opened, and the monster escaped from the blood-red world. However, due to the disruption from the doll, it was trapped inside the mirror. Chenji looked at the wooden door of the cubicle in question, and a weird thought cropped up his mind. What if I enter the cubicle in the real world when the door turns red in the mirror? Will that transport me to the other world? Shaking that crazy thought out of his mind, Chenji returned to stand before the mirror. The blood-red cubicle appeared in the mirror after the number dropped to 0. Looks like all my previous speculation was wrong. The number has nothing to do with killing. It is probably a countdown, perhaps representing how many more days the mirror monster could exist in the real world. The door in the mirror had returned to normal, but Chenji did not dare assume that it would not appear again. There was a possibility that it would continue to appear every night at midnight as long as the mirror monster did not return to it. If it continues to appear tomorrow night, I'll need to remove the mirror. That's the only thing I can do now. Chenji found a heavy black cloth to cover the mirror and left the toilet. After returning to the staff break room, Chenji pulled out the black phone to check the newly refreshed daily missions. Easy mission. A normal haunted house experience should not create permanent trauma to its visitors. I hope you understand this simple theory. Please improve the haunted house's security by inspecting the security threats hidden around the haunted house. Normal mission. A single hand cannot clap. A good haunted house needs a good management team. Recruit more talents. They will definitely help when the situation demands it. Nightmare mission. There has always been a second occupant inside your room. Wouldn't you like to meet said person? Chenji was familiar with these 3 missions. He was conflicted. Nightmare mission was the best choice if he wanted to expand his haunted house faster, but after the incident with the mirror monster, he was wary of choosing nightmare missions. I'll think about it tomorrow. I deserve a good sleep tonight. Ever since he received the black phone, Chenji had not had a good night's sleep. If this continued, his physical body might not be able to withstand it. Pulling the sheet around him, Chenji soon fell asleep. The next morning at 8 a.m., Chenji, who was fully recovered, rushed out of his room. The first place he visited was the entrance to the Night of the Living Dead scenario. The space that he had selected last night had experienced some changes. There was now an additional path leading downward. The black phone sure is effective. A tunnel had been dug through the ground. He walked down the stairs and soon reached the abandoned underground parking lot. The space was empty and destitute, and there was barely a working light. That's it, the expansion is only adding a set of stairs. Chenji was rather disappointed, but reminding himself that the large space was his to toy with relit his passion and desire. There are 3 more months until Eastern Jiujiang's virtual reality, futuristic carnival is completed. I'll need to unlock as many scenarios as I can within these 3 months to upgrade the haunted house to build a theme park that is no less interesting than the opposing park. Returning to the first floor, Chenji walked to the haunted house's front door with the black phone. Between the gates and the haunted house's entrance corridor stood a new semi-transparent wooden construct that was painted black. It looked like 2 dressers that had been sewn together. This is the midnight ticket counter. It looks so damn crude. Chenji opened the door and took a seat within. The interior of the place was so cramped that he felt like he was lying inside an uncomfortable coffin. Chapter 70, Special Visitor. This midnight ticket counter is broken, but there's no noticeable way to fix it. This black phone keeps on giving weird stuff. Chenji exited the counter. The more he looked at the construct, the more he felt it was not made for living souls. Boss, Suwon jogged toward him in her casual outfit, holding 2 steaming buns in her hands. Looking at the cheerful Suwon, Chenji's mood brightened instantly. This girl tended to be a bit clueless at times, but she had a natural charm that could brighten up the gloomiest of days. Accepting the offering from Suwon, Chenji chomped on the bun happily. Why are you here so early today? Boss, look. Suwon sat down beside Chenji on the steps. She pulled out her phone to show Chenji the long list of news and videos that were all on the case at Ping and Apartments. These are all about you, boss. You're famous. Let me see. Chenji looked at the articles, not expecting the short interview from the day before to have gone viral. Such a waste. Waste? Why, I think it's rather swell. Suwon's face was flushed, probably from the little jog earlier. At the time, I was too focused on the reward money that I forgot this was a perfect promotional opportunity, Chenji said grumpily as he swiped through the articles. If I knew it would go viral, I would have interrupted Captain Yan to promote our haunted house. Look at some of these articles, they even got the facts wrong. They didn't even put down the address of our haunted house. Zio Wan, this is your job for the day. Later, we will both go on to these comment sections to announce our identity and drop the address of the haunted house. Those who come with proof of our comments will get a 20% discount. That sounds so unethical. Suwon was embarrassed doing such a thing, but she did end up following Chenji's instructions. At 9 a.m., when the park opened for business, both of them put away their phones and prepared to work. After opening the gates, Su-won finally saw the midnight ticket counter. "Boss, did you make this yesterday?" "Yes, it's ugly, but it's usable." "Indeed, I also think it's about time we have a ticket counter." Looking at the serious expression on Su-won's face, Chen-ji sighed internally. Such a good worker never once doubted my words. They both entered the haunted house. Su-won went to put on her makeup while Chen-ji hauled several wooden planks out from the props room to block the entrance to the underground parking lot. The new scenarios had not been unlocked yet, so the place still had no use. After all the preparation had been made, it was time to start the day. Even though it was a holiday period, there was already a line in front of the haunted house. It was not that long a line, but it was already an impressive improvement compared to before. Su-won was busy chasing people around as the ghost bride inside the Minghun scenario, while Chen-ji had to split himself between selling tickets and scaring people as Dr. Skullcracker inside the murder by midnight scenario. It was harsh maintaining the large haunted house with just the two of them. It was worth noting that Xiaoxia would have surprise interactions with the visitors inside the murder by midnight scenario. This ragdoll had a penchant of trailing behind the visitors, which worried Chen-ji because he was afraid that the visitors might just snatch her home. The two finally caught a break around noon. Chen-ji checked on the black phone. Both reputation and visitor number had increased tremendously, and he wasn't far from the second expansion. 2 workers managing 2 scenarios is already at its limit. After unlocking the new scenario, I'll need to recruit new workers. Chen-ji looked at the black phone. The nightmare missions were often ridiculous, but easy and normal missions normally would point out the weaknesses of the haunted house directly, and completing them would improve the establishment. Even the phone has issued a recruitment mission. Looks like I'll need to get on that soon. Ever since the old workers that followed Chen-ji's parents handed in their resignation, he had been wary of hiring new blood. If only Xiaoxia and Zhang Ye would listen to my commands, they would be the perfect employees. Of course, this was merely a fanciful thought. To have Xiaoxia and Zhang Ye scare people inside the haunted house. Xiaoxia would be fine, but Zhang Ye would probably create an actual crime scene. My team of ghosts and ghouls is still empty. I wonder when that will change. Chen-ji sat on the steps outside the haunted house. He was catching a much-needed breather before throwing himself back into work. The sun rose to its highest point, and the visitors started to dwindle to avoid the sun. It was then that Chen-ji's black phone vibrated. He clicked the message open, and the content gave him quite a shock. The midnight ticket counter's effect has been triggered. The first special visitor has appeared. Please make use of this opportunity. The result will be different based on your choice. The effect has been triggered. Even at the 1 in 1,000 chance based on my previous experience, this cannot be anything good. Chen-ji stood up straight like a soldier preparing for war. He scanned around the haunted house. The sun is shining bright, so it cannot be a specter. It was the point of the day when the heat was at its highest. The visitors that walked around the park had visibly decreased. Is it that an arguing couple? The girl is so pretty, but the guy is so ugly, there must be some problem. Who is Uncle Sue talking to? A new worker. How come I have not seen that person before? While Chen-ji was speculating, a skinny, dark-skinned woman about 30 wandered over with light steps. Could it be her? Chen-ji studied the woman's appearance silently. Her skin was darker in tone, and she was not tall. She gave a reserved smile and was wearing a faded jacket. Hello, how much for a ticket to visit the haunted house? The woman's voice was surprising shrill, but it was not to the point where it would hurt one's ears. We currently have 2 scenarios. One ticket is 20 RMB, and you can choose which one you would like to experience, Chen-ji answered with a business smile. Okay, then give me 2 tickets. The woman handed Chen-ji the money. You wish to experience both scenarios? No, it's for the both of us. The woman smiled apologetically as she waved at a boy who looked to be 8 or 9. He ran toward her from underneath the shade. The boy was quite shy around people. He stopped beside the woman, but he did not reach out to grab her hand. He just stood there expressionlessly. I'm sorry, but our haunted house has an age requirement. No entry to those under 14. Chen-ji took a look at this boy and had a feeling he was different from normal boys, but he could not pinpoint why he felt that way. Can you please make an exception for us? This boy loves visiting haunted houses. There aren't that many visitors now, so even if we go in, people won't notice. I promise we won't cause any trouble. A child that's small likes to visit haunted houses. Chen-ji slid the black phone stealthily back into his pocket and shook his head. I'm sorry, but those are the rules. Chapter 71, Heaven Inside the Well. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. The afternoon sun was rather blinding. Even after the woman was rejected firmly by Chen-ji, she and the boy refused to leave. It is his wish to visit your haunted house, and I promised that he could. Can you please show some kindness? The woman pulled out a 100 note from her purse. I promise you it'll be fine. Chen-ji did not accept the obvious bribe, but asked confusedly, Why do you insist on entering the haunted house? The boy is at most 8 years old. The environment inside the haunted house is so complicated that I'm afraid it might scar him for life. The woman smiled helplessly but did not answer Chen-ji's question. Instead, she turned around to rub the boy's fluffy hair. Fan Yu, shall we go play something else? Before she could finish, the boy slapped her hand away. The boy did not like physical contact, even from his family member. No matter how the woman tried to persuade him, the boy stood unmoving at the front of the haunted house. Occasionally, he might raise his head, and Chen-ji could see fear, inferiority, and a trace of detachment in his eyes. Fan Yu, Chen-ji's attention had completely shifted to the boy. This was the first time he had come across such a curious child before. He squatted down to the boy's level. Can you please tell me why you want to visit the haunted house? It is very dark inside the building, and there are scary things. The boy averted his eyes, but Chen-ji noticed his gaze kept wandering toward Chen-ji's shadow. He still had not said a word. The woman was probably afraid that Chen-ji might get offended, so she instantly jumped out to say, Zyro Yu is different from most children. He doesn't like to talk, so I hope you don't mind. Of course, Chen-ji realized these two were not going to move unless tossed out by the guards. He wasn't so cruel as to do that to a woman and a child, so he relented. How about this? I will let you enter the building for free, but you are only allowed to visit the outer perimeter, and I will be tagging along. Thank you. Sign the disclaimer agreements first, both adult and child. Please do not touch any of the props or run amok while you're inside. Stay close behind me. Chen-ji gave the 2 documents to the woman and the boy. Normally, he only needed the signature from the guardian, but to get as much information as he could from the boy, Chen-ji asked for the boy's signature as well. After signing the agreement, Chen-ji led them into the Minghun scenario. Chen-ji explained the story background to them. The trio stood at the entrance, which was decorated with white lantern. The woman was a bit nervous, observable from the way she gripped her purse. The boy had his head lowered, but it was unknown whether from fear or something else. The dead trees swayed in the wind, and the paper money that littered the floor scrunched under their footsteps. Chen-ji pushed open the entrance to the Sahayuan and explained, That is what the interior looks like. Remember not to go in. The park has strict rules that prevent children under the age of 14 from experiencing the haunted house. As he finished, the little boy, who had been extremely quiet, suddenly rushed into the Sahayuan before the 2 adults could even stop him. Fan Yu, the woman ran after him alongside Chen-ji. The boy stopped at the old well inside the courtyard. He had half of his upper body leaning down the well as if he was looking for something. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The woman apologized profusely to Chen-ji as she tried to yank the boy out from the well. However, the shy boy seemed to have changed into another person. He not only tried his best to swat the woman's hands away, but in his desperation, his nails clawed her arms until they were bloodied. It appeared like he had gone berserk. The boy sure has some huge mood swings. The well in the Sahayuan was just a prop. It was not even that deep, so Chen-ji was not worried for the child's safety. He was, however, curious about why the boy was so interested in the well. After 3 more minutes at the well, the boy released his grasp unwillingly, probably because he did not find what he was looking for. The boy was definitely different from most young boys. He was more excitable at places that were dark and sinister. Since you're already inside, then I suppose a little tour won't hurt. Chen-ji's attention was fully focused on the boy. Even among his peers, the boy was of a smaller stature. He had delicate features and large eyes that looked like pure ebony. The Minghun scenario is modeled after the traditional Sahayuan, and the east and west houses are normally meant for the newer generations. He pushed open the door to the east house, and a female ghost in bridal outfit floated out from behind the door without warning. The woman screamed from shock and staggered back hurriedly. Don't worry, it's just an actor. Chen-ji stopped the bride and whispered, Su-wan, go take a break for now. Boss, couldn't you at least pretend that you're scared? Such a buzzkill. Su-wan picked up the dress and stepped over the wooden threshold. The boy who was behind Chen-ji rushed forward to stand before Su-wan and titled his head up to look closely at Su-wan. Boss, why did you let such a small boy in? Suwon was surprised, but only Chenji realized how weird this was. The bridal outfit was red as blood, and Suwon was in her special makeup. She looked like a dead person. In such a circumstance, the boy did not feel fear but moved forward actively to Suwon to take a closer look. The kid seems to like me. Suwon smiled at Chenji. It was not until Suwon left the scenario that the boy pulled his gaze back. I suppose that's enough touring for one day. The rest of the place has similar decor, so shall we leave now? Chenji and the woman moved toward the exit, but the boy stopped in the courtyard. He looked left and right as if looking for something. Fan Yu, it's time to go. The boy ignored the woman. He moved back to the old well and continued his search. Isn't the boy afraid? Chenji did not rush them but started chatting with the woman. Are you his mother? No, I'm his aunt. I'm sorry for creating so much trouble. Zio Yu is a bit different from boys his age. Ever since the accident with his parents several years ago, he has been like this. We've been to many doctors, but it was to no avail. Psychological problems? If you don't mind me asking, what happened to his parents? Chenji asked cautiously. Zio Yu's parents were both teachers at Yang High School. They disappeared one day and have not been found since. At the time, Zio Yu was only 5. I didn't know how to explain it to him, so I could only lie to him and say that his parents left for some place far away called heaven. Yang High School. Chenji tensed after hearing these 4 words. You've heard of it. There are plenty of rumors about that school. I advised Zio Yu's parents from the beginning to seek employment elsewhere, but they refused to listen to me. The woman's eyes started to redden from the memory. She stopped talking to Chenji and walked toward the boy. Zio Yu, it's time to go home. The boy stayed stubbornly beside the well. This made Chenji even more curious. He squatted down beside the boy and asked, Why do you keep looking inside the well? Is there some kind of monster living down there? Fan Yu shook his head. The boy seemed to have let his guard down, standing at the corner that was shaded from the sun. Then can you tell me why you don't want to leave the well? The boy glanced at a spot behind Chenji before answering, I'm looking for something. What are you looking for? Chenji was curious. The boy looked down the dark well for a long time before answering, Heaven. Chapter 72, 2-star scenario. Looking for heaven inside the well? Chenji looked at the boy and was suddenly reminded of something. His emotions were running wild. He turned around to take a deep breath to calm himself down. Thankfully, the woman did not notice his weird reaction. However, as he turned back around, he lowered his head and saw the boy has been staring at her. The glow in his eyes similar to earlier when he saw Suwon in Mortician's makeup. Fan Yu, it's time to go home, the woman repeated. Finally, the boy moved away from the well. Even though he still had his head lowered, his mood seemed to have improved. However, after they exited the haunted house and the sunlight fell on the party, the boy returned to how he had been before, silent with an unbridled fear circulating in his eyes. It was hard to tell whether he was afraid of light or living humans. The woman thanked Chenji before leading the boy away. After the pair left New Century Park, Chenji sighed in relief. The black phone in his pocket vibrated. He sat on the steps as he thought back on what had happened earlier. Looking for heaven inside the well, perhaps for the boy. This was not meant in a metaphorical manner. After conversing with the woman, Chenji knew she had lied to the boy by saying that his parents had gone to somewhere called heaven so that he would not be too sad. She had probably hoped that the boy would come to the realization as he grew up, but things did not go as planned. The boy's psychological health was stunted. He could no longer be considered a normal young boy. However, the thing that surprised Chenji the most was the boy's answer when he asked what he was doing beside the well. His parents had gone to heaven, and the boy kept on searching for heaven inside the well. Did this not prove indirectly that the boy had seen his parents shoved into the well with his own eyes? Their bodies are inside the well. Chenji lit a cigarette unknowingly. He did not hurry to call the police but continued his line of speculation. The boy's parents were both teachers at Yang High School, and one of the side quests activated on the black phone is related to both Yang High School and a well. If this is not a coincidence, then the disappearance of the boy's parents should be related to Yang High School. Chenji took out the black phone and there was an unread message. He opened it. Different choices lead to different result. The first special visitor has left. You made the correct choice during the visitation period. Congratulations for obtaining the reward. Unlocked hidden trial mission, Yang High School. This mission is part of the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife side mission. Completing it will unlock a 2-star scenario, Yang High School, and lower the trial mission difficulty for School of the Afterlife. Mu Yang High School Trial Mission, Scream Factor 2 stars. This scenario has 4 side missions. Survive after experiencing all of them and the scenario will be unlocked. Mission Venue, Mu Yang High School. Mission Request. Arrive at the mission venue before 11 p.m. tonight and survive until dawn. Mission Hint. Everyone has a deep well inside their heart where shameful and unknowable secrets stay buried. Do you wish to accept the mission? Warning, trial mission is only active for 24 hours. If you do not accept it within 24 hours, you will forfeit the mission, and the scenario will forever be locked. The message on the black phone flustered Chen Ji. He did not expect the reward for accepting a special visitor would be the unlocking of a 2-star scenario's trial mission. He had already experienced the terror of a trial mission at Ping An Apartments. It was much more dangerous than a nightmare mission, and Ping An Apartments was merely a 1-star trial mission. Chen Ji memorized all the information on the screen as he looked through the black phone again and again. The previous mission required me to find the murderer, while this mission only requires me to stay alive until dawn. It looks simpler in comparison, but the black phone must have its reasons to label this a 2-star mission. Its level of danger has to be higher than murder by midnight's trial mission. To survive, it sounded like a simple demand, but it greatly unsettled Chen Ji. The offer of the trial mission would be open only for 24 hours, and this was a great point of contention for Chen Ji. He did not know if surrendering this mission would affect the development of the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife. Even though based on his current situation, unlocking a 4-star scenario was practically impossible, he would still feel pain if he had to surrender it. Forfeiting this mission might mean forfeiting School of the Afterlife. 2 losses at once is indeed too big a loss. Chen Ji measured the pros and cons in his heart. Not accepting it means losing 2 scenarios, but if I manage to complete the mission, it means unlocking a 2-star scenario, and it will also complete the side missions for School of the Afterlife. The haunted house requires constant updates to retain the repeat visitors. This 2-star scenario comes at the right time, so I should give it a try. New Century Park was facing closure, and he needed to create results within 3 months, something that was impossible with the current haunted house. After some thought, Chen Ji decided to accept the mission. After the message disappeared, Chen Ji decided not to waste any more time. He called Su Wan to inform her to look after the haunted house for the rest of the day because he had to go somewhere else. The boy was the key that activated the trial mission for Mu Yang High School, and Chen Ji believed he would be able to get more information from him. Chen Ji ran out the park entrance and saw the boy and the woman get on a bus. Route 14. Chen Ji hailed a cab and told the driver, "Go to the next stop for Route 14. The taxi reached the station arrived earlier than the bus, which arrived 1 minute later. The bus was crowded, and the woman was holding the boy in her arms as they were squeezed to the back of the bus. They did not discover Chen Ji. Following them home might nab me some surprise discoveries. Chen Ji did not hurry to expose himself, but stood at the front of the bus. The bus continued to pass 7 stations, and many passengers descended as the surroundings outside the bus became more and more deserted. When they almost reached the final station, the woman and the boy finally got off. They did not walk down the street but turned down a small, secluded path. They live at such a secluded place. Then again, the woman did mention finding many doctors for the boy. That would burn a hole in the family finances. Chen Ji trailed behind them. A short distance later, the woman and the boy suddenly increased in pace. Have I been discovered, or are they hiding from something else? Chapter 73, Red and Black. The dilapidated paths crisscrossed like a maze. Afraid of being left behind, Chen Ji also picked up the pace. After many turns, a squat 2-story terrace block appeared before his eyes, and it was into this place that the woman and the boy disappeared. The drains surrounding the building were fetid with a horrible stench, and a large poster stating that the original tenants had moved was pasted on the first floor. Everywhere Chen Ji turned, there was rubbish piling up either at the corner or directly on the floor. Chen Ji walked toward the building, and many questions floated up his mind. The pair lived in such a horrible environment, so this meant that their living conditions were too good. However, at the park, the woman readily pulled out 100 RMB just for the boy to visit the haunted house. This went to show how much she cared for the boy, yet the boy was cruelly indifferent to her. He had said only 2 phrases while he was inside the haunted house, and they were both directed at Chen Ji. The boy seemed to dislike the woman vehemently. Is it because of his mental issues, or is something more sinister at work? After walking up the stairs, Chen Ji realized there was only one tenant residing on the 2nd floor. The corridor was swept clean, and there was laundry hanging on poles. "Is anyone in?" The door was open, but Chenji still knocked on the door out of courtesy. "Coming." Footsteps could be heard coming from inside the room. When she saw Chenji, she was visibly stunned. "Why are you here? Did we cause some damage when we visited the haunted house?" the woman asked cautiously. "No, it's not that. I'm just interested in the little boy's situation, and I have something to ask him." Chenji realized the woman did not show any sign of wanting him inside the house, so he continued. "I have some friends at Jiujiang Medical University, and I thought maybe they can help." "Thank you, but it's all right." The woman rejected him without thought. Then again, Chenji also felt like he was being a little too forward. "I am really not a bad person. You can look on your phone for today's Jiujiang morning news." Since the woman did not move, Chenji took out his own phone to look for an article on him helping to solve the Ping and apartment case. "Look, I've once helped the police solve a buried case and was awarded a Medal of Honor." Chenji passed the phone to the woman, and she took a glance at it. Supernatural livestreamer trapped and was finally saved by the police. The intrepidness of a haunted house operator almost caused his death. "Ignore the headlines. There should be my picture inside the article." Chenji explained for a long time before the woman put her suspicion aside. She returned his phone to him and said, "Come in for a seat then, just leave the door open." "Okay." The woman led Chenji to the living room, which was more like a 30 square feet space that had a dining table and beds pushed to the corners. "Forgive the mess, I wasn't expecting any visitors. Would you like to have something to drink?" The woman was embarrassed. In that moment, Chenji could see the boy's shadow on her. "That won't be necessary. I just want to ask some questions about the boy's parents." Chenji took out his phone to record anything he deemed important. "It has been so long already. Why are you asking that now?" Regardless, the woman sat down across from Chenji and told him everything that had happened at Muyang High School 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Muyang High School had still been a normal school. That summer day, it had poured down with rain. When the boy's parents returned home, the boy had been nowhere to be found. They had gone out to search for him, but in the end, it was the boy who had returned and not them. This sounds like the reason for the parents' disappearance is also because of the boy. Chenji recorded the key points that was given by the woman on his phone. He tried his best to recreate the event. Fan Yu's parents had realized that their child was missing after they came home after work. When they went out to look for him in the pouring rain, the last place they had been seen was unknown, but their bodies were most likely trapped under the water well at Muyang High School, and the boy was probably the sole witness of the whole event. It was also probably because he had witnessed the whole process that Fan Yu had become like this. Chenji looked at the surface of the table and frowned. He pulled out the black phone to look for the details of the side missions for School of Afterlife. The description for Side Mission 6, Deep Well, was 1 brother and 1 sister went to school, but how come no one returned? The black phone would not make a mistake, so what did the pair of siblings have to do with Fan Yu's parents? According to the hint on the black phone, it was the siblings who fell into the well and not the boy's parents. Why was that? Chenji put the black phone away and looked at the woman with tears in her eyes. He asked with uncertainty, "Is Fan Yu an only child? Does he have brothers or sisters?" The moment the question left his lips, the woman's expression changed. Her nails scratched deep into her skin and her tears fell freely. "If the accident did not happen to my 2 children, then Zio Yu would have had a brother and a sister to play with." "Your children?" Before Chenji entered the room, he had noticed that the clothes hanging on the rods outside were mostly women's and children's, so he had assumed the woman was not married. "They died when they were still very young, mere toddlers." The woman was on the verge of a breakdown. She blurted a quick sorry before escaping into the kitchen to collect herself. "Then Fan Yu does have a brother and sister, but according to the woman's description, they passed away a long time ago. Why would the black phone say the pair of siblings did not return home after school? Why would toddlers attend school? Is the black phone mistaken, or is the woman lying, or was Fan Yu hallucinating?" The woman stayed inside the kitchen for a long time. Chenji stood up and headed toward the only other room in the house. Fan Yu should be inside. He was the focal point of this whole mystery. Chenji pushed open the door, and the bedroom he stepped into was very clean. Fan Yu was standing before the table, seemingly writing something. Chenji walked up to the boy and looked over his shoulder. He realized the boy was drawing, and he had a preference for black and red colors. "Zio Yu, what are you drawing?" Afraid that he might spook the boy, Chenji spoke in a soft voice. The boy turned to look at Chenji but did not answer. He turned back to focus on his drawing. As he continued to add colors, the picture on the paper started to materialize. In a pure black house stood several red miniature humans. After finishing the drawing, the boy crumpled the paper up and threw it onto the floor before starting a new drawing. Chenji stood and watched for a long time. He realized the central theme of Fan Yu's drawings comprised of only these two things, a black house and small red humans. What is he trying to convey? Chenji picked up the finished drawing from the floor and flattened it out. After studying it for some time, he silently slid it inside his pocket. Chapter 74, Group Photo. Red has the longest wavelength of the visible light spectrum. It is the direct contrast to black, so pairing them together creates a unique optical effect. The black house was dark as night, while the red humans were fresh as blood. The picture created a great pressure on those who viewed it. The boy's favorite pastime is drawing. He doesn't like to go out and often secludes himself in his room. Unbeknownst to Chenji, the woman had entered the room. She held 2 glasses of water in her hands. Now I no longer wish for anything but for him to grow up happily like a normal boy. The woman passed a glass of water to Chenji while placing the other beside the boy. Let's go outside. He is afraid of contact with strangers. Okay, Chenji returned to the living room holding the glass of water. The woman sat down across from him. Do you have any other questions? The woman seemed to have put her guard up again. The poor child, I believe that he was traumatized when he was young, so to cure his condition, we have to find out the reason why and then work from there. Chenji vocalized his inner thoughts. You are his only family, and it is obvious that you care about him. Do you mind if I ask you a few more questions? The woman nodded. She had a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, probably due to the heat. Earlier, you mentioned that Fan Yu's parents went missing after going out in search of him. So where was Fan Yu ultimately found? At Mu Yang High School. He was hiding in my brother's office. Mu Yang High School again. Weird things seem to keep on happening at that place. You couldn't be more right, the woman sighed. Mu Yang High School is the worst school in Jiujiang. To be honest, I don't even understand the purpose of its existence. Before it was shut down, the police had to visit it every other day on account of the constant fighting. That's serious. Chenji listened closely. After all, getting the information from the woman was much more convenient than researching online. That's not all. The woman stood up and continued in a serious tone. The school is famously haunted. According to the nearby elders, the place was originally a crematorium. It was knocked down due to city planning, but just think about it. How peaceful could the school be, being built on top of a site like that? I advised my brother not to seek employment there, but he just refused to listen to me. Then why did your brother insist on going to teach at Mu Yang High School? The salary was high, and he had a record, so it was difficult for him to find a job. Who would have thought that would be his last job? A record? Did he make some enemies? Could his disappearance be related to that? Chenji latched onto the details in the woman's conversation. No, it's nothing like that. My brother liked to drink, but he was a horrible drinker. That was why he was fired from his original school, and a bad history was left on his record. There were only so many schools in Jiujiang, and that made it difficult for him to get a new job. Then, his disappearance doesn't sound like it was caused by revenge. It's definitely not. The woman's confidence made Chenji narrow his eyes. How can you be so sure? The woman hesitated before she pulled out a picture from the drawer to place it on the table. Ever since the initial opening of the school, there was a classroom that had always stayed locked, and entry was forbidden for all staff and students. Other than the headmaster, nobody knew why. After the old headmaster passed away, this became a mystery. There are still many legends surrounding that classroom. People said it was a reserved classroom for the spirits who had perished in the crematorium, or some tragedy had befallen the workers before the school was completed. In any case, it is a very dark place. What does that have to do with your brother's disappearance? Chenji was confused. Take a look at this, and you will understand why. Chenji accepted the photo from the woman, and it was a very curious group photo. A drunken man sat in the middle, and around him stood several rows of students. It did sound like a normal graduation photo, but the problem lay in the fact that all the students were turned away from the camera. And should one look closer, every student was standing in a curious manner. They were all on their tiptoes. Where did you find this picture, and have you showed it to the police? Chenji placed the photo back on the table and rubbed the sweat that covered his palms. The night before his disappearance, my brother was at the bar watching the ball game with his friends. To ensure he would be able to attend work the next morning, he decided to sleep in the nurse's office. When he passed one of the classrooms, he saw many people standing inside. Praising the class for their hardworking attitude, he stopped for a moment in front of the classroom's door. The people inside the class seemed to be in the middle of taking a class photo. When they saw him, they invited him in to take the central seat. After taking the picture, the students left, and he himself was unclear who ultimately gave him this picture. The woman's voice was flat, but the story made Chen Ji's skin crawl. And my brother saw the picture. It gave him such a shock that he woke up from the alcohol instantly. It was then that he realized he was sitting inside the sealed classroom. The woman pushed the picture toward Chen Ji. He only revealed this to me and sister-in-law. We all thought it would eventually blow away, but the next day, that unfortunate incident happened. Xiao Yu suddenly disappeared, and the both of them went searching for him, but it was them who ended up missing. Therefore, I believe their disappearance doesn't have anything to do with revenge, but was related to that sealed classroom. What did the police say? Chen Ji pushed the photo back. They did bring the photo back to Mu Yang High School to conduct an investigation. Even though the students in the picture were wearing Mu Yang High School's uniform, they could not be found at the school. They opened up the sealed classroom and took a close look. All they found were my brother's footprints, which confirmed that my brother was indeed once inside that room. Okay, I understand. Chen Ji asked the woman a few more questions, most of which she had no answer for, and for some she only provided a vague answer. After knowing he would not get any new information from the woman, Chen Ji stood up to leave. Leaving so soon? It's so hot outside, why don't you take a sip of the drink before you leave? Thank you, but I'm not thirsty. Chen Ji thanked the woman for her kindness before leaving the second floor. After the conversation with the woman, Chen Ji had a better understanding of Mu Yang High School. There are 4 side missions at Mu Yang High School, and 2 of them are related to the little boy's family. He took out Fan Yu's drawing from his pocket to take another few looks. The contrast of black and red seemed to be telling him something. Black house and red men. Could they be related to Mu Yang High School? Could this drawing refer to a building at Mu Yang High School? Chapter 75, Mu Yang High School. A child's thinking is more direct and less metaphorical. Could this drawing be an actual representation of the crime scene that he witnessed? The house is black, meaning the time of the crime was at night, and the people inside the house are red. They probably represent his parents, the victims. This is the most direct interpretation. Chen Ji tried looking at this painting from multiple angles. The boy had a hasty artistic style. All the human shapes looked the same and had no defining features. Chen Ji could not even tell their gender. Wait, the red humans probably aren't referring to his parents. There are way too many of them in the drawing. Chen Ji tried counting the number of red people, but every time he ended up with a different number. The drawing is too messy. What is the boy actually trying to communicate with it? In the room, Fan Yu kept on repeating the same drawing. They were all about a black house and many red people. However, every time he was done, he would crumble up the drawings and toss them away as if he was dissatisfied with them. Regardless, this painting is a crucial clue. Chen Ji came up with nothing even after studying the painting for a long time. He pocketed the drawing and glanced at the building behind him. The door, which he had left ajar, was now shut. Both the aunt and the child are problematic in their own way. The question is, whose problem is bigger? Chen Ji got on the bus after escaping the maze-like paths. He was worried about his upcoming mission. If the woman was not lying to him, the test he was about to face that night would be incredibly difficult. For the sake of safety, Chen Ji took out his phone to search for more information on Mu Yang High School online. He came up with quite a large amount of information, and most of it came from various school forums. Based on the timeline, the posters probably were once students at Mu Yang High School, and after the school closed down, they were forced to change school and took the legends of Mu Yang High School along with them. After a cursory glance, a few of them did capture Chen Ji's attention. About 1 year ago, 5 students snuck into Mu Yang High School on a dare. They used their phones to record their experience, but instead of videoing the event, they updated a thread every few minutes. The original thread had long since been removed, and Chen Ji was reading a shared post. According to rumors, they had entered the sealed classroom and started playing the game of Pen Spirit. The 5 had sat around a table to summon the Pen Spirit, but as the game went on, there had ultimately been 7 people standing in the classroom. No one knew where the additional 2 had come from, and the 5 ran out of the school, crying and yelling all the way. Luckily, all 5 of them had survived the ordeal, but 2 of them seemed to have been traumatized from the incident. One of them had turned illogically violent, while the other had acquired an irrational fear of daylight. Eventually, the 2 had moved out of Jiujiang. Chenji looked at some of the comments under the post. A poster pointed out that during the game, 2 additional persons appeared, and in the end, there were 2 students who were traumatized. The poster suspected that the 2 who escaped were already someone else, and the original 2 were still trapped inside that classroom. This speculation received many likes, but there were other opposing views as well. Some said all 5 had been possessed, but the 2 had stronger constitutions, and that was why they had acted weirdly. There was a pinned message from a teacher that banned further discussion on Muyang High School. Chenji scrolled through the thread and realized there was one that was hidden. Chenji opened it, and he was baffled by the content. The poster stated that his father's company had planned to purchase the land on which Muyang High School was located for a low price. Initially, everything was fine, but when the contract was almost ready, his father would have the same dream every night. Many students wearing Muyang High School's uniform would come to their house for classes. The weird thing was, when they woke up, there was evidence of forced entry into their house. His father was so scared that he fell ill before finally resigning. That was the end of the story. After reading all the posts, Chenji could not help but compare Muyang High School and Western Jiujiang's private academy, since they were both schools, and he came to a weird discovery. There were many supernatural rumors about Muyang High School online, but none of the stories mentioned death or injury. In comparison, while there was not much information on Western Jiujiang's private academy online, the record at the police station showed that there was more than one death that had happened at the school. If I really think about it, Western Jiujiang's private academy does sound scarier. That was the only way Chenji could have made himself feel better. Sitting on the bus and looking out the window, Chenji's phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw it was from He-san. The kid sensed the possible unlocking of a new scenario, so he called to book in advance. Chenji answered the call and placed his phone beside his ear. Hello. Boss, quickly get on the video sharing app. Someone is coming for your bread and butter. There's someone who is opening a new haunted house. Chenji clicked open the app, and before he was allowed entry into the homepage, an ad appeared on his phone. Host, Qin Guang leads you to explore an actual haunted house. Chenji clicked on the screen, and more details popped up. Qin Guang was a famous livestream host on the platform. He had more than 600,000 followers, and most of his short videos had a humorous theme. On his personal bio, it stated that he belonged to XX Studio, and that studio was the same one who had tried to cozy up to Chenji earlier when he was at Ping and Apartments. The ad explained that Qin Guang's latest adventure was to branch into a new live-streaming territory, to host a mystery livestream inside an actual haunted house. Chenji did not think too much of it at first, but when he saw Qin Guang's first mystery location, he was speechless. Qin Guang's team was going to livestream at Western Jiujiang's Ping and Apartments. Boss, have you seen it? That man realized that you had more than 10,000 views on your first livestream, so he's trying to copy your formula. He-san grumbled indignantly. There's no need to worry, certain things cannot be copied. Chenji had thought He-san was going to bring him some big news, so he was rather disappointed. He was not that worried about Qin Guang, although he also knew Qin Guang would not see him as competition either. On the other end of the phone, He-san said urgently, he has so many followers. After he consolidates himself as a supernatural host, I'm afraid they'll turn around and claim that it was you who copied them. It'll be fine. By the way, are you familiar with child psychology? I have a few questions for you. Boss, what time is it? You still have the luxury to ask questions like that. Furthermore, I'm a forensic doctor. For questions of psychology, you should refer to psychologist or psychiatrist. Chapter 76, School on a Rainy Night. There's a boy who came to visit my haunted house today. He looked about 8 or 9, doesn't like to speak, and the darker the place, the more excited he gets. What kind of symptom are these? Chenji voiced the problem directly. He only had 2 people he could ask. One was He-san, and the other was He-feng. Forensic students focus on practical medicine, biology, and some chemistry. Psychology focuses on mental phenomena, neuroscience, and psychiatry. They are completely different fields. Even if you ask me, I won't be able to provide you with an answer. He-san sighed helplessly. Boss, are you really not planning to do anything about this? I notice you have not updated for a few days already, and your previous live stream was days ago. If you allow this to continue, your popularity will start to fall. Look at your profile page. There are already comments that say you're running out of ideas, and they even started to mock your haunted house. Mock my haunted house? There's such a thing. This did make Chenji worry. He clicked into his personal page and realized there were indeed plenty of negative comments. Boss, there are currently too many short videos, and homogenization is a serious problem. Once you stop updating, the viewers will quickly move on to other uploaders. You're right, but things aren't as serious as you think, Chenji replied. His focus was still on Fan Yu and his aunt. He had always treated the live stream and videos as additional support. The most important thing was still the missions on the black phone. If you say so, I just wanted to remind you. There was a saddened trace to He-san's voice. That Qin Guang is an established host, and on top of that he has great support from his studio. The platform will definitely provide him with plenty of promotion, but I still believe your live stream will be better than his. His content is an imitation of mine, Chenji replied with a smile. The biggest difference between his content and other hosts was that his was completely authentic and could not be copied. Yes, I am widely lagging behind in terms of resources, channels, and fans, but if we're talking about the understanding and handling of the fear factor, he is still a rookie. You're right, after all, you're a professional. He-san paused before adding, Boss, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? Do you still remember the senior of mine that you scared until she cried? Your description fits so many people. You might as well give me the name directly. Gao Ruzu. Her father is a psychologist and a tenured lecturer in criminal psychology. I'll ask if she can help you tonight. Okay, if you succeed, I'll treat you to a meal and gift you a free tour of the haunted house's new scenario. Chenji appreciated the aid of this honest young man and easily promised a reward. Thanks but no thanks. Last time I visited your haunted house, it caused me to have nightmares for a few consecutive nights, He-san complained. This one time I fell asleep in class and I didn't even know the lecturer had wandered to my side. In my dream, I was chased by a crazed doctor holding a hammer. When I ran to the top of the stairs, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I was so shocked that my body just reacted with an elbow jab. And when I opened my eyes, the lecturer's glasses were broken already. Chenji tried to hold in his laughter, but he failed. All right then, I won't force you to visit the haunted house in the future. After chatting for a bit more, Chenji finally hung up. He looked out the window, and the sun was slowly covered up by rain clouds. When he returned to New Century Park from afar, Chenji saw a group of people crowding the entrance of the haunted house. Su-wan was busy negotiating with them. Zio-wan, what's the matter? You're finally back. These visitors are all here to visit the haunted house, but since I could not find you, I could only ask for their patience. Su-wan was already out of her makeup, and her forehead was filled with sweat from the anxiety. Well done. Stay outside to sell them the tickets. Leave the rest to me. Chenji pushed open the gate, put on the Dr. Skullcracker outfit, and entered the murder by midnight scenario. At around 4 p.m., it started to drizzle, and the clouds in the sky thickened. Many of the park attractions had to stop for fear of accidents, and most visitors who still had not had their fill went to the indoor attractions. It was thus that Chenji's haunted house became an unlikely favorite. The crowd outside the place was huge until 5 p.m., when it started to disperse. Chenji, who had run around the building for the whole afternoon, was exhausted. He removed his outfit and walked out of the haunted house. The sky was dark and the wind was howling. It was also pouring several years ago when Fan Yu's parents disappeared. Chenji looked at the sky with a complicated emotion. He told Su-wan to go home before returning to the maintenance room to prepare his backpack. He shoved a lighter, flashlight multi-purpose mallet and doll into it and left the haunted house in a raincoat. Due to the unexpected crowd, when Chenji left the park, it was already 6 p.m. He stopped a cab at the entrance, but when he told the driver his destination was Muyang High School, the driver refused to take him. He had no choice but to wait for another. The other driver told Chenji that the roads leading to Muyang High School were already overgrown with shrubs and were unpassable by car, so he could only drop Chenji near Muyang High School. There was a time limit on the mission. Arriving early meant more time to scout and consequently lower the risk. Chenji did not want to waste time. After negotiating the price with the driver, he departed. On the way there, he asked the driver for more information on Muyang High School, but the driver merely looked ahead with a serious expression and focused fully on his driving. In that moment, Chenji found himself missing the talkative uncle who had driven him to Western Jiujiang's private academy. At around 7 p.m., they finally reached the destination. The road was horrible, and the place was even more backwards than the countryside. The car cannot continue any further, so this is where I'll have to stop. The driver pointed outside the window. There should be people living nearby, so go to them if you're lost. Send me the fare through WeChat. I don't accept cash. No cash? Chenji was confused, but he did not ask further. Everyone had their quirks. After paying, he got out from the taxi. The rain started to intensify, and the sky by then was completely dark. Chenji looked around him, and there were indeed several rows of houses a distance away, but they looked abandoned because they were completely dark. How am I supposed to find Mu Yang High School? Chenji turned to ask the driver, only to see the driver toss the seat mat he had sat on earlier out the window and turn around to leave without hesitation. He refused to take my cash and tossed out the mat I sat on earlier. What is the meaning of this? Is it because he thinks I'm dirty? Chapter 77, The Paper and Pen on the Table. The strange way the taxi driver acted unsettled Chenji. Taxi drivers were the party that were the most familiar with the city. Thus, they knew the taboo places that populated the city. Has the driver misunderstood me? The mat was dropped in the mud and was soon drenched by the rain. While he was reading the supernatural stories on Mu Yang High School, Chenji did not think they were that scary. However, after the incident with the taxi driver, Chenji's bravery started to waver. The requirement of this mission is merely for me to survive. This means that even the black phone believes that surviving will be a huge challenge. In the blink of an eye, the taxi disappeared down the road. Chenji stood in his raincoat surrounded by a wide expanse of nothing but trees. It felt like he was abandoned in the wild. The rain continued to pour. Chenji pulled the raincoat tighter and pulled out his flashlight to wander down the muddy road. The rain clouds were low in the sky, blocking out the moonlight. Chenji moved toward the buildings that he had seen earlier, and it was not until then that he realized how rundown they actually were. Rusted chains hung off the door, and the glass on the window had long since been broken. Looking through the cracks, Chenji saw that the interior was stuffed with rotten furniture and trash with unknown bugs crawling over the ground. There's not a single sign of a living person. Is this place that cursed? Before he came, he did obtain several precious nuggets of information from Fan Yu's aunt. Therefore, Chenji knew a thing or two about the surroundings of Mu Yang High School. Since there was no one for him to ask, he could only wander deeper into the unknown based on his memory. The road was muddy from the rain, and it was bordered on both sides by weirdly shaped trees, but they had all overgrown into the road due to a lack of trimming. Mu Yang High School's site was once a crematorium. As scary as that is, it meant that there had to be a road for vehicles. However, the road keeps getting smaller and smaller. It's practically impossible for any four-wheeled vehicle to traverse. Am I even on the right road? The intensity of the rain slowed Chenji's progress. It'll not bode well if I get lost. If Mu Yang High School is not at the end of this road, I'll need to turn back and abandon this quest. Chenji continued on the road at another 30 minutes. At the end of the road, he saw a sign that was knocked off the ground and a wooden fence. There's lichen growing on its side. It has been on the ground for years already. Chenji pulled the sign upright, but the characters were too faded for him to make any sense of it. He used his flashlight to scan the sign. Why does the lichen only grow on one side? Is it because of the sun, or has someone been here recently to move the sign and the fence? He stopped moving and looked at the time on his phone. It's almost 8 p.m., and the mission location is still nowhere to be found. The only good news is that I still have coverage. At least I can call for help in case of an emergency. The night was exceptionally dark because of the rain. Chenji's phone was the sole source of light for miles. Both sign and fence are here, but weirdly enough, they seem like they have recently been moved. This is curious. Chenji used the sign to part the shrubbery that blocked his way. He walked for another 10 meters before the scenery changed. A row of broken wooden railings stood in the middle of the forest, and within the railings were several squat buildings. This is Mu Yang High School. Compared to Western Jiujiang's private academy, this school looked far more dilapidated. Its size was less than 1/3 of Western Jiujiang's private academy. Chenji did not let his guard down simply because the place was smaller in size. The school being smaller might not necessarily be a good thing. Yes, the need for exploration had decreased, but so had the space for hiding. Chenji tossed the sign aside and jumped over the rail into Mu Yang High School. All the buildings of the school could be captured with one glance. The one closest to the entrance was the education block. It seemed to have been the victim of a huge fire. The surface was charred black, and the corners of the wall seemed cracked, as if it could fall at any given moment. To the left side of the education block was the dormitory. Probably due to the low number of students, the dormitory only had 2 stories and barely a handful of rooms. To the right was the office, and from the exterior, the building seemed to be the best preserved. Behind the education block was an uneven field. 2 basketball courts and several ping-pong tables stood to the side. Thus was the layout for Mu Yang High School. Other than its rich supernatural history, the school itself was lacking in flavor and personality. Chen Ji suspected that the real reason for closure was not something supernatural, but rather there were simply no new students who wished to study here. Weirdly enough, when Chen Ji arrived at his destination, he felt calmer. He was an expert at managing his emotions. There are 4 side missions at Mu Yang High School: the Pen Spirit, the 5th cubicle in the toilet, deep well, and the sealed classroom. If I want to unlock the full scenario, I mustn't miss out on any of them. In the previous mission, it was because Chen Ji had a more than 90% completion rate that he obtained the hidden reward, Wang Qi's missing person notice. It was this item that had bridged the relationship between Chen Ji and Zai Xiao's family. He understood the importance of having a high mission completion rate, but it was easier said than done. Any one of the side missions could rival the creepiness of a nightmare mission, and he was expected to complete all 4 in one night. It is still not yet midnight. There's still time before the active hour for the residents of the other world. I should scout out these 4 locations. If the difficulty is too high, I still have time to leave. Chen Ji put the doll in his chest, whipped out his trusty mallet, and headed toward the education block. The surface of the building was black with soot that remained even after so many years. The whole building is burnt. Could this be related to the original crematorium? Chen Ji moved lightly. He remembered the mission description provided by the black phone. There's a classroom at the end of the corridor that's always sealed. No one ever enters it, but every night the classroom will come alive with activity. Bad luck befell Fan Yu's father after he entered that classroom, so that classroom might be the center of the paranormal activities at Mu Yang High School. The creepy photo appeared in Chen Ji's mind. There was a high chance he would have to spend the night with a room full of students who refused to meet the camera. All the classrooms were locked, and Chen Ji could only peer in through the windows with his flashlight. The front few classrooms were normal abandoned classrooms. It was not until Chen Ji reached the very last classroom at the end of corridor that he spotted something weird. The classroom was curiously preserved from the fire. However, what attracted Chen Ji's attention the most were the books, paper, and pen that were placed on the table in the middle of the classroom, creating the illusion that someone had just attended a class there. Chapter 78, I Can't Control My Right Hand. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. Shall I go in to take a closer look? Chen Ji was anxious. Holding the mallet in his hand, he wished desperate to knock the door down to see what was written on the piece of paper. According to the school forum, 5 students once broke into Mu Yang High School to play a game of Pen Spirit in the last classroom on a dare. Could the pen and paper have been left behind by them? Chen Ji thought about it and realized that was impossible. According to the post's description, when the 2 extra people appeared in the room, the 5 students were so scared that they escaped as fast as they could. In their desperation to escape, they had to knock over some of the furniture, but all the tables and chairs in the room now were neatly arranged. Of course, that doesn't take away from the possibility that after they left, the furniture was rearranged, or the speculation that all 5 were possessed. Chen Ji put his mallet down and decided to save the classroom for last. After leaving the education block, Chen Ji headed for the dormitory. The dilapidated squat building had less than a handful of rooms, and he walked around it for a long time before coming across a faded iron sign. The characters on it were smudged, but Chen Ji believed that it once read, "Second floor is female rooms, no entry to males." This school sure is shabby. After removing his raincoat, Chen Ji dabbed at the rain that had seeped into his collar and was about to carry on when his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and answered it readily. He-san. "Boss, I've given my senior your phone number. She said that she would have her father contact you when he's home." "Thank you. Is there anything else?" "Also, that Qin Guang has just started his live stream. Are you sure you're not going to take a look? He hired an actor to play the killer next door, and his opening and even his analysis were a complete copy of yours. I didn't even know from where I should start to complain." "Let him be then, but when I start my live stream in a bit, remember to come support me." "You're starting a live stream?" He-san's voice shot up several octaves. Chen Ji was gladdened that he had such a loyal viewer. "Since it has been quite long since my previous live stream, I have something exciting planned this time." There was silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Ji could hear shuffling footsteps several seconds later. He-san seemed to have put on his slippers to run around his bedroom to shake every one of his roommates awake. It's time to get up to watch the live stream, yet another bout with death tonight. While Chenji was thankful for He-san's free promotion, but his words did make him feel a bit weirded out. After hanging up, Chenji opened up the video-sharing app. Qin Guang's supernatural livestream was heavily promoted on the front page. He clicked on it for a quick look. It was obvious that a full team was behind this production. There was a professional cameraman, and Qin Guang was only responsible for the analysis and looking for clues. Just the comparison of video quality alone could squish Chenji like a bug. He definitely could not fault his opponent for having better preparation. 680,000 views. If I had that many views to promote my haunted house, wouldn't the whole park be filled the next day? Live streams and short videos were Chenji's only way of, and Qin Guang's featured livestream did point a way for Chenji. If he could reach Qin Guang's level of popularity, then perhaps one day the platform would be willing to use so many resources to support him. Chenji, don't get too far ahead of yourself for now. Focus on the current goal of surviving tonight first. He left Qin Guang's livestream and opened his own. He was stranded at the countryside, so his connection was weak. His livestream video was fuzzy, and there were constant black screens and lag. He could not even see the chat. My video quality might not be as good as Qin Guang's, but my content is definitely better than his. Since he couldn't see the chat, Chenji could not communicate with his viewers. After a brief introduction of Muyang High School, he stopped following the livestream. Chenji searched through the first floor of the dormitory and came up with nothing, so he moved to the second floor. The female dormitory room looked similar to the male's. The rooms were filled with textbooks and trash. When the school was closed, most of the stuff inside it was not cleared out. Chenji looked through the rooms patiently with his flashlight. When he passed through the fourth bedroom on the second floor, he discovered that there were 4 chairs placed neatly in a row inside the room, and several pieces of white paper as well as a ballpoint pen were placed on one of the chairs. The paper and pen looked brand new, so they must have been placed inside the room after the school was closed. This was the second time that Chenji had come across the combination of paper and pen. The rusted lock was a mere decoration. Chenji merely rattled it several times before it fell away. As the door opened, the smell of mold hit him like a wave. Chenji covered his mouth and nose as he walked closer to the chair to look at the pieces of paper. There were 4 white papers in total. The first one read, "When will I die?" The second read, "How will I die?" The third read, "Who will be the next to die?" The fourth was completely empty. The pen spirit game. Chenji ransacked the rest of the room to try to come up with some extra info, but most of the stuff had decayed from time. Since his investigation turned up nothing, Chenji turned his focus back on the white paper in the middle of the room. No one could provide an actual explanation behind the pen spirit game, but the scientific community stresses that it was reasons like breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow that caused the human body to shiver. A simple human without special training would have their arm move after maintaining them in a constant, elevated position for a long time. This is a natural bodily reaction that has nothing to do with legends of the pen spirit. Chenji placed the phone on the bed and made sure himself, and the 4 chairs were all within view. Since I need to complete all 4 side missions at Muyang High School, might as well start with this one. He turned to close the bedroom door. He stood and hesitated for 4 minutes before sitting down and picking up the ballpoint pen. Internally, he told himself not to worry. Chenji placed the doll in his chest pocket, and with his right hand holding the pen and left hand holding the mallet, he started the game of pen spirit. He tried to remember as many details from the thread that he had read earlier. He raised his arm slightly and straightened the pen so that the tip of the pen touched the white paper. He closed his eyes and started to chant. Pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you are with us, please draw a circle on the paper. After chanting, Chenji tried to make himself calm down. His arm was suspended over the paper, his body frozen. The rain outside the window continued to fall. The school that was swallowed by the night started to shift imperceptibly. The moldy smell in the room dispersed, and a cold draft of an unknown origin lifted the white paper on the chair slightly. Not long after that, Chenji's eyes flew open. He had just felt someone grip his hand. Chenji stared closely at his right hand, while his left hand tightened over the mallet. He would strike the moment things went wrong. Chapter 79, A Chance to Redeem Yourself. A weird smell suffused the cramped female bedroom. The bedsheet that was beyond the light of the flashlight fluttered lightly like something was crawling out from underneath it. Rain droplets fell on the window. A storm was brewing outside, but inside the dormitory room it was eerily quiet. With his arm hanging over the white paper, Chenji tried to make himself relax. After chanting the spell to invoke the pen spirit, there was an obvious pressure on the back of his palm like someone had placed their hand over his. Chenji could even feel the chills coming from the other person's fingertips. Pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you are with us, please draw a circle on the paper. Chenji chanted again, and the feeling of iciness on the back of his hand intensified. However, to his befuddlement, the pen in his grasp remained upright. It did not draw a circle or even do anything. The pen spirit refuses to answer my call. The atmosphere in the room turned palpable with pressure, and the chill from the back of his hand had now spread to his arm. For some reason, I feel like a few more individuals have joined me in this room. Chenji focused, and his pupils started to dilate in the dark. Probably due to the yin-yang vision, he could see 3 blurry shadows standing around him with their hands extended to grab the pen in Chenji's palm. 3 of you. Chenji's heart skipped a beat, but with a blink, the image that he saw instantly disappeared. However, Chenji knew that it did not mean they had left. Chenji's palm felt like it had been stuck inside a cold water bath. He was certain that there were at least 3 other hands holding the pen in his grasp. 3 individuals answered my call. Is this the effect of my specter's favored title? While Chenji was trying to figure out an answer, the pen that hovered over the paper suddenly moved. It was slight, but Chenji definitely felt it. Is it beginning? The flashlight he placed to his side seemed to have dimmed, and under Chenji's close scrutiny, the pen in his grasp started to move. The tip of the pen attached itself to the surface of the paper, and with the friction between the paper and the pen, soon a red circle was drawn. Chenji knew he did not move, but there was indeed a drawing on the paper. Chenji stared at the circle, and he was reminded of this side mission's name, the pen spirit who refused to leave. There are 3 taboos to the pen spirit game. 1, you mustn't ask about your cause of death. 2, you mustn't ask about your life expectancy. 3, you have to unbind the spirit when you're done. Violating any one of these will lead to horrible consequences. The third was the most serious because if the spirit was not unbound, it would stay by the person who had invoked it forever, until it turned malevolent and killed all the players. Hopefully there is no accident, Chenji murmured before shifting his focus back onto the white paper. The red circle was drawn right in the middle of the paper. Sounds like it has heard my voice. It's time for me to ask some questions. Chenji was only there to complete the Black Phone's mission. He did not want to try anything stupid lest he angered the spirit. It is rare to have summoned the pen spirit. Chenji thought about it and voiced the question that he most wished to know the answer to. Pen spirit, do you know where my parents are? When he did the bathtub nightmare mission, the people Chenji wanted to meet the most were his parents, but his wish had not been fulfilled. However, this did tell him that at least his parents were still alive. They were merely missing. Chenji did want to know the answer to this question. However, to his surprise, when he posed this question, the pen in his grasp started to quiver, and there was even a faded crack that appeared on the body of the pen. This was different to what he expected. Is my question that difficult? 2 minutes later, Chenji had an uncanny feeling that the room had turned brighter. The pen in his hand started to move again to draw another circle. What does that mean? Pass. Chenji looked at the 2 circles on the paper, and he could sense the pen spirit's awkwardness. It did not know the answer to his question either. This is weird, but it does sound like my parents' disappearance is more complicated than it appears. Chenji was silent for a long time. Other than this question, he really did not have anything that he was that curious about. So be it, I'll just ask a random question just to get this side mission over with. The chill on his arm had spread to his shoulder. As the game continued, Chenji could feel about half of his body starting to get numb like it was slowly escaping his control. Then I shall switch to a different question. Pen spirit, can you please tell me who my future wife will be? The pen quivered, and the flashlight flickered as if announcing the arrival of something. The atmosphere in the room started to get nervous again. The window rattled on its hinges, and droplets of rain seeped into the room. Lightning flashed across the sky, and in that split second there were 4 shadows that were reflected on the wall. Chenji felt his hand weaken as the pen in it started to move. Blood-red letters appeared on the white paper, and soon the first character was finished. Is it Su-wan? Despite it supposedly being a throwaway question, Chenji's interest was piqued. The pen in his hand continued moving, but as it was starting to begin the second character, it suddenly stopped moving. What's going on? Chenji was a spectator in this whole enterprise. He did not exert any force, but the pen in his grasp began to quiver violently, and more cracks started to form on its surface. Bang! Many forces seemed to be fighting within the darkened bedroom. The ballpoint pen finally crumbled under pressure and cracked. One of the forces seemed to have surrendered. Then Chenji saw something shocking. The pen in his grasp crossed out the Su that was already written and wrote down another name beside it. Zhang Ye. The name was so perfectly and clearly written on the white paper that Chenji did not even know how to respond. Pen Spirit, are you sure this is the name that you intended to write from the very beginning? There was no answer, and the chill on his arm also disappeared. Pen Spirit, are you still with us? If you can hear me, please draw a circle. The feeling of yin energy had dissipated completely, and the room had returned to normal. It seemed like the Pen Spirit had left without saying goodbye. However, for the sake of security, Chenji chanted, Pen Spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you wish to go, then please go ahead. Chenji stood up from beside the chair since the game was already over. Once he relinquished his grasp, the ballpoint pen in his grasp split into several sections. The whole thing just looked sad. My game of Pen Spirit sure is different from others. Chenji picked up his phone and realized with a start that his live stream's popularity had surpassed 20,000 views. This was a brand new record for him. Chapter 80, The Fifth Cubicle in the Toilet. When did the views surpass 20,000? At the beginning of the live stream, I remember seeing only 10 people in the room. Chenji raised the phone up to the ceiling, but the signal was still weak. The chat was lagging badly. One moment he could not even load a single comment, but suddenly he would be overwhelmed by a ton. He could barely make sense of anything. 20,000 views, but less than 5,000 followers. This ratio is a bit lacking. Chenji used his phone to snap pictures of the few pieces of paper that had been used in the Pen Spirit game. He then turned the camera to capture the broken ballpoint pen that sat in the middle of the chair. Dear viewers, can you see this? I have played the Pen Spirit game until the pen itself committed suicide. Aren't you going to follow me? Do you know how much I'm risking being here? An unknown host like myself without equipment or a team. I'm here all alone, threading the line of danger. I know my equipment is not that great, and I can't even interact with you in chat, but I can lead you into the most authentic supernatural experience. This is definitely one of a kind and cannot be copied. After giving his speech, the number of followers started to rise. For Chenji, he was merely completing the Black Phone's mission, but it was a different concern from the viewer's perspective, especially in comparison to Qin Guang's live stream. Even though Chenji was lacking in terms of equipment, his content was inimitable, whether from the aspect of danger or spectacle. The key to a successful live stream was none other than freshness and creativity. Qin Guang's team relied on a finished script, and they even had an actor to play the part. However, no matter how realistic the actor's acting was, it would appear forced. However, Chenji's content was very different. Even Chenji himself did not know what would happen next. Thank you for your support. That was the Pen Spirit game. Please do not try this at home. All right, now we shall move on to the next location. Looking at the popularity that was still rising, Chenji was overjoyed. In any case, since he had to finish these missions dispensed by the Black Phone, why not make use of them fully and convert them into popularity? I wonder what is happening inside the chat room, but a rising popularity is a good thing. At least my risk of coming here tonight is not going to waste. The easy completion of the first side mission gave Chenji a boost of confidence. He put on his raincoat and left the dormitory. He had done everything he could there, so there was no point in staying. There are 3 side missions left: the sealed classroom, the deep well, and the 5th cubicle in the toilet. The 5th cubicle in the toilet appeared to be inside the education block. Chenji had been to the dormitory's toilets, and they only had 4 cubicles. If the office building's layout was similar to the dormitory's, then only the education block's toilets fit the mission description. Chenji glanced at his phone. He had arrived at Muyang High School at 8 p.m. Technically, the Pen Spirit game should not have taken too long, but the time showed that it was now almost 9 p.m. There are 3 hours left until midnight. 1 hour for each mission should be fine. Chenji's plan was to finish all the side missions as soon as possible and find a corner to hide in until dawn arrived. When he stood before the education block again, Chenji had a weird feeling that the thing that sat before him was not an abandoned building, but a giant coffin that housed plenty of dead bodies. The side mission did not specify the exact location of the toilet. There are 3 stories to this block, and this means that any one of the toilets on the 3 levels could be my mission location. Chen-ji turned on his flashlight and entered the building. Passing through empty classrooms at night caused Chen-ji's skin to crawl. He was afraid that once he turned, he would see something that shouldn't exist inside the classroom. He rushed toward the end of the corridor and entered the first floor's toilet. The place was spared from the fire, and the interior remained the same as it was several years ago. The flooring was cracked, and weeds could be seen peeking through the cracks. There were a brownish stain on the wall, and the sole window in the room was creaking eerily. Focus on the mission, there's no time to waste. All of the toilets inside the education block had 6 cubicles. Years of abandonment meant that most of cubicle doors were broken, and Chen-ji could look into the cubicles without even opening the door. With the mallet in his hand, Chen-ji walked past the 6 cubicles. The earlier 4 cubicles had nothing wrong about them, but the 5th and 6th cubicles caught his attention. The doors to these 2 cubicles were shut, and with a slight push, Chen-ji realized with a start that they were locked. Normally, the door is locked only because someone is occupying the cubicle. However, that could not be true here. The school has been abandoned for 3 years already. Even if something is occupying the cubicles, it cannot be human. In any case, I'd better take a closer look. Chen-ji smashed at the 6th door with his mallet, and the door fell open. Before Chen-ji could react, several dark shadows charged at him. What is that? He jumped back to avoid them. He shone his flashlight at his assailant, and Chen-ji was embarrassed to realize it was merely the cleaning equipment. After recovering from the fake scare, Chen-ji picked the mops and brooms off the floor and shoved them back into the cubicle. He found the same thing in the next cubicle. All 6 of the cubicles on the first floor were normal, which meant that his mission venue was on another floor. After exiting the toilet, Chen-ji looked over his shoulder with uncertainty. The cubicle doors creaked on their hinges like people waving at him. This would create quite a scary effect inside the haunted house. Chen-ji made a mental note to remember this for the future and headed up the stairs to the 2nd floor. It had the same layout as the 1st floor toilet, but the window was boarded up. Once Chen-ji stepped into the space, he felt weirdly pressured. This should be the place then. Probably because the window was boarded up, the toilet was better preserved than the 1st floor one. There was not much change compared to how it was several years ago. He walked to the 1st cubicle, and before even pushing the door open, he heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside. However, due to the interruption from the rain, he could not really tell for sure. Is someone running in the corridor? He hid in a corner of the toilet and raised his mallet in a guarded posture in case someone decided to rush into the room. Nothing like that happened. As time moves toward midnight, the school is slowly starting to change, like it is coming alive. Looks like I will need to pick up my pace. Chen-ji stopped hesitating and pushed open the first 4 cubicles in one go. When he stood before the 5th cubicle, the footsteps in the corridor started again, and he heard it clearly this time. There were 2 sets of footsteps. The mission description for the 5th cubicle in the toilet stated that a red shadow would appear at midnight. Was that it? Chapter 81, Children. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. However, the mission was described in first person, stating that someone hid themselves in the 5th cubicle to capture the red shadow that appeared at midnight. However, what happened next was an unknown, leaving Chen-ji plenty of room to imagine. He switched off the flashlight and thought to himself, the mission states that a red shadow will appear in the toilet at midnight, but the footsteps clearly show that there were 2 people walking side by side. Could it be that the red shadow has found a new friend in the years that it was trapped in this abandoned school? The footsteps were slowly approaching the 2nd floor toilet. Following the mission requirement, Chen-ji should hide inside the 5th cubicle, but Chen-ji felt that was too dangerous. He would have effectively trapped himself. Perhaps I should act more proactively. Chen-ji hid behind the toilet door, and no matter who it was, he would start by whacking them on their head. Chen-ji took a deep breath before holding it in and raising the mallet above his head. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. It sounded like 2 individuals running side by side. They were dangerously close to the 2nd floor bathroom. The wait was real torture for Chen-ji. He had no idea what was outside and had even less of a clue what they were planning to do. All he could do was make himself as silent as possible. Several seconds later, the footsteps finally stopped before the toilet entrance. Here they come. Chen-ji's hand that gripped the mallet had started to sweat, and his heart was racing at an impossible rate. The storm continued to brew outside, and the rain seeped into the room, wetting the toilet floor. Where are they? Chen-ji turned to look over his shoulder. There were no human faces staring down at him like he had expected. His patience was wearing thin. With one hand on the door knob, he prepared to lean out to take a look. However, before he could do that, a flash of lightning tore apart the sky, and utilizing the temporary brightness, Chenji saw two shadows reflected on the toilet floor. They're standing at the entrance. His body froze, and since his flashlight had already been switched off, he could see nothing in the darkness of the toilet. The shadows were short, like two children. He did not dare to let his guard down. After waiting for several seconds, the footsteps resumed. However, unlike what he had expected, the owners of the footstep did not enter the toilet but went down the staircase next to it and down to the first floor. Leaving just like that, Chenji slowly moved out from behind the door. He turned to look at the entrance, and there was nothing there. The thing that stood at the door earlier felt like two children. This is different from the red shadow described by the black phone. Is this because too much time has passed since then, or did my early arrival at the school mess up the schedule? Chenji could not figure out the answer. Switching the flashlight back on, Chenji wandered over to the fifth cubicle. Regardless, he had to inspect the cubicle to see whether it was the actual mission venue. The door opened to reveal an old yet completely normal space. Based on the situation thus far, the mission venue should be in the third-floor toilet. The two children from earlier have run down to the first floor, so this is the perfect chance. Chenji turned to walk out the toilet. Before he reached the threshold, his phone rang. It was an unknown caller. Whose number is this? Chenji did not have many friends, and the few he had would not normally contact him. After a brief hesitation, Chenji retreated to the corner and exited the live stream to answer the phone. Hello. Are you Ru Zu's classmate? I hear you came across a strange boy whom you suspect is suffering from a psychological problem. The voice on the other end of the phone had a gravity to it. It exuded an air of confidence. I did, and you are? I am Ru Zu's father. Hisan did mention giving Chenji's phone number to Gao Ru Zu earlier. Looks like this senior of his did things with efficiency. Do you mind telling me about the boy in greater detail? Psychological illness is not unlike a venom inside one's body. If one does not remove it as soon as possible, it might ruin that boy's future. Gao Ru Zu's father was familiar with the potential danger of psychological problems. From his perspective, a psychological illness could be more dangerous than many physical illnesses. There is this boy about 7 or 8. He's physically fine, but he appears to have withdrawn from the world. He refuses to interact with others and is afraid of sunlight. Are there any other symptoms? If possible, can you give me them in detail? I met this boy at the entrance of a haunted house park attraction. His aunt told me that the boy likes to spend time inside haunted houses. Normal emotions that one should experience inside a haunted house like fear and anxiety were missing from the boy. In fact, he appeared to be more comfortable in the darkness than under the sunlight. It gave me the impression that darkened corners give him a sense of security. Chenji voiced the speculation that he had. If he had not met the child in person, he would not have believed that such a curious boy existed. A boy of 7 or 8 who likes to visit haunted houses and doesn't feel afraid. Yes, the boy even showed interest in the actor who was in a dead person's makeup. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. If it is just a lack of fear, it could be autism, which could be responsible for the damage to the amygdala of his brain. I'm sorry, but I don't think I understand. To put it simply, the amygdala is the central nervous system where memory is processed and stored. It is also responsible for the production of emotions like rage and fear. If one's amygdala is damaged, even if facing a lion or viper, one wouldn't be afraid, much less being scared inside a haunted house. Gao Ru Zu's father had a point, but Chenji still felt the description did not quite fit Fan Yu's conditions. Dr. Gao, it is by no means that the boy is not afraid of anything. For one, he is afraid of sunlight and hates walking under the sun. Also, he was not only unafraid of the haunted house, he liked the environment inside it. It felt like he was a completely different boy inside and outside of the haunted house. Chenji thought about it before adding. He was completely silent when he was outside the haunted house and refused to have interaction with others, but he was energized when inside the haunted house. When it was time to leave, his refusal to leave was vehement, and I saw him injure his aunt with my own eyes. Listening to your description, it might also be a sign of bipolar disorder, highly destructive and irrational when angered but highly individualistic, and retreats into his own world when depressed. Teacher Gao shared his analysis with Chenji. But one point still eludes me. Patients with bipolar disorder might be triggered at any given moment, and there shouldn't be a clear trigger like being inside or outside a haunted house. My personal opinion is that since the boy's attitude change is related to haunted houses, then the source of his problem should be related to a haunted house as well. Did he suffer from any trauma inside a haunted house when he was young, or did his parents work at a haunted house? After hearing the analysis from Gao Ruzu's father, a speculation appeared in Chen Ji's mind. The boy's changes in personality happened inside his haunted house, and the biggest difference his haunted house had compared to others was that his haunted house was really haunted. Chapter 82, The Only Witness. Fan Yu likes to visit haunted houses because he likes the company of ghosts. Chen Ji came to this unlikely answer after listening to all of Teacher Gao's reasoning. I don't dare diagnose this patient so easily. If you have time, you can bring him to see me. Teacher Gao also had not come across such a patient before, and he wished to inspect him in person. Psychological illnesses are very complicated, and there are too many uncertainties to their causes. It could be related to the boy's living environment, personal trauma, or even genetic inheritance. Chen Ji did not answer. When he came up with the conclusion that Fan Yu liked the company of ghosts, an extremely scary thought cropped up in his mind. He peeled open his raincoat to retrieve Fan Yu's drawing from inside his pocket, the black house and the red little humans. Before arriving at Mu Yang High School, Chen Ji had assumed that this referred to one of the buildings at the school, but none of the building there fitted Fan Yu's drawing. If anything, the squat, dilapidated room shared by Fan Yu and his aunt had a closer resemblance to the drawing. If Fan Yu is really drawing about the house he's living in, and these red people, even the hairs on Chen Ji's arms stood on end. Fan Yu's house is filled with ghosts. He was reminded of the scene when he went to visit Fan Yu that morning. The aunt had been incredibly worried while Fan Yu locked himself up in his bedroom with the door and window closed, his head lowered, fully focused on his drawing. Every time he only used the two colors, red and black. All of his drawings were about a black house and red people, but each drawing had a slight difference. Chen Ji's lips paled. He clearly remembered that the position of the red people was different in every drawing. He had originally thought that was Fan Yu just scribbling, but now thinking back, they represented the dirty things moving inside the house. Fan Yu can see them. Chen Ji sucked in a cold breath, and more details from when Fan Yu was inside his haunted house continued to surface. When Chen Ji was talking to the little boy, the latter had kept looking behind Chen Ji, especially at his shadow. Fan Yu had said 2 sentences inside the haunted house, and both of them had been directed at Chen Ji. At the time, Chen Ji had assumed that the kid had taken a liking to him, but now he realized that the boy probably treated him as kindred spirit. No wonder he's afraid of sunlight and likes to visit haunted house. The boy's perception has been seriously twisted. Chen Ji gripped the phone tightly. He did not know why Fan Yu had turned out that way, but the boy's various curious actions and the testimony from the woman had led Chen Ji to a scary speculation. In a similarly rainy night a few years ago, the boy had disappeared. Tragedy had befallen his parents after they went to look for him. To be able to kill 2 grown adults and deal with their bodies and crime scene on a stormy night required plenty of careful planning and preparation. Although, viewing this from another perspective, if someone did have the intention to harm Fan Yu's parents, why would a killer with the ability to hide the bodies perfectly and clear their every trace from the crime scene let Fan Yu go? When his aunt told Fan Yu that his parents had gone to heaven, Fan Yu had examined the well closely because he said that heaven was inside the well. This meant that he knew his parents' bodies were inside the well. He had seen everything. He was one of the witnesses, so the killer had no reason to let him live. Chen Ji narrowed his eyes slightly as a chill coursed through his body. That is unless the killer knew the boy or was the boy himself. Regardless of which one it was, either possibility made Chen Ji's heart cold with fear. The aunt herself was also a prime suspect. There were way too many plot holes in her story, and when she supposedly went into the kitchen to pour water for Chen Ji, she should not have wasted so much time in there. Then, during the conversation and even before he left, she had kept reminding Chen Ji to take a sip of the water. At the time, Chen Ji had been too focused on his mission to be careful of her kindness, but thinking back, he suspected that something had been done to that glass of water. If it was the aunt who killed Fan Yu's parents, what was her motive? The woman loved Fan Yu to the extent of pampering him. She was blessed with beauty but did not seem to keep up her appearances. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to raise Fan Yu alone. She even spared no expenses to take him to see many doctors. She had put her whole life on hold for Fan Yu's sake. Would such a kind woman really be the killer? To be honest, the thin woman had left a good impression on Chen Ji. He thought she was independent and strong. Then again, if she was not the killer, then the next prime suspect would be the boy himself. He was the crime's only witness and survivor. Chen-ji did not suspect him initially because he was just a child, but after knowing the secret behind his drawings, Chen-ji realized he had greatly underestimated this child. Fan Yu had a pair of unique eyes, and his constant company was only ghosts. He was not scared by their presence, but, in fact, managed to survive just fine. Chen-ji even suspected that he had the ability to control them. This would sound preposterous to others, but not to Chen-ji because he himself was the specter's favored. But if the boy is the killer, what was his motive? This was the question that stumped Chen-ji the most. Neither the boy nor the aunt had any actual reason to murder their close family. What really happened on that day? Fan Yu's parents were ultimately dropped inside Muyang High School's well, but why Muyang High School of all places? When Chen-ji placed the drawing back inside his pocket, he realized that the call was still connected, so he immediately apologized to Dr. Gao. "I'm so sorry, my attention was otherwise distracted." "No worries, I was just flipping through the journals to find out more about the patient. In fact, I'm really interested in his case. Do you mind bringing him to see me when there's an opportunity?" Gao Ruzu's father had not hung up. He had waited patiently for Chen-ji. "Of course, should the opportunity arise, we will definitely visit you." "Thank you, this number is my personal number, so call me when you're coming. Lastly, I have something to remind you." Teacher Gao sounded like he was hesitating on the phone, as if he was deciding whether he should say something or not. "What is it?" Chen-ji was appreciative of any advice from this kind doctor. "The way to treat a patient is with plenty of patience, but it is undeniable that serious patients carry with them a certain degree of threat. When you are in their company, please remember to try not to incite them." Chapter 83, How do I complete this mission? For the sake of the child's future recovery and your personal safety, please be careful. "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Chen-ji leaned against the toilet's wall. His mind was a clotted mess. If the killer was not Fan Yu, then it had to be Fan Yu's aunt. They were the prime suspects, but also the victim's closest family. In any case, it is certain that Fan Yu's aunt is hiding something from me. Something else must have happened that rainy night several years ago. Their closest family turning into their killer. This was a mystery that stumped Chen-ji. The crime scene was at Muyang High School. Perhaps I can find some clues here. Chen-ji reopened the live stream. The chat was still lagging, but at least the footage had gotten much clearer. After apologizing quickly to his viewers, Chen-ji walked out of the second-floor toilet with his mallet in hand. He stood at the door and waved his flashlight at the floor. There was not anything like footprints. When I was hiding behind the toilet door earlier, I really did hear footsteps. They stopped before the toilet entrance, but the lack of footprints suggests that the owners of the footsteps are not living humans. Chen-ji glanced down the stairs. Last he heard, the sets of footsteps did head downstairs. Chen-ji was unsure whether the footsteps belonged to the red shadow mentioned in the mission or not, but for the sake of safety, he decided to avoid it for now. Brandishing his flashlight, Chen-ji headed up to the third floor. However, when he was at the landing between second and third floor, the sound of footsteps reverberated in his ears again. They seemed to be coming from the first floor. Two people, standing side by side, were heading upstairs. "Have they discovered me?" Chen-ji immediately switched off his flashlight, stuck his back to the wall, and stared closely at the mouth of the staircase. The footsteps did not stop, and they walked onto the second floor. "It sounds like they're heading into the second-floor toilet." Just as this thought crossed Chen-ji's mind, the sound of cubicle doors being opened appeared beside his ears. The cubicle doors were opened one after another, 6 times. They seemed to be checking the toilet cubicles. Chen-ji leaned closer to the railing and tried to poke his head out to take a closer look at the situation on the second floor. After the cubicle doors stopped moving, so did the footsteps. It appeared like everything Chen-ji had heard earlier was part of his imagination. He waited for 5 minutes on the stairs, but could not hear any weird sounds coming from the second-floor toilet anymore. The lack of footsteps means that the walking spirits are now inside the toilet. They're probably hiding in one of the cubicles, waiting to ambush me. Chen-ji might have a powerful heart, but it did not mean that he had no fear. A surprise from inside the toilet cubicle would probably scare him quite a bit. Since the spirit is now hiding inside the second-floor toilet, it's the perfect opportunity for me to check out the third floor. Chen-ji did not turn on his flashlight. Thanks to the yin-yang vision, the reward he had received from completing a nightmare mission, even though it was not as magical as described by the black phone, it did greatly improve his sight, enabling him to see better than most at night. In the darkened night, thunder flashed occasionally across the sky, giving Chenji a temporary glimpse of his surroundings. It created an eerie atmosphere. He feared that one of the lightning flashes might enable him to see things that he did not want to. Chenji looked left and right several times as he stood at the entrance to the third-floor toilet. There was nothing in sight, so Chenji stepped into the toilet. The third floor's toilet was even more curious than the ones on the first and second floors. The window was boarded up, and the walls were unstained. The place seemed to have been abandoned even before the school was closed down. All 6 cubicles were closed, giving Chenji a strange feeling that every single of them was hiding a scary surprise. The 5th and 6th cubicles in the first-floor toilet were closed because they were storage rooms for cleaning supplies. Could that be the case again? Chenji walked to the first cubicle and leaned toward the door. There was no sound coming from within, definitely no crying of babies or giggles of girls like he had anticipated. Then, he did something even braver. He knelt on the floor and peered through the bottom opening. Empty. There were no random items like mops or brooms, nor was there a pair of legs. It was just a normal cubicle. Chenji tried pushing the door, and it opened easily. The cubicle was extremely clean. If not for the layer of dust on every surface, he would have believed that this place was cleaned daily. The whole education block looks like it was burned down in a fire, but this toilet shows no signs of burning. This is similar to that classroom on the first floor. This similarity attracted Chenji's attention. That basically confirms that this is my mission venue. He pushed open the other cubicles before stopping at the 5th. I have a very bad feeling. Could there be a nasty surprise waiting for me behind this door? Chenji patted the doll inside his shirt pocket and used his mallet to shove the door open. The door fell open, and when he saw what was inside the cubicle, Chenji took an involuntary step back. Drawings of eyes covered every surface inside the 5th cubicle, their sizes similar to actual human eyes. Before opening the door, Chenji had tried to envision what could appear behind the door. Perhaps it might be pale-faced girl or a scary monster or madman covered with blood. But he definitely did not anticipate this. Why are there so many eyes on the walls and boards? This creepy discovery sent a chill down Chenji's spine. He felt like there were innumerable eyes looking at him. His legs were shaking as he stood outside the cubicle. One could imagine how unsettling it would be inside. Which psycho did this and why? The pairs of eyes felt like they were peeping on the people inside the cubicle. Shuddering, Chenji hurriedly closed the door again. It felt very unsettling being stared at by so many pairs of eyes even though they were mere drawings. I found the mission venue, but how am I supposed to find this quest? Hide inside the cubicle with all the eyes staring at me while waiting for the red shadow to arrive. Isn't that asking for a bit too much? Chenji stared at the cubicle for a long time before moving to the 6th cubicle. He found the same drawing of eyes inside the 6th cubicle. However, different from the 5th cubicle, the eyes in the 6th cubicle were only drawn on the wall and partition that was shared with the 5th cubicle. The other walls were completely clean. Chapter 84, It's Time. Chenji was weirded out by the single painted wall in the 6th cubicle. He returned to the 4th cubicle and he was right. There were no doodles in the 4th cubicle. Could it be a mere prank from the students? But why did they pick the 5th cubicle? It's not the first one or the last one. To get to the truth, Chenji returned to the 6th cubicle. He hesitated before walking into it. The water pipes all ran through the 6th cubicle, so the space was much smaller compared to the other cubicles. There's nothing worth noting here. Do I need to enter the 5th cubicle for the mission to progress? Chenji looked at the eyes on the wall before raising his finger to lightly touch them. They look scary, but they're just drawings. He was locked in a staring match with the eyes on the wall for a long time. The 4th cubicle is normal. The drawings are only in the 5th and 6th cubicle. This partition is unique because it's covered with drawing of the eyes on both sides. Something slowly clicked in Chenji's mind. He used his finger to slowly move through every drawing on the wall. When his finger touched one of the eyes that was next to his knees, Chenji's expression shifted. It is as I predicted. He squatted down and flashed some light on the partition. Underneath his finger was a peephole the size of a human pupil. A small hole had been gauged into the wall. Since its size was similar to an actual pupil and it was hiding in the corner, it was difficult to discover. All the other eyes are to hide this single peephole. As Chenji looked at the peephole in the wall, he felt weirdly unsettled. The peephole connects the 5th and 6th cubicles, meaning someone once used this peephole to spy on the person inside the 5th cubicle from the 6th cubicle. Who would have thought of the many eyes that surrounded the walls? One of them would be real. Since the pipes are gathered in the 6th cubicle, as long as the peeping Tom climbed on top of the pipes, he wouldn't be discovered even if someone peeked in from underneath the door. The man had it all thought out. Being looked at in the dark made Chenji feel very uncomfortable. Thinking about the mission description, the person that hid in the 5th cubicle was the victim of the peeping Tom, which could be the Red Shadow. Now that the secret of the 5th cubicle has been solved, how do I complete the mission? Do I have to stay inside the 5th cubicle for the Red Shadow to spy on me? Chenji waved the mallet in the air. If that was supposed to happen, he would not mind smashing the Red Shadow's eye blind. Just as Chenji was trying to figure out how to complete the mission, the set of footsteps started again in the corridor, and they were speeding toward the 3rd floor. What's happening? The footsteps are more urgent than before. Is it because I opened the 5th cubicle? But that does not sound right. I opened the cubicle much earlier, so why are they rushing over now? Before he could come up with an answer, the footsteps had already arrived at the 3rd floor. Chenji was standing inside the 6th cubicle, so his only choice was to step into the cubicle and close the door. The moment he did, the footsteps entered the 3rd floor bathroom. Finally, the time has come. Chenji switched off his flashlight and raised his mallet. However, what happened next completely surprised him. After the footsteps entered the toilet, the being did not check the cubicle one after another but headed for the 5th cubicle directly. After the door of the cubicle next to him was closed, the toilet suddenly became very quiet. They're just beside me, but isn't the order a bit messed up? According to the mission requirement, it should be me inside the 5th cubicle, right? The silence persisted. After the owners of the footsteps entered the 5th cubicle, there were no more sounds. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Chenji's interest in the person next door was slowly piqued. He glanced at the peephole on the wall before squatting down and leaned toward it. The black peephole seemed to have a magical attraction, drawing Chenji closer to it. On the other end of the peephole was not a bloodshot eye or a red shadow, but 2 kids about the age of 3 or 4. The boy and the girl hid themselves beside the toilet, holding each other's hands. They looked intensely worried. Shouldn't it be a red shadow? Where did these 2 kids come from? Chenji pulled his gaze back. The 2 children next door could not be described with the word scary. Another side mission related to the well mentions a brother and sister. Since the deep well is related to Fan Yu, could these 2 be the aunt's son and daughter? But why would they appear here? And they look like they are being chased by something. A series of questions appeared in his mind. Chenji gripped the mallet tightly. If his opponent was these 2 children, he had confidence he could win. I should wait a little longer. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. The night darkened, and suddenly the silence in the 3rd floor toilet was shattered by a new set of footsteps that came from the corridor. Chenji pulled the cubicle door open a sliver and looked out. When the footsteps stopped at the toilet entrance, a faded red shadow was reflected on the tiles on the toilet wall. It's finally here. Chenji's mission target had finally arrived. He did not dare to breathe as his eyes were staring at the door. The sound of footsteps became clearer, signifying that the red shadow had entered the 3rd floor toilet. Creak! The 1st cubicle's door was pulled open, and Chenji saw a blurry red shadow poke its head into the cubicle. It stopped for a long time before moving to the 2nd cubicle. This was the first time in his life that Chenji felt the sound of door opening was so grating. Very soon, the doors to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th cubicles were pulled open, and the red shadow stopped before the 5th cubicle. Watching this unfold, Chenji tensed up. His body was like a pressed spring about to explode at any moment. If he had followed the mission's instructions, he would have been the one inside the 5th cubicle, and what the red shadow was about to do inside the 5th cubicle would be the thing that should have happened to him. In the silent and dark toilet, the red shadow gripped the door of the 5th cubicle and slowly pulled it open. The room felt like it had turned darker. Children's cries and laughter appeared from the cubicle next door. The red shadow stood at the door but did not go in. It looked left and right before moving to the last cubicle. Chapter 85, I Should Be Afraid. From the sliver of the door that was left ajar, Chenji saw the red shadow stop before the 6th cubicle. There was just a thin partition between them. Time seemed to have slowed down for the imminent confrontation. Several seconds later, the red shadow leaned toward the door, and at the same time, Chenji raised his mallet. Chenji watched as the red shadow made contact with the door. As the door creaked open, every muscle in Chenji's body tensed. Before the door was completely opened, the red shadow had started to phase through the door. Facing the dangerous threat, Chen Ji's survival instinct caused him to smash his mallet on the red shadow, and in the same motion he aimed a strong kick at the door. Bang! The decrepit cubicle door understandably could not withstand his assault. It flew off its hinges and slammed into the red shadow, which did not even have the chance to evade. The red shadow did not anticipate this, and its body started to blur as it rolled on the floor. Then it ran out of the toilet. Chen Ji gasped greedily for air. He had expected a fierce battle, but his opponent appeared to have a much weaker heart than he had anticipated. Chen Ji's sudden appearance seemed to have spooked it. Has the thing forgotten its ghostly identity? Chen Ji did not relax as he gripped the mallet tightly. After the red shadow made its escape, children's crying drifted out from the fifth cubicle. The two kids, who Chen Ji assumed to be the woman's children, were still inside the toilet. Stop crying! This was a common trope in scary movies. A creepy sound of tears that came from inside the toilet. It should have been scary, but with an angry warning from Chen Ji, the children's crying really did stop. He blocked the entrance of the fifth cubicle angrily. The two children had their hands over their lips, their pale faces filled with fear. Why are you two acting like the victims? Chen Ji's emotions were a bit out of control from the intense confrontation with the red shadow. His loud voice combined with the dangerous-looking mallet scared the two kids in the cubicle. They held each other's hands as they half crawled, half ran out of the toilet. Was I being a bit too harsh there? The two children could very well be Fan Yu's brother and sister. Whether it was for the Deep Well mission or to investigate the disappearance of Fan Yu's parents, he had to follow the two children. The two kids ran very fast while Chen Ji chased after them. They soon left the education block and entered the office building next to it. Chen Ji followed closely behind them. When he got onto the second floor, the two kids suddenly disappeared. Where did they go? The interior of the office building was different from the two other buildings at Mu Yang High School. The whole building had been spared from the fire, and it was much cleaner. Chen Ji pushed open a random door and peeked in. The room had 2 tables and a bookshelf. There was flower pots sitting on the window sill. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where could they be hiding? After walking deeper into the room, Chen Ji noticed a faded plaque lying on the floor. It read, Mathematics. All of the mathematics classes at Mu Yang High School were held in this one small room. Chen Ji soon realized why. After all, Mu Yang High School did not have that many students. They could easily fit into one room. Also, fewer students meant a smaller number of teachers. This room was probably the office for the mathematics teacher as well. He took a cursory look around the room. He discovered a rotten school bag inside the drawer of one of the tables. The bag was tiny and had cartoon prints on it. Chen Ji placed it on the table and opened the zipper. There was a cartoon coloring book and a box of crayons inside. Why would these things be inside the mathematics teacher's office? The contents of the school bag did not seem to be for high school students. Chen Ji surmised that the school bag probably belonged to the mathematics teacher's child, and the bag had been left behind for some reason. After opening the crayon box, Chen Ji realized that every color was there except red and black. Chen Ji was immediately reminded of Fan Yu. After flipping through the coloring book, Chen Ji's suspicion was further confirmed. All of the pages had the same drawing, a black house with 2 red small human figures. All of the drawings' backgrounds were the black house, but the position of the red people changed every time. Chen Ji pulled out Fan Yu's drawing from his pocket and placed it beside the coloring book. The comparison caused him to suck a light breath. At least the boy's painting style has remained the same after all these years. The drawings had given Chen Ji plenty of useful information. The rotten school bag and the spider webs that filled the drawer meant that the bag had been shoved inside the drawerway before Mu Yang High School was closed down. This meant that the boy had started to draw ghosts from a young age. His pair of eyes had probably been like that since birth. If the black house in the painting was his home, then starting from several years ago, 2 ghosts had been residing in the boy's home. Relating it to the aunt's testimony and what Chen Ji had seen earlier, the 2 ghosts were most likely the aunt's children. After living together for so long, the aunt must know that Fan Yu has a special vision. Chen Ji looked at the 2 red and black drawings. It is because she knew that she was so willing to bring Fan Yu to the haunted house. She probably pampers Fan Yu thusly because she is channeling her love for 3 children into that one boy. The appearance of Fan Yu's school bag also told Chen Ji another thing. This room likely belonged to Fan Yu's father. He was Mu Yang High School's mathematics teacher. From the conversation with Fan Yu's aunt, Chen Ji knew that Fan Yu's father had been fired from another school due to drinking. However, Fan Yu's aunt added that other schools rejected Fan Yu's father, and he had nowhere else to turn to, which was why he had ended up at Muyang High School. This made Chen Ji curious. What kind of mistake had Fan Yu's father made after drinking that would make him blacklisted from the entire school district and be shown the door by normal schools? At the time, Chen Ji had wanted to ask, but the topic had quickly been pushed aside by Fan Yu's aunt when she pulled out the mysterious photo. What kind of person was the missing father like? Chen Ji drummed the mallet on the table in thought. He continued to look through the room and finally found several paper notes inside an abandoned book on the bookshelf. Teacher Fan, we know what you did in the 6th cubicle of the 3rd floor's female toilets. We demand that you apologize to the girl immediately and get out of this school. You have 2 nights to come to a decision. We want an open apology. This is your last night. If you insist on staying at this school, then you shall stay here forever. Chapter 86, The Last Classroom. The peeping Tom is Fan Yu's father. Chen Ji never would have imagined that if he had not read the paper notes. Looks like I was right. Fan Yu's aunt has been hiding something crucial from me. When Chen Ji was trying to deduce the killer earlier, he had been missing a crucial element, a motive. The notes had provided him with a new line of inquiry. There are 3 notes, and they have different handwriting. This means that at least 3 people knew about Teacher Fan's dirty secret. Chen Ji did not touch the notes inside the book. The paper was fragile from the passage of time, and he was afraid that his touch might ruin the key evidence. The handwriting on the paper is very clear. Teacher Fan kept these 3 notes probably to find the students by comparing the handwriting. After all, Muyang High School is small. With the convenience of being a member of staff, 3 days would have been more than enough time to inspect the handwriting of all the students at this school. Chen Ji memorized the contents of the notes. To be honest, he was rather curious as to how the 3 students discovered the secret of the cubicle. Were they all victims? But that does not seem like that from the tone of the notes, especially the last one. If you insist on staying at this school, then you shall stay here forever. That definitely doesn't sound like something a victim would say. The message communicated by the 3 notes was extremely clear, but their demands sounded rather juvenile to Chen Ji. The correct solution to deal with people like Fan Yu's father was to report to the police and not ask for something like a public apology. If anything, the exposure of the incident might exacerbate the situation, for it might cause further trauma to the victim. The content of these notes does sound like they came from students. Could they be the ones who tossed Teacher Fan into the well? Chen Ji had the motive, but the timing was all wrong. There were 2 adults who disappeared that night. To be able to kill 2 adults and deal with their bodies without leaving any trace behind did not sound like something that was achievable for several teenage students. I must have missed something. Chen Ji tried to look at the situation from Teacher Fan's perspective. An open apology was definitely out of question. If this thing was exposed, his life would be ruined. He already had a record before coming to Muyang High School, and the punishment for repeat offender would be serious. Fan Yu's father knew about that. It was why he had kept those paper notes. He had probably planned to sniff out the students who had threatened him and deal with them personally, but from the result, it seemed like his 3-day search came up with nothing. Here's the conclusion of everything I've found so far. These 3 notes came from different studies, but even after comparing the handwriting of the students at this school, Fan Yu's father came up with nothing. These 3 students discovered the secret of the 6th cubicle, but instead of reporting it to the police, they adopted the method that had the least effect and would easily expose them, which was to threaten Teacher Fan directly. Lastly, the warning on the final note did come true. These 3 points made 0 sense to Chen Ji. To summarize, 3 students who could not be discovered found out about Teacher Fan's peeping Tom habit, and after their warning failed, made Teacher Fan disappear. Individual who fits these 3 criteria basically doesn't exist. However, Chen Ji already had quite a good idea about who the killer was, but he was still uncertain. The notes also mention a girl whom they want Fan Yu's father to apologize to. If I can find her, then many problems will be solved. After recording everything with his camera, Chen Ji shut the book and placed it back where it had been. If I did not stay to look through the drawers, I wouldn't have discovered these notes that are enclosed inside the book. Looks like to solve any mystery, everything starts with the details. Chen Ji exited the mathematics room and went through the other rooms but came up with nothing. It's already 10:30 p.m. There won't be enough time to complete the remaining 2 side missions if I continue to slug like this. Chen Ji exited the office with a flashlight. He searched the school ground for the well but could not find anything like that even after a 1-hour search in the rain. Where could this well be? The black phone cannot possibly be mistaken. Chenji's pants and shoes were drenched, and he looked positively haggard. There only half an hour left until midnight. I'll need to leave the well mission and find shelter. Chenji lowered his head to hide from the rain as he walked toward the education building. He wanted to reach the sealed classroom before midnight. If the mission was too difficult, the plan was to give up. Chenji's boots felt heavy from the water, and every step left a clear footprint on the floor. After entering the education block, Chenji headed directly for the sealed classroom. Looking from outside the window, the single table in the middle of the room that had the textbook, pen, and paper on it did look weird. It looked stranger than I expected. Muyang High School had originally been a crematorium. Chenji read from the online threads that the sealed classroom was exactly the location of the crematorium's former morgue. It had powerful yin energy, and that was why the headmaster had kept the classroom sealed. Some said a school bus ran into a huge accident when they were out on a school trip. Many people died, but the spirits of the students still came back to school. The headmaster had to leave this classroom open to accommodate them. The last explanation was the most inspiring. Before Muyang High School was closed, the school was the worst school in Jiujiang. Their collective score was always first, counting from the bottom. To improve this situation, some of the staff suggested arranging the classes according to their results. The worse the result, the further to the back their class would be. However, this suggestion was vetoed by the headmaster, and he sealed the classroom to tell the students that no one was born in the last place, and labeling them as such would be a horrible mistake. There were many other rumors about the sealed classroom at Muyang High School, but Chenji could only remember these three, which were most discussed. He checked the time again. At 11:36 p.m., he opened the door and went into the sealed classroom. Chenji moved quickly, and his target was clear, which was to take a closer look at the things on the table at the center. When he entered the room, Chenji did not feel that the classroom was any different from outside, perhaps slightly quieter. Chenji looked at the textbook and the paper, but there was nothing notable written on them. However, when he picked up the textbook, he discovered there was plenty of writing carved into the wooden table. Chapter 87. You are inside the drawing. The writing was carved onto the table with the end of a pen. Each marking went deep into the surface and spoke of the writer's pain and desperation. The writings were all collected at the center of the table. Chenji bent down toward the table to get a closer look. The eyes on the toilet wall came alive. I saw it, the eyes were moving. I don't know why I would imagine that, but from that day onwards, I feel like a pair of eyes has been following me. They could be hiding anywhere, inside the drawer, under the bed, behind the pillow. I've lost the courage to even look inside my bag, afraid that a pair of eyes will look back at me. I'm afraid of being left alone. I don't dare enter tight spaces. I'm scared of the dark. The moment the lights are switched off, I scream, waking up from a nightmare. I believe I've lost my mind, and the pair of eyes is watching me slip down the spiral of insanity. What should I do? A pair of eyes is following me. They must be hiding somewhere, and they look familiar, but I cannot place them. I have told my parents and the class teacher about this, but they brushed me off, saying that I probably need to lay off the heavy studying. They are probably right. I'm probably too tired, or else why would I think the pair of eyes look so similar to the class teacher's eyes? My parents told the teacher to keep a tab on me, and I know they meant well, but whenever I'm close to the respected class teacher, I just want to grab a pen and jab his eyes blind. Have I finally gone off the deep end? I don't dare tell more people about this. I'm afraid of the eyes, and afraid that people might call me crazy. I pretend to laugh and smile like I used to, but the appearance of the eyes has gotten far more frequent. I don't know who I can trust. I feel like I'm breaking down. Horrible thoughts appear in my mind when I see needles or fruit knives. I find myself wailing for no reason. I want the tears to stop, but I can't control them. I know they are watching. This cannot go on any longer. I only seek release. I hope the rumors about this classroom are real. I'm willing to give up everything just to destroy that pair of eyes. After reading everything, Chenji did not hurry to leave. He diligently recorded all the handwriting on his live stream. In a way, he was keeping evidence. The writing on the table was seemingly carved by the girl who had been hurt by Teacher Fan. The eyes inside the toilet had traumatized her deeply. That, combined with Teacher Fan's other actions, pushed her to seek help from this cursed classroom. After she paid her dues, Fan Yu's parents really disappeared. In a way, those eyes that haunted her were indeed dealt with. Chenji realized this sealed classroom played a key role in the whole process. In other words, Teacher Fan's real killer might have been the things that resided in this classroom. The paper notes with 3 different sets of handwriting belonged to 3 people who didn't exist among the existing student roster and had the capability to kill. If the ghosts inside this classroom were the killers, they did fulfill the 3 criteria perfectly. Chenji looked around him, and his heart started to waver. He was reminded of the group photo that Fan Yu's aunt had shown him. He might be dealing with more than 1 or 2 ghosts. Perhaps a whole classroom of ghosts was trapped there. Chenji turned to inspect other tables, and he realized that something was written on each table. Every table is carved with words, but the handwriting are all different. When Chenji moved toward the next table, he accidentally knocked into the table on which the textbook, paper, and pen sat. The pen rolled off the edge and fell to the floor. When Chenji bent down to pick it up, an arm from beside the table reached out to pick up the pen and hand it to Chenji. "Thank you." Chenji accepted it and replied on reflex. However, as he straightened up to replace the pen on the table, he froze. A surge of chills climbed up his spine. Where did the arm come from? He aimed his mallet at where the arm had been, but it only made contact with air. He looked around, and the sealed classroom was the same as he remembered. The tables and chairs around him remained unchanged, but Chenji's gaze did change. There's a classroom at the end of the corridor that's always sealed. No one ever enters it, but every night the classroom will come alive with activity, and it's almost midnight. The mission description crossed his mind. Just the thought of it made him shiver. Surrendering the mission, Chenji just wanted to get out of the classroom as fast as he could. The closer he was to the door, the more anxious he became. He anticipated that the door would close at the final moment, and he would turn to see the whole classroom filled with people. Chenji picked up pace and rushed through the door. Thankfully, what he feared did not happen. Looks like this side mission is not accomplishable. Chenji looked at the classroom and realized the rumors were probably real. The whole class had turned into ghosts and stayed to haunt the place. After closing the classroom door, before he could catch a break, Chenji lowered his head and saw something that gave him the shock of his life. There was another set of footprints outside the classroom beside him. The person seemed to have stopped in front of the classroom for a long time before leaving. These look like the prints of rubber shoes. This person came prepared. When he was inside the sealed classroom investigating, there was another individual watching him from outside the window. Chenji felt scared. If something had happened to him inside the classroom and he had run toward the door, said person could have easily locked him in from outside. Gripping the mallet in his hand, Chenji soon calmed down. Footprints can't be hidden that easily. I'll need to find this person first before I decide what to do. He followed the footprints, and the other person did not seem like they were planning to hide. The trail of footprints was clear, like they were waiting for Chenji to come find them. Chenji followed the trail up to the 3rd floor, and he realized that the prints entered the toilet. He put away his phone and slowly pushed the toilet door open. There was a woman in raincoat standing before the 5th cubicle. She looked slender and weak, like she could crumble at any moment. "Whether you're a human or a ghost, you're not leaving here until you give me an explanation," Chenji warned while maintaining a 3-meter distance from the person. After a long time, the woman removed the hood of the raincoat to reveal her face. "I really didn't think you would come here. I'm here to save you." The woman who appeared at Mu Yang High School at midnight was Fan Yu's aunt. "Save me?" Chenji did not believe her fully. Fan Yu's aunt was still a suspect. He had not forgotten about the woman's insistence on giving him that glass of water. "Yes, I saw Fan Yu's drawing." The woman peeled out a wrinkled piece of paper from inside her raincoat. "You are inside the drawing. Place it on the floor and take a few steps back." Fan Yu's aunt dropped the drawing and retreated to stand beside the 6th cubicle. Chapter 88, The Truth. Chenji's suspicion toward the woman lowered since she was so cooperative. He walked forward to pick up the drawing. There was a black building on the paper. The building was filled with red humans, but standing apart from the rest, as if the red humans were afraid to be near it, was an extremely conspicuous black man. "You said that I am inside the painting. What is your evidence?" Of course, Chenji would not buy her story with just a single painting. The people inside Fan Yu's painting have always been red in color. In fact, this is also the first time I have seen a black figure. I thought about it for a long time and deduced that you have to be this black person because in the past month, you are the only outsider who has been to our house. Fan Yu's aunt stood in the corner of the room, the rain on her raincoat dripping onto the floor, creating an uncomfortable rhythm. "That's all. Then what is the meaning of these red people? What is the difference between the red and the black people?" Fan Yu's eyes studied Chen Ji silently. Just as Chen Ji thought the woman would not tell him the truth, she suddenly said, "The red figures represent ghosts, and since I've only seen one black figure, I assume it represents a living human." "Ghosts? I know you won't believe it, but certain things in this world are inexplicable," Fan Yu's aunt said calmly, like she had rehearsed this speech many times already. "Before the accident that happened to Fan Yu's parents, I knew the boy could see things that normal people couldn't. I told his parents, but they didn't believe in things like ghosts." "Since they didn't believe it, why do you?" Chen Ji's curiosity was piqued. "Initially, no one knew that Fan Yu has this power until my husband and 2 children passed away in a car accident. That was the darkest period of my life. I would collapse whenever I saw their picture. Should that happen, Fan Yu would come to me with his drawings. 2 small red children living inside a black house, and he would tell me that the red children are his brother and sister." The woman's eyes softened with warmth. "Naturally, I did not believe him initially. I assumed he was merely trying to make me feel better. But as the number of his drawing increased, my convictions started to shake. I would ask Fan Yu what his brother and sister were doing, and his description would be incredibly detailed. Sometimes, he even mentioned little habits of my children that only a mother would notice and know." "That was when you believed Fan Yu can see ghosts?" "Yes, or I admit perhaps I wish that it is real. Sometimes I even see my own child possessing Fan Yu's body." "Even if what you're saying is true, a child's painting still represents nothing. Don't tell me every human that appears in his drawing will die," Chen Ji asked cautiously. "You can turn over the paper to look underneath it." Following her instruction, Chen Ji turned the paper over. There was another drawing. This time it was the painting of an old well. Inside the well, several figures that were redder than usual were climbing out, while a black person stood beside the well. Interestingly enough, the location of the black figure inside the well painting overlapped with the black person's position in the black house on the other side. According to legend, there is an old well at this school that has claimed many lives. The ghosts inside the well are coming out, and you're standing beside it, meaning you've been targeted by the ghosts. If you stay here any longer, accidents might happen, Fan Yu's aunt said sincerely. It did sound like she was concerned for Chen Ji. Touching the paper, Chen Ji stared at the drawings for a long time. He frowned slightly as he compared the 2 drawings, and an answer settled in his mind. "Looks like I've misunderstood you." Chen Ji put Fan Yu's painting in his pocket, a nonverbal signal that he was not going to return it. "Since I'm planning to leave, let's go together. This way we can watch each other's back. This place gives me the creeps." "You're right," Fan Yu's aunt nodded as she walked toward Chen Ji. Chen Ji seemed to have trusted her fully. He turned to walk away, exposing his defenseless back to the woman. The pair walked one in front and one at the back. Chen Ji walked very slowly, holding his mallet. Fan Yu's aunt behind him seemed to fear being left alone, and she slowly increased her speed. If someone was in front to see Chen Ji's expression, they would be shocked to see how calculative the glow in his eyes was. As the distance between them drew closer, as Fan Yu's aunt was about to reach Chen Ji, this slender woman showed a face that was suddenly different from before. Her face was tense, and her hand underneath the raincoat, which was carrying something, reached out to stab Chen Ji. "I knew you are suspicious." Chen Ji's reaction was faster than she had anticipated, and the man was crueler than she had thought. The mallet went for her hand, and a kick came soon after. Bang! After Fan Yu's aunt was knocked into the toilet's wall, the thing in her palm clattered to the floor. Chen Ji walked toward her and saw it was a paring knife. The thing was small and was normally used to bone meat, an extremely sharp implement. Her hair falling all over her face, Fan Yu's aunt crawled up from the ground like a vicious ghost. However, Chen Ji did not give her any chance to counter and helped her to the floor again. "I've suspected you since I visited your place, but I could not find any proof. Now you've finally shown me your true face." The difference in strength was obvious. Fan Yu's aunt tried several times but could not get up. All she could do was glare at Chen Ji hellishly. "How did you find out?" "From the very beginning, I didn't trust you, and this drawing provides me with the crucial evidence. The drawing on the back was drawn by your hand. Do you think a child's art is that easily mimicked? Don't look at me like that. You're the one who made the mistake. If you don't want to get exposed, don't do the evil deed in the first place." Chen Ji picked up the paring knife from the floor, and the blade glinted coldly in the dark. "You're the one who killed Fan Yu's parents, right? Regardless of your reason, how could you kill your own family in cold blood?" "It was never my intention to kill. You have no idea what really happened that night." Fan Yu's aunt lashed out at Chen Ji. "That is true, but one thing is for sure, you are one of the killers." Chen Ji was considering how to immobilize the woman while waiting for the police to arrive. "The real killer is Fan Yu's father. You're pushing the blame onto a dead man? That is your argument. After making sure that Fan Yu's aunt had no more sharp weapons on her, he relaxed slightly. It's true. Fan Yu's aunt collapsed to the floor, and the truth from years ago finally came out of her lips. You must know by now what kind of sick bastard my brother was. It was inside this exact toilet that he caused an innocent girl to go crazy. In the end, I heard that the girl was forced to commit suicide. After that happened, my brother became even more unhinged and increasingly paranoid, often claiming that someone was out to get him. My sister-in-law finally could not stand it and filed for divorce, but my brother refused to let her leave. Forced into the corner, she threatened my brother, saying that if he didn't agree to the divorce, she would expose his crimes to the world. Chapter 89, Deep Well. Then what was your brother's response? An originally mentally unhinged person who was haunted, Chen-ji expected such an individual to resort to extreme action when threatened, and what Fan Yu's aunt said next confirmed his speculation. Weirdly enough, after her threat, my brother calmed down. He considered it for a whole afternoon before relenting to her demand. The expression on Fan Yu's aunt's face was complicated. In retrospect, he was probably figuring out a way to kill her instead of considering the divorce. Things went as planned for my brother. It was raining cats and dogs the day that he locked Fan Yu up in his office and returned home alone. When we discovered that Fan Yu was not home, we assumed that the boy had gone missing, so all of us went out to go searching for him. My brother led his wife to Mu Yang High School. When I returned home at 9 p.m., none of them were there. I was worried, so I also headed for Mu Yang High School to go look for them. There was an old well on the hill behind the school. A few days before that, there had been a landslide caused by heavy rain, and the well had been buried. When I arrived, my brother was clearing the soil around the well. I didn't see my sister-in-law at first. I called my brother's name as I walked closer, and when I did, I saw her body stuck at the mouth of the well. I really didn't expect him to do something like that. He was such a gentle soul normally, and he really did love his wife. I realized then that my brother has lost his mind. Ever since he brought home that photo and said that he was haunted, I should have known that was the case. After I stumbled across the murder, I was given two choices. One was to help him cover up the body, and the other was to die. To save myself, I had no choice but to listen to him. As he ordered, I left some wounds on my sister-in-law's body and then helped him dig the well open. Fan Yu's aunt was leaning against the wall, and her eyes were filled with regret. I knew I had become an accomplice, but the scarier thing was that I didn't know when my brother would dispose of me. He definitely would not leave any witnesses alive. Perhaps after burying my sister-in-law, he would also toss me inside the well. So you took the initiative and killed him first? Chen-ji listened to the woman's story quickly, and from his perspective, this whole family was abnormal. The husband was a peeping Tom, and after finding out about it, the wife did not report it to the police but used that as leverage to ask for a divorce. If I did not kill him, I would have been killed. And after killing him, I became Fan Yu's only family, and I did not need to share him with anyone else again. The last sentence was probably the only truthful word that left the woman's lips that night. But Fan Yu is not even your child to begin with. Chen-ji believed half of what Fan Yu's aunt had said. There was no way to confirm things that happened 3 years ago, and there was no one to counter Fan Yu's aunt. You're wrong. My children have possessed Fan Yu's body, and that is why he is familiar with my children's habits. Fan Yu is not only my brother's child, but also my children. Green veins started to pop on the woman's face, and her lips were bleeding from the vehemence of her claim. Seeing her in this state, Chen-ji did not think it was wise to push her further. This woman said that her brother was crazy, but from how he saw it, she was not that normal herself. Her mind had probably snapped when her husband and children passed away in the car accident, and she applied her twisted love on Fan Yu when she realized the boy could see her children's lost souls. Looking at the distraught woman, Chen-ji was reminded of the mission description given by the black phone. Everyone has a deep well inside their heart where shameful and unknowable secrets stay buried. Get up, show me to the well where your brother's body was dumped. The well has already disappeared. After my brother shoved my sister-in-law down the well, I pushed him in. He broke his fall on top of my sister-in-law's body. He screamed and cursed from inside the well, but no one could hear him because of the heavy rain. Fan Yu's aunt pulled at her hair nervously, her arms continuously shaking. I filled the well up with soil, and 3 years have passed since then. I don't even know where to start to look for the well. You only need to give me a general area, Chen-ji said in a normal tone, but it elicited a violent reaction from Fan Yu's aunt. No one will be able to find them. Memory struck the woman's heart like a knife, and her expression twisted with ferocity. I will raise Fan Yu alone. I will give him all the love he needs. If you really love Fan Yu, you wouldn't have done this. Your love benefits only yourself. It's incredibly selfish. When they were at the haunted house, he had noticed that Fan Yu preferred talking to Chen Ji, a stranger, than deal with his aunt. It was obvious that they did not share a good relationship. You said that the period after your family's accident was the darkest moment of your life. It was Fan Yu who came to you with comfort by offering you the drawings of your children. He helped you out of sincerity, but you killed his father. Chen Ji was reminded of the small house that was filled with red figures. If he had not intervened then, things might have gone down a far worse and far crueler route. You should be glad that Fan Yu is still a child. Facing the punishment of the law would be good for both Fan Yu and his aunt. Fan Yu was searching for heaven inside the well, which meant that he had witnessed everything. He knew his aunt was the real killer. As he grew older, he might have repeated what his aunt had done, and with blood on his hands, his life would have been ruined. It's time to give this tragedy its closure. After ending the live stream, Chen Ji had called the police. With regards to the kind of punishment Fan Yu's aunt would receive, he really had no clue. The boy is forced to live with the killer of his parents. No wonder his psychological development is so stunted. You are the cause of his symptoms. When Chen Ji called the police, Fan Yu's aunt shook her head vehemently, and her lips moved before she ran toward the toilet door. Stop struggling. Chen Ji followed behind her. He was afraid that she might do something stupid. Two of them ran to the first floor. When they passed the sealed classroom, Fan Yu's aunt suddenly tripped and stayed on the ground for a long time. It felt like someone had yanked on her leg. It was weird to say the least. Chen Ji stopped several meters behind her. Fan Yu's aunt was collapsed at the door to the sealed classroom, and Chen Ji was feeling apprehensive about this particular classroom. He stuck his back to the wall opposite from the door and leaned to peek into the classroom. It was after midnight. The empty classroom was filled with students, and an old, rotund man was standing at the lectern. Chapter 90, The Cursed Ballpoint Pen. Fan Yu's aunt had also seen the scene inside the classroom. The children sitting at the tables with their heads lowered were similar to the students shot inside her brother's group photo. After collapsing to the floor, fear was frozen on her face. She tried to stand up, but her limbs refused to listen to her command. Shush! Chen Ji rushed to the woman's side to grab her arm and half-dragged her out of the education block. The rumors were real. Regardless of their cause of death, the students had all returned to that classroom. You saw it, right? Right, seeing them in a picture and seeing them in real life had a completely different feeling. The woman's eyes bulged out of their sockets and her breath came haltingly. Let's leave this place for now. Chen Ji dragged Fan Yu's aunt to the entrance of the education block. Before they left, he turned back to glance at the classroom. The door and windows were closed, and it was completely dark within. I've been inside the school for so long already, and they haven't actively attacked me. Looks like they aren't malevolent spirits. Chen Ji had basis to believe that. The girl who was made insane by Fan Yu's father had committed suicide in that classroom, and the one who came out to help her was one of the spirits from that classroom. The people who wrote the warning notes to Fan Yu's father were the spirits. They were trying to protect the school's students, even though their method was a bit wrong. Chen Ji held Fan Yu's aunt as they wandered over to Mu Yang High School's front gate. They stood beside it to avoid the rain. It was already past midnight. Chen Ji did not think it is wise to stay inside that 3 buildings, plus he had a random variable in Fan Yu's aunt to be concerned about. At around 1 a.m., the rain started to slow. There was light coming toward Mu Yang High School. When Chen Ji saw this, he immediately turned on his flashlight and cried for help. As the leaves of the forest parted, a group of people forced their way through in their raincoats. Here, the suspect has already been detained. Chen Ji was excited, but when he saw the person who was leading the way, his confidence dwindled. Why is it you again? When Inspector Li reached the gate and saw Chen Ji, his face began twitching. The same person has called the emergency hotline thrice in a week. This is the first time that has ever happened in the station's 35 years history. Did you know that? Even the officer who answers the calls felt like he can now recognize your voice. Chen Ji was made speechless by Inspector Li. He too felt embarrassed. He quickly hauled Fan Yu's aunt off the floor and led her to Inspector Li. Inspector Li asked his men to break the school's gate open, and before entering he asked, "She's also a victim?" "No, she's one of the killers." Chen Ji handed Fan Yu's aunt over to one of the officers. "One of the killers?" Inspector Li flickered his flashlight thrice to alert his men. "There are other killers still hiding inside the school." "The other killer is already dead." Chen Ji summarized everything he knew for Inspector Li. This woman's brother was a voyeur, and after the brother's wife found out, she used it to leverage a divorce. Unwilling to part, her brother killed his wife, and she happened to see her brother do that. To prevent herself from being killed, she killed her brother. So it was self-defense? Inspector Lee caught on to the key question. If that was the case, she should have reported to the police after that. However, after she killed her brother, she cleared the crime scene and left. The murder happened 3 years ago, and there is no other witness. Everything I know, it was she who told me. Chenji pointed at Fan Yu's aunt. So it is not unlikely that she was lying. Where was the crime scene then? Inspector Lee had skipped even asking why Chenji was there. Even the assisting officers took this in their stride like it was not out of the ordinary to find Chenji there. That you'll need to ask her. Chenji also wanted to know the location of the well. That was the last of his 4 side missions. Inspector Lee was far more experienced than Chenji at interrogating. He accepted a clean towel from his men before passing it to Fan Yu's aunt. Assault with intention to murder may send you to the chair, but if it was self-defense and the suspect shows signs of remorse, there might still be chance for you to see the light of day. Fan Yu's aunt gripped the towel silently. She did not look particularly afraid of death. Think about your family. At your age, you should have your own children by now. If you refuse to cooperate, you might never see them again. Inspector Lee soon found an opening, and the moment he said that, Fan Yu's aunt started to waver. After 10 more minutes of persuasion, she finally spoke. The hiding spot is at the hill behind the school, but I can only remember a general direction. She led Chenji and the police to a small hill behind the school. The bodies were dropped down a well. At the time, there was a landslide, and it covered the well completely. There was no road around Muyang High School for heavy-duty vehicles to enter. Thus, it would require manual labor if they wished to find that well. Chenji also considered that point. Inspector Lee, if we do not confirm her words as soon as possible, the case might shift when dawn arrives. Chenji squeezed to stand beside Inspector Lee. His heart was worried about his last side mission. Seal the scene first, and we'll wait for the crew to come with the necessary tools before the digging can start. Without the reminder from Chenji, Inspector Lee was already on the phone, arranging everything. At 2:15 a.m., the crew finally arrived. Inspector Lee assigned everyone their roles, and the digging began in earnest. Chenji also went to help by grabbing a shovel. He showed such conviction in his job that the officers were quite touched. At 3 a.m., the well at Muyang High School finally surfaced. At 4:3 a.m., the well was cracked open, and 2 bodies were retrieved from within. At the same time, Chenji's black phone vibrated. He received the mission accomplished message. Putting down the shovel, Chenji found a secluded spot and clicked the message open. You managed to reach the mission location on time, successfully experienced all 4 side missions, and survived until dawn. Muyang High School trial mission successful. A new scenario has been unlocked. Player can manipulate the props inside the set freely using the interface available on the phone. Trial mission completion rate more than 90%. Unlocked this mission's hidden item, the cursed ballpoint pen. The cursed ballpoint pen broken. The pen's spirit refused to answer to your call. It rolled its eyes at you before hiding away. Chapter 91, Increasing Popularity. Reading the mission clear message, Chenji sighed in relief. This trial mission with a 2-star scream factor had been easier than he anticipated, but that was probably because the spirits inside Muyang High School meant him no harm. When he was halfway through the mission, he had already noticed that the residents of Muyang High School were not baleful specters. Including the pen spirit, they had no malicious intent. What had happened to Fan Yu's father was merely karma. The most difficult side missions were definitely the classroom and the deep well. Even now, he still had not truly uncovered the mystery of the sealed classroom. He did go in to experience it once, and thankfully the spirits inside did not make things too difficult for him. The difficulty of the deep well mission was high as well. Even with the aid of the police, they had dug for a whole night before locating the well before dawn. If he had attempted that alone, he definitely would have failed the mission. Chenji felt satisfied with the rewards. He did not mind too much about the unlocked hidden item. According to legend, pen spirits could predict the future, but his pen spirit did not seem to be knowledgeable about anything and had no principles or morals. The rain that had continued throughout the night finally stopped. The police did not forget to praise Chenji for his contribution. After taking his testimony, they drove him home. The emergency call and a whole night of digging had led to tired officers. Inside the car, the one sitting next to Chenji was falling asleep. Chenji nudged his own body to the door to make space for the officer. The journey home was silent. Chenji arrived at New Century Park at 6 a.m. It could have been the yin-yang vision or constant exposure to spirits, but Chenji felt incredibly cold. He lay in his bed, but sleep would not come. He turned to his phone and was shocked to realize there were more than 10 unanswered calls and unread messages. Most of them came from He-san, mainly asking about his safety and whether he needed to call the police. At the bottom of the inbox was a message from Dr. Gao. The good doctor said that Fan Yu's symptoms might be related to the people around him, and he advised Chen Ji to pay closer attention to such individuals in the boy's life. The message was sent at 12:30 a.m. By then, Fan Yu's aunt had come clean to Chen Ji. After replying to both He-san and Dr. Gao, Chen Ji opened the video-sharing app and clicked into his personal page. A 4-hour live stream, but not a word with the chat, and I even closed the stream several times in the middle without warning. I can only imagine the damage that was done to my popularity. After detaining Fan Yu's aunt, Chen Ji had closed the live stream in deference to Fan Yu's privacy and future. He did not have the time to explain the situation to his viewers. His attention had been required elsewhere. After loading the main page, Chen Ji glanced at the interface and was shocked to realize that his live stream's followers had increased to 39,000 users. I remember before the live stream, I had less than 10,000 followers. What happened last night during the live stream? He had been so occupied with the side mission that he had allowed the live stream to play on its own. He did not think too much of it, so he was surprised by this sudden reward. Just as Chen Ji was trying to figure out what had happened, He-san's call came. As he answered it, he could hear the commotion on the other side. "Boss, I knew you're still alive." Chen Ji ignored He-san's celebration and asked directly, "What happened last night during my live stream? Why did my followers and views grow so tremendously?" "Since you started your live stream last night, the number has been growing, but it was incredibly slow until you started to play the Pen Spirit game. Someone created a thread on the app forum exposing Qin Guang for his plagiarism, and then even attached your first live stream." He-san's voice turned sharp from indignation. "Qin Guang's livestream plagiarized your content down to the analysis, set, and even the identity of the killer, who was played by an actor. The evidence was right before their eyes, but Qin Guang's fans refused to admit it. They started to slander your name in the thread, saying that it was you who was mimicking their idol. Probably just the 50-cent army one, nothing unusual. Then what happened next?" Many viewers went to Qin Guang's livestream to demand an explanation, but Qin Guang pretended not to have seen them. Not only that, he banned any viewers who brought up your name. However, with his high popularity and the all-in promotion by the platform, there were 800,000 viewers at the start of his live stream, and with the chat scrolling so fast, his team missed some of your mentions. Thus, a number of his viewers who were curious came over to your live stream. He-san got increasingly excited. "The highest viewers during your live stream was 50,000, but it was the combination of passers-by, paid viewers, Qin Guang's fans, and your own fans. It was a mess. You don't have any mods in your live stream, so even after the live stream had stopped, the chat kept going for another half an hour. By the way, thanks to this chaos, your live stream entered the popular ranking for the midnight session. Congratulations! Not many newbie hosts can enter that ranking so early in their career." Chen Ji could imagine the chaos in his live stream last night, but it was a blessing in disguise since his follower number did have a tremendous increase. After all, he was not lacking in content but exposure. "Slow down, after all that was just my second live stream." Chen Ji talked for a few more minutes with He-san before hanging up. He looked at the private messages that he had received from the other users of the app. Most of them were curses, but there were a few who could not stand Qin Guang's bullying and chose to send Chen Ji their support. Near the bottom of his inbox, Chen Ji recognized a familiar user handler. The profile picture was similar to the studio that had harassed him before. The message warned him to not resort to dirty tricks, or he would make sure Chen Ji was unable to survive on this platform. If another host saw this, they might have been afraid, but Chen Ji was different. Live streaming and posting short videos were merely ways for him to promote his haunted house. After blocking this account, Chen Ji exited the app and picked up the black phone. Mu Yang High School, Scream Factor 2 stars. The setting up of the scenario has been completed. You can now go down to the subterranean level to visit it. Warning, Mu Yang High School is considered part of the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife. Its space is twice the size of a normal scenario. Please familiarize yourself with the interior layout before putting it to use. After looking at the message on the phone, Chen Ji sat up in bed. The size is twice normal scenario. Wait, don't tell me the whole of Mu Yang High School has been moved here. He put on his shoes and ran to the first floor, peeled off the wooden boards, and peered downward. The abandoned underground parking lot had been given a new look. The stairs had signs of being charred, the darkened corridor was littered with unfinished test papers, the doors to the classrooms creaked in the darkness, and shadows could be seen flitting between the upturned tables. Chapter 92, Request. The scenery that unfolded before him surprised even Chen Ji, the haunted house's owner. The size of Mu Yang High School's scenario was so much larger than Murder by Midnight. As he took a step into it, a cold draft caressed the back of Chen Ji's neck. It made him feel unsettled, like something might jump out at him from the dark at any moment. 4 classrooms, corridors, toilets, and offices. Everything that Mu Yang High School had was perfectly replicated inside Chen Ji's haunted house, but the layout was rearranged so that it was all closer together. Walking down the dim corridor, Chen Ji could not help himself from turning to look into the classrooms on both sides. The walls beyond the windows were cement wall, and there could not be drafts underground, but the windows kept on creaking like they were touched by the wind. The first few classrooms were creepy but still acceptable. However, when Chen Ji reached the sealed classroom at the end of the corridor, the hairs on his body stood up. This was the first time he had felt such intense fear inside his own haunted house. This classroom reminded him of the sealed classroom at Mu Yang High School, but it was not completely the same. Every table had writing scrawled all over it with red paint, but more scarily, there was a set of school uniforms sitting on each chair. The uniform was a perfect match to the uniforms Chen Ji had seen in the group photo taken with Fan Yu's father. The only difference was that, in the picture, all the students were facing away from the camera, but in this classroom, all the uniforms were turned toward Chen Ji, who stood at the door. After taking a deep breath, Chen Ji forced himself to walk into the room. Standing at the lectern, looking down at the room, the rows of chairs felt like they were seated with students. Why did only this classroom come with school uniforms? Could these uniforms represent the lingering spirits that remained here? Chen Ji counted the school uniforms silently. There were 24 uniforms in total. After completing the Murder by Midnight trial mission, the haunted house's scenario became the new home for Xiaoxiao's family. If I follow this similar train of thought, Chen Ji's face twitched with discomfort. It meant that there were 24 lingering spirits who had moved into his haunted house. Then again, I might be wrong. Chen Ji exited the classroom, closed the door, and continued to move forward. At the end of the corridor was the toilet, and a few steps passed that brought Chen Ji to the first junction. The left turn led to the office area, while right led to the female dormitory. Chen Ji took the right turn. He only took several steps when the corridor turned narrow. The rooms on both sides felt like they were closing in on him, and at the end of the corridor was another junction. Just a 2-star scenario is already so complicated. If I unlock a few more scenarios, this underground parking lot will definitely become a maze of terror. He pushed open a random door, and the interior was designed like a crime scene. It was worth noting that Chen Ji discovered a row of chairs placed side by side in the second-last bedroom, and several pieces of paper and a greatly damaged ballpoint pen were placed on top of one of them. This is the hidden item for unlocking Mu Yang High School's scenario. Chen Ji picked up the ballpoint pen gingerly. It was so fragile that it looked like it could crack at any moment. Hidden items seemed to have their own purpose. Wang Chi's hidden person notice helped me befriend Xiaoxiao's family, and they now help me maintain the Murder by Midnight scenario. Could it be possible that this ballpoint pen will help me win the favor of the students in the sealed classroom? Chen Ji could not figure out how. Eventually, he exited the scenario with the ballpoint pen in hand. He returned to the staff break room to fix the pen with tape. Pen Spirit, I know you hold a grudge against me, but I've fixed your pen. If you have forgiven me, please draw a circle on the paper. Pen Spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you are with us, please draw a circle on the paper. To solve the mystery related to the sealed classroom, asking the Pen Spirit would be the most direct solution. However, no matter how hard Chen Ji chanted its invocation, the Pen Spirit refused to answer. Why so silent? I'm also a victim in this case, okay? Chen Ji had no choice but to return the pen to the female dormitory. He took a tour around the place before returning to the first floor. The 24 uniforms in the sealed classroom were scary, but the impact was not enough. When I have time, I should update the models in the night of the living room, put the uniforms on them, and place them in the classroom. That should up the fear factor quite a bit. Chen Ji closed the wooden boards and was about to return to bed when his phone rang. He turned to take a look, and was surprised to see that it was from Inspector Li. "Uncle Sanbao, how can I help you?" When Chenji returned from Muyang High School, Inspector Li had stayed. He seemed to have been talking with the officers from the main city's investigation team. "If you're not too busy, do you mind coming to the district police station? The killer wants to talk to you." Chenji was confused, but he still agreed so as to give face to Inspector Li. "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." When he arrived, a familiar officer led Chenji to the interrogation room. Fan Yu's aunt was sitting in the chair, her hands in cuffs. "The autopsy for the bodies is still going on. The suspect's emotions are very unstable, and she refuses to say anything. Her only demand is to talk to you in person, and that was why I called you." The middle-aged officer in the interrogation room stood up and shook Chenji's hand. "Then, I shall leave you to you." "I'll try my best." Chenji walked to Fan Yu's aunt. In just one night, she seemed to have got even wearier than usual. Her head was lowered and her hair covered her face. When she felt someone approach, the woman's eyes, which had been distracted earlier, started to focus on Chenji. They spoke of complicated emotions. "You asked for me?" As Chenji tried to get near, he was stopped by the officer, who wished for him to maintain a safe distance. Fan Yu's aunt nodded slightly. She was silent for a long time, and the first sentence out of her mouth surprised Chenji. "Do you have the drawing I gave you in the third-floor toilets?" If she did not bring this up, Chenji would have forgotten all about it already. He retrieved the drawing from his pocket and placed it before Fan Yu's aunt. Looking at the weird drawing, Fan Yu's aunt did not feel afraid. In fact, it felt like she treated it like some kind of treasure. Then again, that was to be expected. After all, when her husband and children passed away, it was with these drawings that she slowly walked out from her despair. Eventually, Fan Yu's aunt spoke. "I've done everything I could for Fan Yu for 3 years, but the first living person who showed up in his drawing is you. How is that fair?" "Things might not be as simple as you think. Fan Yu probably thinks I'm similar him." Chenji pointed at his eyes. "We can see the same thing." "Is that so?" Fan Yu's aunt lowered her head again, and the interrogation room became quiet. "Is this why you called me here?" Chenji folded the drawing up neatly. After 10 minutes, Fan Yu's aunt collected herself. It was as if she had come to a decision. She told Chenji in a soft voice, "I am Fan Yu's only remaining family, and I will have to leave him soon. The boy has a weird personality and is unable to make any friends. I do not ask that you take him on, but I plead that you go visit him when you have time. Talk to him and make sure he isn't bullied by the other kids." Chapter 93, 24 Names. Regardless of what Fan Yu's aunt had done in the past, at least at that moment, she was putting Fan Yu first. "I will try my best to watch out for the boy," Chenji promised without hesitation. In this whole incident, Fan Yu was the most innocent. "Actually, you don't need to worry so much." The officer behind the desk also walked over to say, "We have already contacted Child Services. If you truly repent, you might still have the chance to see your child in the future." "My child?" Fan Yu's aunt looked at that officer, and her blank expression slowly shifted. Her lips fell open as she stared at a spot above the officer's shoulder, and for some reason she smiled. "Okay, I will tell you everything I know." They then entered the normal interrogation process. Chenji felt he was not needed there anymore, so he asked to leave. After exiting the station, he hailed a cab to go to Fan Yu's home. The incident might appear to have reached its conclusion on the surface, but there was still a huge question that had not been solved, a question that only Chenji knew and only Fan Yu could provide the answer to. The sun was coming up, but its rays seemed to be unable to penetrate the maze-like alleyways. After exiting the taxi, Chenji walked deeper into the alleys, following his memory. Eventually, he found the place that Fan Yu's aunt rented. He knocked several times on the second-floor door before he heard the lock being moved from within, and the door opened a sliver. Chenji pushed it open, and to his surprise, there was no one standing behind the door. He stood at the entrance for a long time, and even with the sunlight falling on him, he did not feel a trace of warmth. "Fan Yu," Chenji stepped into the room, and he felt even chiller. The living room and kitchen were empty. Chenji shuffled toward the bedroom. He tried to push on the door, and similar to before, the door was not locked and was pushed open easily. Heavy curtains blocked all the light in the room, and the lights were not on. The place was dim, and the floor was littered with paper. Chenji picked up a random piece, and it was still a drawing of a black house crowded with red people. "Why did you toss these drawings away? Are you not satisfied with them?" Chenji held the drawing in his hands while he looked toward the table. Fan Yu sat on the chair, facing away from him. The boy looked like he was spacing out. Chenji avoided the drawings on the floor carefully, and when he walked closer, he saw there was one last drawing that was left on the table. On the white paper, a black crayon was used to draw the outline of a house, and a small black figure was standing isolated in the middle of it. What happened to the red people? Chen Ji did not expect Fan Yu to answer, but Fan Yu turned his head to look at him and whispered, "They have found a new home." Meaning they have moved away. Chen Ji was reminded of the 24 uniforms he had seen inside his haunted house, and something clicked. "Are you friends with them?" The boy shook his head. With his eyes on his drawing, Fan Yu reached into his drawer to pull out a paper box to give Chen Ji. "For me?" Chen Ji looked into the box, and inside sat 24 school name tags with 24 different names. In the middle of the box was a photo group, and 24 students stood facing away from the camera. These 24 name tags should reveal the mystery behind the sealed classroom, and now Fan Yu had handed them to Chen Ji. After surrendering the box, Fan Yu stopped saying anything. Chen Ji had no idea what the boy was thinking. Neither of them said anything. Looking at Fan Yu, Chen Ji did not have the heart to ask the question that was on his mind. Suddenly footsteps came from the corridor, and soon a man and woman appeared at the door. "This should be the place." "Why isn't the door locked, Fan Yu? Are you inside?" Hearing them, Chen Ji ran out to see what was wrong. "And you are?" "We are workers from Jiujiang Children's Home. This is our identification. We are here to take Fan Yu for a physical checkup and then follow up on the documentation for his future," the woman explained as they both looked at Chen Ji with suspicion. They did not understand why an unknown man had appeared at Fan Yu's home. "Fan Yu is inside the bedroom. The boy is very independent, so please do take care of him." "We will, that is our job." The woman entered the bedroom to fetch Fan Yu while the man stood outside to keep an eye on Chen Ji. They did not seem to trust him. Realizing that the woman had stepped into this territory, Fan Yu's reaction was rather agitated. He grabbed the drawing on the table and ran outside like he was trying to make an escape. "Grab him," the woman yelled from inside the house. The man at the door heard her, and when Fan Yu ran to his side, he grabbed at the boy's arm. The man was experienced at dealing with troublesome children. Very easily, he pinned down Fan Yu's arms. This way, he would not be scratched by Fan Yu, and Fan Yu had no opportunity of harming himself. Fan Yu struggled like his life depended on it. This greatly unsettled Chen Ji, and after some negotiation with the man, he finally released Fan Yu. Fan Yu, who was released, did not attempt to make another escape. He gripped the drawing silently, like he knew running would be futile. Watching Fan Yu being led away, Chen Ji could not hold it in anymore. He chased after the boy and squatted down before him to ask a question that had troubled him for a long time. "You know heaven is inside the well, and you witnessed everything, so why didn't you say anything?" Chen Ji had never treated Fan Yu as a normal boy. The House of Red People had prevented him from doing that. A blank-faced Fan Yu thought about it for a while when he heard Chen Ji's question. In the end, he did not answer but raised his head to flash an innocent smile at Chen Ji. As he watched Fan Yu leave, Chen Ji's back started to become drenched with sweat. This was the first time he had seen the boy smile. Hugging the paper box with 24 names and the photo that had been given to him by Fan Yu, Chen Ji returned to New Century Park. The trip to the police station and then Fan Yu's place had taken up plenty of time. When he arrived at New Century Park, it was already past 10:30 a.m. After the whole night of rain, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Ji's mood also improved when he saw the crowd that had gathered inside the park. As he entered the park, he immediately noticed the crowd that had formed outside his haunted house. Initially, he had thought those were customers, but he realized he was wrong when he got closer. None of them were lining up for tickets, but very unreasonably blocked the entrance from other real visitors. "What's happening?" Chen Ji walked over and realized that Uncle Su was also there, negotiating with the unruly crowd. When they saw Chen Ji approach, they quickly surrounded him. Chapter 94, New Customers. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. "Zio Chen, where have you been? Why are you so late for work?" Uncle Su pulled Chen Ji to stand behind him, afraid that the mob might harm the young man. "I just came back from the district station. I was helping the police with a murder case." Not only Uncle Su, even the mob who surrounded Chen Ji was shocked. Normally, the reason given for truancy was either a traffic jam or stomach ache. Being involved in a murder case was truly an excuse they had not heard about before. "Murder case?" Uncle Su looked at Chen Ji with shock and had forgotten the urgent matter at hand. "Yup, but the case is different from the earlier murder at the apartment. It probably won't be broadcasted on the mass media." There was an earlier murder. The raging mob's aggression suddenly dwindled. All right, leave this to me. Chenji stood facing the crowd and said, "You guys are looking for me." With just one question, Chenji managed to extinguish the little momentum the mob had left. The crowd that blocked the entrance to the haunted house looked at each other before shoving out a middle-aged man, who was shortest among them, to face Chenji. "We are from Qin Guang's studio. Last night, you employed unethical tactics by hiring a 50-cent army to spread rumors that are damaging to Qin Guang's reputation. I'm the one who employed unethical tactics. You people sure know how to create story. Who the real unethical plagiarist here is, you know yourselves." Chenji cut the man off instantly. "If there's nothing else, please leave the premises. You are interrupting my business. Qin Guang merely chose to have the live stream at the same location as you. That is not a basis for you to claim that he plagiarized your work simply because you happened to shoot at the location first." The middle-aged man stood his ground and tried to argue with Chenji. "A simple comparison between our live streams show that Qin Guang mimicked even my starting analysis while trapped inside the bedroom. If that is not plagiarism, what is? At most, he only copied your beginning. The plot that developed after that was his own creativity. Of course, it cannot be called plagiarism. At the very worst, you can call it a homage." Chenji had never seen such a shameless person before. He knew reasoning with them would be a waste of time, so he walked past them to open the gate and prepare for business. "You are new to the scene, so we understand your drive to succeed, but you have to know that this job is not that easy." The middle-aged man pulled out a document from his bag. Chenji had initially thought it was some kind of lawyer's letter, but he had overestimated his opponent's conviction. "You are not from this field, so you don't understand certain things. That's fine. But most established hosts are made with gold and popularity. It might appear that you have caught some popularity for now, but the platform will never support a newcomer and abandon Qin Guang because Qin Guang is the platform's key promoter. His success is tied to the success of the platform itself." The middle-aged man waved the document in his hand. "If you agree to stop the malicious attacks against Qin Guang and post a public apology on your personal account, we will compensate you accordingly. However, if you insist on walking down the wrong place and harassing Qin Guang and any of his affiliates to brush up the popularity of your own live stream, we will contact the platform to block you from all of its channels. Don't try to shift the blame onto the viewers. They are completely innocent. If anything, the viewers simply cannot stomach the open bullying and came to support me." Chenji did not give a damn about the threat. After all, the platform had never helped him once before. Even he himself did not know how he had managed to achieve his current popularity. "Being rash benefits no one. Why don't you think about it first?" The middle-aged man's attitude softened. The unreasonableness that was evident before Chenji arrived had completely disappeared. Around 6 of them had come to create trouble for Chenji, but the first sentence out of the man's lips when he arrived had thrown a wrench into their plan. Then again, they could not totally be blamed. Any normal person would be cautioned when they realized that the person they were dealing with had been involved in not 1 but 2 murder cases. "There's nothing to consider. I've already discovered the unique selling point of my live stream and videos. Even if I'm forced to leave this platform, I'll just regain my follower base elsewhere." Chenji chased the people from Qin Guang's studio aside and informed Su Wan to start preparing for work. He had raced about the whole night, so he was tired. He sat in the ticket booth selling tickets. After the first few waves of visitors exited the haunted house, the people from Qin Guang's studio returned. "You people sure are insistent. If you're not here to visit the haunted house, please move aside. You're blocking the path for the real visitors." Even a saint would lose their temper when pushed too hard. Chenji had been polite enough, but these people kept testing his patience. "Who said we're not here to visit the haunted house? We also wish to experience the place that is dubbed the scariest haunted house in Jiujiang." 2 young men from the studio with backpacks blocked the gate. "You also want to visit the haunted house?" Naturally, Chenji suspected that these people were up to no good. "If you're afraid that we might expose your fake advertising, then fine, we won't enter." Of the 2 young men, one was extremely well-built. He wore a tank top to purposely reveal his body that was the result of constant weight training. Honestly, Chenji was a bit taunted by this guy. "Let me remind you, the last person who made a claim like yours came out lying on his back. You've only managed to arouse my interest even more." Standing beside the muscular man was a meek-looking bespectacled man. "I've watched scary movies since I was young. Before being recruited by Brother Qin, I was part of a scary movie film crew. Alas, most of the movie settings were too fake. They were barely challenging." I do love customers like yourself who are constantly searching for a greater scare. Chenji pulled the curtain back. Come in then, remember to sign the disclaimer agreement. Since there were willing lab rats, Chenji naturally would not send them away. Even the smile on his face had turned several degrees sincerer. When Uncle Su saw the smile on Chenji's face, he shivered involuntarily, and the image of the forensic science students from Jiujiang Medical University lying weakly on the floor appeared in his mind. Uncle Su coughed and pulled him to the side. Zio Chen, don't go overboard. Remember, they are still park visitors. Before Chenji could reply, the bespectacled young man thought that he had seen through their plot and scoffed with derision. Well, that's some pretty good acting. The experience has started even before we enter the haunted house. Before I arrived, I saw the reviews on the haunted house, and many people said that the owner knows a bit of psychology. It looks like they weren't lying. Uncle Su looked at the young man with a speechless expression on his face. I'm trying to help you here. If not for the fact you might die inside there, I would not have cared about you. Uncle Su, I know the limits. Don't worry. Chenji led the two young men into the haunted house personally and saw them sign the disclaimer agreement. The larger, muscular man was called Zhu Jianing, and the bespectacled man was Fei Yuliang. Chapter 95, All School Uniforms. When you're inside, no photos or filming. There are 4 different scenarios for you to experience. They are the sealed classroom, the 5th cubicle in the toilet, the pen spirit, and the deep well. The clues to the exit are hidden within these 4 scenarios. You'll need to experience all of them before you can find the exit. Chenji looked through their disclaimer agreement repeatedly. He was so careful because the agreements might serve their purpose soon enough. This is not our first haunted house. We know all that. Fei Yuliang pushed on his spectacles and peered inside the haunted house. At least the suspenseful environment is not bad. In that case, I will not waste my breath anymore. Chenji had intended to make some small introduction to each of the small scenarios, but he decided that would not be necessary. Follow me. Chenji led the 2 young men to the entrance to Night of the Living Dead on the 1st floor. The 2 saw the dilapidated setting and less than desirable mannequins that populated the scenario. The style is from 10 years back. Honestly, with set pieces like these, I feel like I can sue you for overcharging me for the entrance ticket. Zhu Jianing and Fei Yuliang wandered into the Night of the Living Dead scenario and touched the dust that had gathered on the mannequins. Just how long has this place been deserted? Looks like the business is dying. I should have known that you would have hired the same 50-cent army to fill the comments with good reviews. Are you 2 done? Chenji raised the wooden boards from the floor. The entrance is here. It's underground? The 2 young men did not feel weirded out. They walked out of the Night of the Living Dead scenario with their backpacks and stopped before the staircase that led down the stairs. The dark corridor led into an abyss. The doors to the classrooms on both sides creaked creepily, and even before they got down the stairs, a chilling wind surged from within to caress their skin. Now this is better. As the 2 young men entered the Muyang High School scenario, Chenji yelled from the entrance, "If you're really afraid, yell for help at the cameras. The workers will come help you." After closing the boards, Chenji suddenly realized that there was no surveillance installed in the Muyang High School scenario, and there was not really an exit. He had just been saying that earlier out of habit. Looks like I better go in to join them. Hopefully, their minds are still intact when I reach them. He had Su-Wan stay at the door to maintain the order. He put on the Dr. Skullcracker outfit and entered the main control room to switch the background music to Black Friday before entering the Muyang High School scenario with the box of name tags given to him by Fan Yu. After Zhu Jianing and Fei Yuliang descended the staircase, they stayed near the entrance. Both of them waited until Chenji closed the wooden boards before they made a signal and retrieved Bluetooth cameras from their backpacks and pinned them on their chests. Each of us will record our side. We'll film everything inside his haunted house, and after we solve it, we'll post the guide online. Will that achieve anything? For local haunted houses like this one, the design and traps of the scenarios are considered business secrets because they depend on them to attract visitors. If the guide is already posted online, then it would have lost all its allure. This is why haunted houses ban the usage of cameras and video recorders. They have to keep the mystery and anticipation up for future visitors. Fei Yuliang fixed his camera and walked in front. After shooting the video, we'll edit it to make it as boring as possible, and then after posting it online, we'll hire some 50-cent army to swamp his comments with bad reviews. Okay, after he looked around, Zhu Jianing added, But I have to say, the man has put a lot of effort into his setting. It does feel like we're at an abandoned high school. At the end of the day, it is still fake. In comparison to the 3D scary movies I've seen, this is nothing. Fei Yuliang was not afraid. If anything, he was bored. Let's get this over with. The two walked down the dim corridor. On each side of them were empty classrooms. The doors creaked on their hinges, and weird noises occasionally drifted out from the classrooms. Do you think the exit will be inside these two classrooms beside the entrance? After all, the comments did say that the boss is a master manipulator. That's your first mistake. If you focus too hard on searching for the exit, you will have fallen for the man's scheme. When Fei Yuliang was talking, he did not forget to maintain the balance of his upper body. Both he and Zhu Jianing were expert cameramen. You're right, thankfully you came with me. In reality, haunted houses are very boring. It's just people scaring people, and if you take it too seriously, you lose. The end of the dark corridor was still nowhere to be seen. Even though they said that they were not afraid, their progress was glacially slow. The signs of a fire could be seen everywhere, and the unique scent of burning was mixed in the stall air. As living humans entered the scenario, the atmosphere inside Mu Yang High School slowly changed. In an unseen corner, many pairs of eyes slowly opened. Fei Yuliang, who walked forward, was a scary movie aficionado. As authentic as the setting was, it was not scary enough to make him feel afraid yet. In comparison, the muscular man, Zhu Jianing, started to wilt under pressure. He hid himself behind Fei Yuliang, and his eyes kept wandering about to the dark corners. The background music was not that scary, but it made his heart rate race and his breathing uneven. Fei Yuliang suddenly stopped, causing Zhu Jianing to walk into the man's back. "What's wrong?" Zhu Jianing said in a volume that he did not realize had become a whisper. "This classroom, it's different from the rest." Fei Yuliang stood at the door of the sealed classroom. Looking at the dark-colored uniforms that filled the chairs, he had a weird feeling that the classroom was filled with students. "There are all these uniforms." Zhu Jianing was even more scared than Fei Yuliang. Just a glance through the window was enough to make him shiver. "Should we go to someplace else first?" "Don't be scared. A worker at the haunted house should be hiding inside this room, and that's why its decor is different from the others." Fei Yuliang could still maintain his calmness. "The man said that we must experience the 4 scenarios, and this should be one of them. This is the selling point of the haunted house. We have to record it, and then solve it so that we can post it online." While he was talking, the door slowly opened on its own, like being moved by an invisible hand. There must be some kind of control mechanism. It's common equipment used in the shooting of scary movies. Fei Yuliang slapped Zhu Jianing on his arm. "Come on, let's go catch some ghosts." "You're right, but," Zhu Jianing said with a head full of cold sweat, "I've taken a look around, and there are only school uniforms inside the room. There's no space for anyone to hide. There's probably some hidden compartment. Be careful. This means that the actor might come out to scare you from unexpected corners." Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing dawdled outside the classroom for a long time before finally entering it. Chapter 96, Game Start. The sealed classroom was a place that even Chen Ji did not want to stay in for long, but Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing entered it easily. There was a weird smell in the air. Entering the room was like going underwater. There was an inexplicable pressure pressing down on them, causing their breathing to become rather uneven. "Yuliang, should I wait for you outside?" The classroom was darker than the corridor. Zhu Jianing, who stood behind Fei Yuliang, had a frightened grimace on his face, and his forehead was covered with sweat. "What did we promise each other before entering the haunted house? We said we'd never abandon each now, but now you're already giving up." Fei Yuliang was getting increasingly agitated. The uniforms that littered the room were not unlike the props that were used in scary movies. For some reason, he felt apprehensive about going near them. Zhu Jianing did not notice that his teammate's confidence had been shattered. He whispered from behind him, "Where do you think the haunted house's worker will be hiding? Will they jump up from underneath the uniforms?" "Not clear, but they would normally do something like that." Fei Yuliang nudged his way to the lectern. He gripped his fists as he walked down the rows of tables, but nothing scary happened. "It does not seem like there's anyone hiding here." "But if there's no one hiding here, why waste so many resources to create such a large and detailed set? There is what looks like blood writing carved onto the tables, and these old uniforms were purposely left in the room." Zhu Jianing glanced behind him. "Furthermore, the door opened on its own earlier like it was inviting us to come in." "It was probably the wind." Fei Yuliang turned to glare at Zhu Jianing. "If you have the time to mumble this nonsense, come and help me look for the hidden mechanism or trick." Don't be mad, I'm just helping you analyze the situation. Zhu Jianing headed in the other direction of the room. Due to his large body, when he walked past one of tables, he accidentally knocked one of the uniforms to the floor. He did not mind it and did not seem intent on picking it up. He stepped on the uniform and continued to walk until he reached the classroom's back door. There is indeed nothing worth getting scared over. I was expecting something to pounce at me when I passed the tables. Zhu Jianing's voice faded out. He turned and realized that the classroom had reverted to its original state. When I walked down the row, I remember knocking into one of the uniforms. Yuliang, did you pick it up from the floor? A uniform that fell to the floor? How come I didn't notice it? Fei Yuliang stood at the other end of the classroom, a distance of several tables away. Was I imagining it? Zhu Jianing walked back up the row. He stood beside the table that was situated at the center of the room. I remember it was this uniform that fell to the floor. He picked the uniform up and waved it once. A weird odor drifted out from it. It smelled like rotten fish. This is weird. Zhu Jianing dropped the uniform onto the table and squatted down to inspect the table and chair for hidden mechanisms. He shook the table, and everything seemed normal. Just as he was about to move on, the sound of marbles came from inside the drawer. There's something inside. Zhu Jianing bent down and leaned into the mouth of the drawer. The dark drawer was stuffed with test papers and textbooks. Why was there the sound of marbles? There's hidden compartment inside this drawer. He looked into the darkness and reached in to pull out the papers. He only pulled out the first one when he saw two round eyes staring right at him from behind the paper. F***CK? The sudden scare caused Zhu Jianing, who was half-squatted, to stumble back and knock the two tables behind him out of position. What's wrong? The commotion shocked Fei Yuliang, who was also in the room. There's someone inside the drawer? Zhu Jianing tried to crawl up from the floor, but his limbs failed him. His face was drained of blood. Have you lost your mind? How can a person fit inside a drawer? Fei Yuliang cursed as he went to help his teammate. It's probably some kind of prop. He pulled out the papers and textbooks from inside the drawer and dropped them onto the floor. Take a look. Don't be such a scaredy cat. There's nothing inside. After 10 seconds to calm himself down, Zhu Jianing finally climbed up from the floor. But I really saw a pair of eyes. I'm not lying. I swear on my life. Even if that's true, it's just a trick of the haunted house. Why are you so scared? Fei Yuliang was not that scared to begin with, but what Zhu Jianing said did unsettle him a little. Fine, let's leave this room for now. The pair escaped in a hurry, leaving behind a trail of chaos. Do we need to continue? Zhu Jianing asked. Looking at the corridor that seemingly had no end, his heart was quivering. You're giving up in less than 5 minutes. We're here to ruin this place, not to do promotion for this haunted house. Fei Yuliang had half a mind to kick Zhu Jianing. Get a hold of yourself. Why are you acting all scared like a little girl? How are you going to answer to your muscles? Then he continued to move forward. Even though Zhu Jianing was afraid, it would be worse to be abandoned or labeled a traitor of Qin Guang's studio, so he powered on. As he moved forward, he looked over his shoulder. When he saw the door to the sealed classroom slowly open again, he quickly caught up to Fei Yuliang and hissed, "Let's go! It feels like something is coming out from that classroom." The pair ran forward in a hurry. They ignored the toilet and arrived at the first junction. Just how big is this set? There's even a choice of paths. Zhu Jianing had completely given up, and Fei Yuliang was frowning deeply. He loved scary movies and had visited many haunted houses in his life, but this was the first time he had encountered such a haunted house. They had not seen any haunted house workers in ghost costumes, but the feeling of fear refused to leave. The longer they remained, the stronger that feeling became. In the haunted houses that he visited in the past, he could still see the ghosts, and with the appearance of the ghosts, he would feel much better because all those ghosts were actors hired by the haunted house. It told him that the place was fake. It was all a human creation. However, the haunted house he was in that day had completely upended his preconception of haunted houses. There were no actors so far, but it had managed to create an inexplicable feeling of suspenseful fear, like something incredibly scary might happen at any moment. Let's try this way. The corridor narrowed as Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing headed toward the female dormitory. The front few rooms were not scary, and their emotions slowly relaxed as the fear surrounding their hearts slowly disappeared. Then they entered the room with the pen spirit game. In the female bedroom that was preserved like a crime scene, 4 chairs stood side by side, and several pieces of white paper as well as a ballpoint pen that was glued together with tape sat on one of the chairs. Chapter 97, The Rampaging Pen Spirit. This bedroom feels different from the rest, Zhu Jianing commented at the door. The man seemed like he was about to run at any moment. It has that escape-the-room feel. The clues to the exit are probably hidden here as well, right? No idea. This is the first time I've visited a haunted house that gave its visitors such a great degree of freedom. The boss sure is confident that no accidents will happen to his customers. Fei Yuliang walked to the chairs and picked up a random piece of white paper. On it was written, "When will I die? How will I die? Who will be the next to die?" This looks like the pen's spirit game, but Fei Yuliang turned to look at the ballpoint pen on the chair. Isn't this pen a bit too unconventional? Does it contain some kind of hidden mechanism? Zhu Jianing also walked over to hold the pen in his palm. He pressed on it for several times and almost broke the pen. It seems like a normal pen to me. Do you still remember what the haunted house boss said before we came in? There are 4 scenarios in the haunted house, and we have to experience them all before we can get the clues to the exit. That's right, the clues are hidden in the 4 small scenarios. Let's take a closer look around. In my experience, there's probably a key or paper note hidden inside this bedroom. The bedroom was small, and the pair searched every corner but came up with nothing. This haunted house is not that easy to unlock, and the design are incredibly detailed. Fei Yuliang placed the paper on the table. 3 of them had writing on, but 1 was left blank. Does this mean that we have to play the pen spirit game at least once before we can get the answer? Playing the pen spirit game inside a haunted house doesn't sound like a good idea. Zhu Jianing was flustered after reading the writing on the sheets of paper. Of the 4 scenarios, this one seems the simplest. If you don't want to do this, we'll need to go back to that classroom. Would you prefer that? Fei Yuliang waved his hand impatiently. Plus, do you really think there is a pen spirit in this world? Get over here, we'll try it once, and if it doesn't work, we'll leave. Fei Yuliang felt something was off, and he felt weirdly uncomfortable, like something was grasping his heart. Zhu Yuliang unwillingly walked toward Fei Yuliang. They stood on opposite sides of the chairs. But I don't know how the game works. Don't worry, I've seen many movies about the pen spirit. I've even tried it out a few times at home. It's just a trick and can be scientifically explained. Fei Yuliang straightened the pen and hovered it over the single paper that was empty. Cross your fingers over mine and grab the pen tightly. Okay, Zhu Jianing squatted down beside the chair and did what he was told. Now what? Just be quiet. Fei Yuliang wrote down yes and no on the white paper. When the bedroom became completely quiet, he started to chant, pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you are with us, please draw a circle on the paper. As he finished, a cold blast of wind suddenly shook the half-opened door of the bedroom. The dilapidated door slowly opened to reveal the empty and dim corridor. Zhu Jianing shivered and shrunk involuntarily into the room. Stop moving. Fei Yuliang stared at the sharp end of the pen, his body frozen like a statue. The chilling wind streamed through the bedroom. The paper on the floor fluttered like an invisible hand was flipping through them. The temperature dropped and coldness seeped up from their ankles. When someone is asked to hold the same position under a highly stressful situation, one's senses would be heightened. This was not unlike a form of torture for the pair who was in the middle of the pen spirit game. The decrepit bedroom seemed to turn darker, and the dirtied bedsheet moved in the wind like something was crawling out from underneath the bed. 10 minutes later, the pair's hands, which hung in midair, started to tremble, and a series of dots started to appear on the paper. Zhu Jianing could not help but ask, has the pen spirit arrived? He could not withstand this kind of tense atmosphere. Many movies set the time for pen spirit to appear after 10 minutes. If there's no reaction within 10 minutes, it means that the game has failed, but this is a made-up rule. Often, people think that the pen spirit has arrived, but in reality, it is merely a psychological effect, Fei Yuliang said to calm his teammate. This place is one of the 4 scenarios mentioned by the boss. We'll try to follow his rules for now and see what kind of tricks he can play on us. As he finished, the ballpoint pen in their hands moved. It was a slight movement, but both of them felt it. Was that you? Both asked at the same time, and they managed to see the shock registered on the other person's face. It wasn't me, Zhu Jianing denied in a hurry. He had completely recovered from the fear brought on by the pair of eyes, and now this happened. He was in a highly tense state. Yuliang, do you think the real pen spirit has arrived? Don't be silly. The pen spirit game utilizes the game's format and the environment to create psychological pressure. The elongated time of maintaining a constant posture will cause the pen to appear like it has moved on its own, even though it is actually the result of our bodies reacting to the environmental and physiological stimulus. Fei Yuliang stated in a tone that sounded like he was persuading himself. Our subconscious imagines that the pen has moved, and it has influenced our conscious mind. However, as he finished, the pen moved again, and it was very obvious this time. The pair looked at each other before both turned toward the paper in unison. The little dots on the paper were connected by a line to form an irregular circle. F*CK, it's really here. Zhu Jianing's first reaction was to pull his hand back, but he was stopped by Fei Yuliang. Whether or not it is the real pen spirit, we have to continue this game. Why? If it is the real pen spirit, if we end the game without sending it off, we'll be cursed by the spirit until we die. If it is fake, then there is no reason for us to be afraid, and everything is just a trick arranged by the boss to scare us. Then what shall we do next? Try to ask it some questions, and then send the pen spirit away, Fei Yuliang said calmly. What kind of questions we should ask? Questions like the ones written on the other paper. Zhu Jianing pointed at the pieces of paper that littered the floor. That is a trap. We must not ask the pen spirit questions that are related to death. Try to ask some random questions. Random questions. Yes, let me try. Fei Yuliang gripped Zhu Jianing's hand tightly. After a pause, he shushed Zhu Jianing and he muttered softly, pen spirit, can you tell me the name of my future wife? To Fei Yuliang's surprise, when he finished the question, the wind inside the bedroom suddenly stopped blowing, and an insurmountable pressure started to expand from behind him. The pen in their hands quivered violently, and soon 3 words appeared on the white paper. You will die. Chapter 98, there's someone behind you. You will die? Fei Yuliang was confused. He had asked about his future wife's name, but why would such a curse come out? There was no connection between them. He made sure he had followed the rules of the pen spirit game closely. He did not do anything that should have angered the pen spirit. He thought about it and an answer came to him. This must be one of the preset designs. No matter what question I asked, these 3 words were destined to appear. Feeling like he had seen through the boss trick, the confidence that Fei Yuliang had lost earlier started to resurface. The method to make these 3 words appear is interesting. Temporarily, I still don't understand it, but to amplify the fear factor, the boss has forgotten to take care of the situation's sense of logic, he explained. If it were any other visitor, they probably would have ended the pen spirit game or done something taboo to anger the pen spirit in their panic. And the appearance of these 3 words would have heightened their internal suspicion, thinking that the pen spirit had really appeared and allowed themselves to be feared. Unfortunately, their visitors today are the 2 of us. We have made no mistakes along the way, but the answer on the paper still comes up as irrelevant to my question. Therefore, this pen spirit game is nothing more than a scary trick. Even after his long explanation, Fei Yuliang realized that Zhu Jianing still had not responded, making him feel like he was talking to a wall. Zhu, why is your hand so cold? He raised his head and saw Zhu Jianing was staring dumbly at the space behind him, his mouth wide open and his features twisted in abject fear. What are you looking at? The expression on Zhu Jianing's face unsettled Fei Yuliang. He did not seem to hear his teammate, and his whole body was shivering, just like the broken ballpoint pen they were holding. A bad feeling appeared in Fei Yuliang's heart. He had also sensed that the atmosphere in the bedroom had changed. There was an indescribable presence that had joined them in the room, one that had not been there earlier, and it felt like it was just behind him. He wanted to turn to take a look, but something pressed down on his back and every muscle in his body tensed. What's going on? What's behind this? Various questions flashed across his mind, and the feeling of wanting to take a look but being afraid of what he might see made the man crazy. Zhu, tell me, what are you seeing? What is behind me? A chill soon spread through his body. It felt like he had been dropped into an icy cave. Fei Yuliang shivered involuntarily, and various purplish bruises appeared on his skin, like many invisible hands were grabbing him. The thing behind him felt like it was trying to squeeze itself into his body, and the chilling presence pushing down on his shoulders became heavier and heavier. Opposite him, Zhu Jianing seemed to use every energy in his body to squeeze out a warning. There's someone behind you. Behind me. There were 2 explanations to this warning. Either someone was literally on his back or someone was standing behind him. Fei Yuliang's brain was churning when Zhu Jianing suddenly jumped up from the floor, shook Fei Yuliang's hand off, and ran out the room. Zhu Jianing did not hesitate or even turn around once in his escape. Fei Yuliang, who was abandoned, still sat dumbly on the floor. The ballpoint pen seemed to have stuck to his hand, and no matter how hard he tried to shake it loose, it simply would not come off. Suddenly, his arm froze like something had taken control of it. Then the pen started to move on its own to write on the white paper. You will die, you will die, you will die. The series of blood-red curses appeared on the white paper. Zhu Jianing had already left, and the one holding the pen was himself. He was certain that he did not move his hand, so this meant that these curses were written by something else in the room. Even at a time like that, Fei Yuliang still managed to maintain his cool. He was an adrenaline junkie, and he did not believe in ghosts. He believed in the rationality and logic of science above all else. The thing that Xiao Zhu saw is probably some 3D imaging. Since the chairs are arranged in such a manner, it means that the position of the pen's spirit game is constant. With the careful manipulation of angles, it would create an authentic-looking effect. That should be the tactic employed there, but why would my body be shaking? He admitted that he had underestimated this broken ballpoint pen and the haunted house in general. If given another chance, he would not have entered the haunted house with so little preparation, and he definitely would have picked a better partner. The chill on his back continued to spread. As if depleted, the pen in Fei Yuliang's palm finally collapsed and broke into pieces after it finished the crazy scrawls. When the pen left his palm, the last word it wrote was die. Is it over? Fei Yuliang felt his senses returning to his arm. It was then that he finally sighed in relief. His muscles were still rather frozen. He wanted to work some temperature into them, but he realized the pressure on his shoulders had not left, and he was still unable to move. He had thought he had survived the pen's spirit game, but the real experience had just started. Why can't I move still? Fei Yuliang creaked his neck inch by inch to look over his shoulder. His eyes were narrowed into slits, and he was fully prepared, but when he turned, he saw there was nothing behind him. It was all for naught. But then why would Xiao Zhu react in such a crazy manner? What did he actually see? Fei Yuliang's mind churned hastily, and the pressure on his shoulders increased like someone was stepping on them. Shoulders stepping on them. An image flashed through his mind, and Fei Yuliang slowly raised his head. Raven-black hair falling all over her head, her face bloated from asphyxiation, the eyes popping out of her pockets, anger rimming the edges. There was a hanging woman standing on Fei Yuliang's shoulders. His lips fell open, but no sound came out. Every hair on his body stood upright, and his glasses slowly slid off his face. Fei Yuliang felt as if his heart had stopped at that moment. Before finishing the sentence, the focus in his eyes started to lax, and his body collapsed weakly toward the floor. What? Chenji waited for a few minutes before entering Mu Yang High School's scenario. He did not want to enter too soon after the two previous visitors. I haven't heard any screams for so long. Looks like I underestimated those two. After putting on the skin mask, Chenji's first destination was the sealed classroom. He placed the paper box with the 24 name tags on the lectern. The tables and chairs have been moved. They have been here and probably stumbled across something. What that something was, Chenji had no clue. After all, even he had not fully understood the secret of this sealed classroom yet. After putting the tables and chairs back into position, and the papers and textbooks back into the drawer, Chenji suddenly heard footsteps coming from the junction not far ahead. Someone was running through the corridor. Who could that be? He put on the bloodied coat and the mask made from multiple human faces and slowly slipped out of the classroom. Chapter 99, Silently Looking at You. The footsteps sounded hurried, like the person was running away from some scary beast. When Chenji exited the classroom, he saw the person responsible for it. The 1.8-meter-tall Zhu Jianing rushed out of the female dormitory, screaming for dear life. His face was blanched, and he raced down the corridor like a mad bull. What's going on? Based on his running direction, he probably ran into something scary inside the female dormitory, but there's nothing scary inside the female bedrooms. Zhu Jianing was already scared out of his mind before Chenji even did anything. This gave Chenji a sense of helplessness. Didn't they say they're not afraid of anything? Weren't they very calm when they entered the scenario? Why is he running amok like a rabid dog now? Chenji also did not know what encounter they had experienced in the newly unlocked scenario. For the sake of safety, he decided to intercept Zhu Jianing to ask him for details. Zhu Jianing, who had raced out of the female bedroom, did not even have a chance to catch his breath before he saw a shadow moving inside the sealed classroom. The school uniform has come alive, the thought appeared in his mind immediately. He was racing so fast that he did not have the momentum to stop himself. When he reached the classroom door, he saw a bloody shadow slide out from the classroom. Time slowed for Zhu Jianing. His gaze fell on the person's face. It was a face sewn together by many different faces, and every single one of them captured emotions of fear, terror, and pain. I knew the classroom was not safe. Unable to stop himself, Zhu Jianing rammed directly into the wall of the corridor. Ignoring the pain that shot through his body, he pushed himself off the wall and turned to run. The combination of pain and fear had muddled his mind. Without seeing where he was going, Zhu Jianing saw the first exit and he rushed into it. When he entered, he realized it was the corner toilet. Why would he trap himself? Chenji was becoming more and more curious about what exactly this man stumbled across in the female bedroom. Also, why is he alone? Where is his friend? After giving it some thought, Chenji thought it was best if he could get the answer directly from the man. He touched the skin mask on his face before entering the toilet. It was not until he was inside the toilet that Zhu Jianing realized he had taken the wrong turn, but there was nothing else he could do. He yanked open a random cubicle, which was the fourth one, and hid inside it. He clamped his palm over his mouth and squeezed his muscular body to fit beside the toilet, his heart racing and his pupils darting about nervously. Zhu Jianing was really scared out of his mind. When they were playing the pen spirit game, he had sat across from Fei Yuliang, and while his friend was busy analyzing, he had seen the pen spirit slowly appear behind Fei Yuliang. When the woman's bloated face appeared in his mind, he also felt like the air was getting sucked out of his lungs. That wasn't an actor. This haunted house is really haunted. They had searched the bedroom, including under the bed, before starting the game. They were sure there was no one hiding inside the room. That poor woman had appeared out of thin air. It has to be a ghost. The woman's face refused to leave Zhu Jianing's mind. Even when he closed his eyes, the woman could be seen swaying from the hanging rope. He felt extremely helpless as he leaned against the wall. He felt weirdly exposed. Yuliang is still inside the room. The ghost was standing on his shoulders. A scene like that wouldn't appear in real life, would it? Zhu Jianing took several deep breaths. He felt like he was going lightheaded from a lack of oxygen. I need to contact the people outside. This haunted house is problematic. He tried to tell himself not to be afraid, but his muscular arms kept shivering. He rummaged in his backpack for a long time before he found his phone. Zio Zhu, why are you calling me? Are you guys done with the video? The squat, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Brother Yuan, please come in to help me. There are actual ghosts inside this haunted house. Zhu Jianing's voice was trembled with tears. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. There are God knows how many ghosts looking for me. Isn't it normal for haunted house to have ghosts? The middle-aged man thought Zhu Jianing was joking. Not ghosts played by actors, but actual ghosts, Zhu Jianing hissed urgently. He did not dare raise his voice lest the ghosts outside heard him. The middle-aged man finally noticed the seriousness in Zhu Jianing's voice. Give the phone to Yuliang, let me talk to him. Brother Liang was possessed by the ghost. He is still trapped inside that cursed bedroom. Possessed? I saw it with my own eyes. The ghost was standing on his shoulders. It was a hanging ghost, the face was purplish-white, and her eyes were popping out from their sockets. Standing on his shoulders, you guys were assaulted by the workers. Okay, we're going in now. Not the workers, it's real ghost. There are no worker inside this haunted house. Before Zhu Jianing could finish, footsteps came from the toilet entrance. Has the ghost entered? What are you talking about? Hello? The middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Afraid that it might catch the ghost's attention, Zhu Jianing quickly ended the call. Hopefully it doesn't hear me. Please don't let it discover me, and I won't ever visit this place again. Zhu Jianing turned off the phone, bent down, and stared straight at the wooden door of the cubicle. He did not know when the door before him would be pulled open, and he did not know what might be beyond the door. Various scary images filled his mind, like the scary woman's face appearing behind the door or a school uniform fluttering on its own into his cubicle. What should I do? Brother Yuan, please come soon, he prayed to himself. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Creak. The door to the first cubicle was pushed open. The old wooden door creaked audibly, and it caused Zhu Jianing to hold his breath in fear. After a small pause, the second cubicle door was pushed open. It's getting closer. After another long pause, as he expected, the third door was pushed open. It's right next to me. It'll open this door soon. The muscles all over Zhu Jianing's body tensed. Fear and terror were tormenting his sanity. Time trickled by, but weirdly enough, no one opened the door to his cubicle. He waited for half a minute, and the door to his cubicle was still unmoved. It left, he gathered all his courage to pull open the door a sliver. There was nothing outside. It really left. He pushed the door slowly open, and there was really no one outside. That was lucky. I was almost discovered. After sighing in relief, Zhu Jianing called the middle-aged man's number again. As the light shone on his phone, he saw something reflected on the phone display. He looked behind him, and on top of the door of the third cubicle, a disjointed face was silently looking at him. Chapter 100, What Happened to Fei Yuliang? Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. The phone slid through his fingers and landed on the floor. A voice could still be heard on the other end. Yuliang's phone is not reachable. What happened to you guys in there? Xiao Zhu, can you hear me? Zhu Jianing, are you all right? Talk to me. Of course, Zhu Jianing could hear him, but at that moment, he had lost the power of speech. His pupils rolled back, and Zhu Jianing slithered to the floor like wet laundry. Didn't I warn you not to take pictures and videos inside the haunted house? Why didn't you listen? Chen Ji removed his mask and placed it inside his pocket. He glanced at Zhu Jianing, who was convulsing on the floor, and he had a renewed appreciation for the disclaimer agreement. The scare tactics were different from other haunted houses. Normal haunted houses had actors pretend to be ghosts who hid in the blind corner to scare the visitors with sudden screams and shouts. Chen Ji's tactic was different. His focus was on the creation of the atmosphere, and he allowed the visitors to walk into the scare on their own. The whole process was foolproof and could not be detected earlier. Even when the visitors were already prepared, they would still be scared. Zhu Jianing was the perfect example. The fear inside his heart, which had no place to release, was like an ice cube lodged in his throat, stopping his breath and chilling his bones. Chen Ji exited the third cubicle, picked up the phone, and slid it inside Zhu Jianing's pocket before dragging the man out of the toilet and depositing him in the corridor. Why haven't the spasms stopped? But he's still breathing, so he should be fine. Chen Zhen applied pressure to the man's temples, and when Zhu Jianing's pupils regained focus, he said, "Can you hear me? Where is your friend who came in with you?" There was no answer, so Chen Ji had to give up on the man. Stay put, or else you might run into an actual ghost. He was afraid that he might scare the other person dumb as well, so Chen Ji removed his bloodied outfit and carried it in his arm. This man came running out from the female dormitory, so his friend should be there. Chen Ji ran toward the dormitory, but even after he searched through all the bedrooms, he could not find Fei Yuliang. Where did he go? He stopped at the room with the pen spirit. The pen that he had fixed with tape was broken once more and was lying on the floor. There is no sign of fighting in the room, so where could the bespectacled man have gone? Chen Ji exited the female dormitory and reached the junction. Could he have gone down the other way? The other route led to the deep well and school office. The road was uneven, and after passing several offices, Chen Ji finally found Fei Yuliang. The man's condition was even worse than Zhu Jianing's. There was white foam around his lips, and his glasses were shattered. However, the most curious thing was that he was lying near the well at the end of the corridor with one of his hands holding the edge of the well like he was going to haul himself into it. What in the world happened to this guy? Looks like he has angered more than just the pen spirit. There was no surveillance in this new scenario, so Chen Ji had no idea what had happened to Fei Yuliang. Looking at the man's worse-for-wear condition, Chen Ji very kindly checked his pulse. The man's condition is very similar to He San's when he first visited the haunted house. I'd better get him out of here first. After wasting plenty of energy, Chen Ji finally managed to drag the two to the scenario entrance. Prying open the wooden boards, he just finished dragging the two onto the first floor when he heard the sound of an argument coming from outside the haunted house. It sounded like the people from Qin Guang's studio were attempting to barge into the haunted house. So much trouble today. With one arm under each visitor, he dragged the two out of the haunted house. Chen Ji dropped Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing before the people from Qin Guang's studio. His eyes scanned the lot of them as he demanded, "What is the commotion about?" Two lively, vibrant men had walked into the haunted house, and two lifeless husks had come out. One of them was even foaming at the mouth. Did he get scared until he vomited? The surrounding crowd immediately took a step back to clear a space for them. Xiao Zhu, Yuliang! The people from Qin Guang's studio immediately rushed over to help them off the ground. Zhu Jianing was recovering. He now responded to others at least, but his legs were still weak. The serious case was Fei Yuliang. He was not unconscious because his eyes were wide open, but he did not respond to people calling his name. His expression was blank, and the white foam continued to trail out of the corner of his lips. "What have you done to the both of them?" the middle-aged man demanded angrily. "Why would you ask me? How would I know?" Chen Ji was being honest. When he entered the scenario, the two were already in such a state. "We talked to each other earlier. Xiao Zhu said that your employees stepped on Yuliang's shoulders. How dare you allow your workers to assault the visitors? We are definitely going to sue. Who saw my employees assault him? Chenji glanced at the two lying on the floor. Feel free to call the police. I can guarantee, other than their own hands, you won't be able to find foreign fingerprints on the rest of their bodies. Stop arguing, I'll call the park's doctor. The most important thing now is to help them. This was such a headache for Uncle Sue. They're in this state and you still refuse to admit your fault. Thankfully, we came prepared. The middle-aged man opened Fei Yuliang's backpack and pulled out the laptop from within. Then he connected the wireless camera from Fei Yuliang's chest and the audio recorder attached to the backpack to the laptop. Indeed, you people sure came prepared. When Chenji was dragging the bodies out of the haunted house earlier, he had already noticed the cameras and could guess the real motive behind why they were there. However, he did not mind it one bit. Other haunted houses banned recording was because they were afraid that their set designs would be leaked. After all, designing a set was incredibly pricey. However, that was not a concern for Chenji. He would be given new scenarios after completing trial missions. In terms of the updating speed for new scenarios, no haunted house could rival Chenji. From his perspective, the videos collected by these guys were a type of alternative. After all, what his haunted house was missing most was exposure. You won't be so smug in a bit. I will keep the video of your employees physically assaulting the visitors as evidence. The middle-aged man said loudly like he was trying to get the attention of the passing crowd. We are absolute professionals. We did not lay a finger on your people. How many times do you want me to repeat that? Chenji asked as he wandered over to the laptop. He, too, was actually curious about what happened to Fei Yuliang inside the haunted house and why he ended up next to the well. The middle-aged man straightened the laptop and played the recorded video. The screen was dark and only random noises could be heard. At the time, Fei Yuliang had not entered the haunted house. The recorder had probably been activated beforehand. The camera had not been taken out yet, so they could only hear noises but could see no image. Several seconds later, Chenji's voice could be heard from the computer. Let me remind you, the last person who made a claim like yours came out on his back. Then Fei Yuliang's condescending laugh followed. You've only managed to arouse my interest even more.